Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The hero exclaimed in amazement. Standing up, he asked that he was hallucinating, the door floating in the air. Looking behind it, the guy said that it was hanging, and there was nothing behind it, it was magic. He tugged at the doorknob. Suddenly he was sucked inside. The protagonist fell to the ground. Standing on one knee, he asked where this corridor came from. Taking a step forward, the young man asked what kind of place it was, if there was anyone here. He looked at him in amazement when he heard a strange sound. A terrifying monster stared at him. MC exclaimed in fright. Suddenly he went on the run. Slamming the door, the hero shouted that he should excuse me for bothering him, have a good life. Sitting down on the bed, he added that damn, it was dangerous, he definitely wouldn't come out, the door was gone. Shin froze when he heard that he was congratulating. His ability to bind the world together awakened in him, he finally found him. Looking around, he asked who was saying this. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard that let him not be so nervous, he was trapped in another world, so he can communicate only in this way. The time of their communication is limited, if he does not want to die, let him do as he says, to which he asked what is limited, what is happening in general. He grabbed his backpack when he heard that he should open the bag first, and pull out the relic. Looking at the statuette, the protagonist asked what it was, to which he was told that it was a cursed statue of the fallen spirit king. Someone had deliberately placed it next to him, and used it to cast a family curse, killing and taking his soul, but he survived. He froze with fright. Frowning, the MC thought that here were the memories. He wasn't the owner of this body. This body belonged to a high school student, Shin. The man twisted his face in pain. The thought arose that his soul had been burned by a statue. The body was lying on the ground. A phrase flashed by that in his previous life he had died from overwork, and the soul had teleported to another dimension, and he had taken possession of this body. Red particles flew around the statuette. It was heard that since the ancestral curse had not killed him, it would give him a power that no one had before, and it took the power accumulated over millions of years. Looking at her, the hero heard that he should knock on the gate again. This gate belongs to him, to which he thought that the statue had crumbled. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of him, and the unknown man said that he still had the ability to connect the worlds together. An inscription appeared on the door, and he added that since he had behaved very politely when he had entered the gate last time, he had been appreciated as a polite person. Looking at the tablet, the protagonist asked that the grade seemed to be a passive skill. He looked in amazement when he heard that his power was about to run out. Let him be careful, not use the statue of the ancestral curse against his people. Once they realized that they were still alive, they would come to kill him. Perhaps he would be killed even in the next second, to which he asked who he was. Why was he telling him all this? To which he was answered, that because he needs it. Looking at the inscription, MC heard that the world he was trapped in. Let him become stronger and free him, then he would reward him. Let him not die. He gritted his teeth and said that the sound had disappeared. Looking at his hands, Shin thought that this would be an attempt to kill him the moment he crossed the gate. But why? He rummaged through his memory. But he still couldn't find any enemies. Sitting on the bed, he said that in general, it was better to think everything over. He had no means of self-defense. He had to enter the gate to see everything for himself. Grabbing the handle of the door, the hero said that but there was something terrible inside the gate. He didn't care. He would try. If something happened, he would immediately run away. Opening the doors, he thought that this skeleton looked very scary. He would try to communicate with him, because he clearly could not kill him on his own. Communication is the cornerstone. It is better not to mess with the dead. Perhaps he will be able to conclude a contract and confront enemies together. With the title of polite, he has hope. The protagonist froze in front of the monster. Putting his hand to his chest, he greeted and introduced himself, and then thought it was time to begin. The skeleton's eyes glowed green. Standing in front of him, the MC said that he should apologize for bothering him. He wanted to be friends, and then thought that very well, the rank seems to work. Suddenly the creature swung its hand at him. Shin jumped abruptly to the side. He looked frightened and asked where such power came from. He only wanted to talk. The monster shoved him sharply with his hand. The hero landed on the bed and exclaimed. Putting his hand to his head, he said that it was dangerous. If the gate was closed, he would disappear. Gray ranks were complete nonsense. Maybe there would be something more interesting. The protagonist looked at the notification and said that they were good for nothing. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that if this pile of bones continued to stand near the door, then he wouldn't be able to deal with it even tomorrow. The killer could come at any time. He didn't have much time to waste it. MC opened the door and added that it was time to remember his skills as a top salesman. He needed to be more persistent, and then said that he should excuse the bother. He was here again. The monster looked at him furiously. He bit off a piece of metal. Looking at him, Shin said that it was useless. Smiling, he said that he would not be able to devour him, since he was traveling in two worlds at once, offered to finally talk. The skeleton waved his hand sharply. Taking a step forward, the hero asked what he would listen to. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he said that he should not leave. The creature froze after hearing that he had just noticed that he was injured when eating people. New bones were growing at the site of the fracture of his left arm. Not only his left arm was damaged, but also his skull, ribs, spine and so on. He had quite a lot of damage, didn't he? The monster nodded his head and replied approvingly. Pointing to the phone, the protagonist said that while he couldn't let him eat it, there were many things in their world that were good for his bones that he could eat, such as this calcium pill specializing in bone healing. Stretching his hands to the sides, he added that in addition, there are many supplements that are much more nutritious than him. If they become friends, they will help to buy. After all, it will also be useful for him. With his eyes wide open, the MC asked what was going on. Bright particles appeared in front of him. The skeleton swung his hand sharply. Frowning, Shin thought that this would not work. It seemed that he needed to come up with something else. He looked up after hearing that he had signed a contract, to which he replied that it worked. Looking at the paper, the hero said that the origin is amazing, and why there is an ellipsis after the name. He narrowed his eyes when he heard that the defeated master was an officer of the combat depot of the 5th team of the Army of Darkness, to which he replied that this is how it is. The skeleton stood at attention, saying that the content of the contract was an equal exchange. He remembered that 7,000 years ago, people relied on him, having the talent to create culture, arts, science and technology. The military clock of fate struck 12 times, even the gods paid attention to the situation at that time. He hopes that he can help him regain strength. He never signs a contract with anyone other than the gods, so he better understands the value of this contract. The protagonist frowned upon hearing that if the parties are not satisfied, they can terminate the contract at any time. Signing his name in the next line means that the contract has been concluded. He pointed at himself after hearing that the signer was the person who defeated the curse of the fallen evil spirits, the guardian of the realm of dreams and reality, and the only spatial gatekeeper of the two worlds, to which he asked that it was all about him. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that the contract was signed. A view of the city buildings opened, and someone said that he had just been discharged from the hospital. If he felt unwell, let him immediately report. Holding the jar in her hands, the woman said that let her rest and not worry much. This is an excellent tonic, let her take it on an empty stomach to restore strength in the body. And the man added that he also bought calcium pills. Lowering his head, the MC thanked them, to which the mother replied that yes, what kind of gratitude is there? As long as he is healthy, everything is fine. And the thought arose in his head that in a past life he was an orphan. It is very nice that now there is someone to take care of him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. After showing the token, the man greeted and said that they were from the Dongcheng County Police Station. They were responsible for the case in which their son was involved. Grinning, he said that every year there were many such incidents that could not be predicted and there was no solution to them. Fortunately, he had managed to recover. Shin looked at him angrily. The creature sucked the soul out of the man. The thought arose that the real boy was killed by a family curse. Lowering his gaze, the hero asked that if someone is faced with such a thing, he cannot do anything and follows the lead of fate. The policeman remained silent in response. Crossing his arms, the officer said that he understood his feelings, but had something to say. Looking to the side, he added that the hospital would be blocked. Soon no one would be allowed to enter here. Let him not worry, there would be no new victims. The protagonist smiled, thinking that he had 3 stars, so the captain was so young, and then said that he was grateful for telling me, and he was afraid that someone would start asking questions. Lowering his head, the guy said that he was just a scuba. He did not think that he had enemies. As he left, he added that since they had managed to talk to him, it was time for them to talk too. The police were walking towards the exit, and the MC was thinking that apparently the fallen spirit king was very dangerous. Not only the police, but also the government could not do anything. Apparently, they were afraid. Gritting his teeth, he added that he was a simple student who would think of sending such a powerful curse on a schoolba. The guy looked around, to which Shin asked if he hadn't left, why had he come back? Holding out the card, the captain replied that he should take it. It was his business card, to which he thanked him. After adjusting his hat, the officer said that if something went wrong, let him call. Holding the business card in his hands, the hero thought that Captain Low. It seemed that there were still good employees in the police. As he sat on the couch, he wondered if he could trust him, whether he could help, that he did not think that he had followed instructions when he gave him his business card, what a petty captain could do in matters in which the police department, and even the government could not interfere. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist thought that besides, everyone knew that he was still alive, the killer would definitely not give up. Images of his parents appeared, and he added that perhaps even the family took part in this case. Stretching his hand forward, the MC thought that he needed to become stronger. Doors appeared in front of him abruptly. He opened it with a grin. Going inside, Shin asked what he was there. Bones appeared from the darkness. Holding the package in his hands, the hero said that he had brought the promised pills. Pointing to the package, the skeleton spoke of a finger. Taking the jar in his hands, the protagonist asked what he wanted to take. There was a glow around the contract. A green crystal appeared. It was said that the other party was waiting for his gifts, in exchange for the skull having a precious relic of an ancient warrior. Green lightning flashed in front of the elf. The words flashed that the primordial dream crystal is an item created by the high elves, former enemies of the continent, which can instill certain knowledge, skills, intelligence, and the like in the user. In this nightmare, war is an eternal theme, and the entire civilization and knowledge are built around the accelerated increase in combat power. Looking at the stone, the MC asked what a crystal that could be used to acquire knowledge and skills. Suddenly, the crystal disintegrated into pieces. Shin frowned when he heard that he had learned the deer under the moon technique. The undead clan and elves fight all year round to fight the undead. The elves created this technique. This technique refines the body. Looking down, he thought that the deer under the moon, so this was the reward he had brought him, already felt getting stronger. Medicines began to float in the air. The monster stretched out his hand in front of him. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Crossing his arms, the hero asked that he was hiding. After all, the contract had been signed. Why do this? Turning his head, he added that okay, he would study the techniques first. It looked like his parents had returned. The protagonist shuddered when he heard that his physical fitness was being assessed. His agility was 2. 1 point of agility was missing, to which he asked what and how to raise it. His eyes widened when he heard the question that he was still alive. MC slowly turned his head. The man opened his eyes wide and said that he would kill him himself. Suddenly he swung his weapon. Shin dodged his attack. Landing in front of him, the villain said that it was not bad. The hero gritted his teeth in anger and thought that it was a murderer, so quickly. Smiling broadly, he greeted and asked what he was looking for, and then thought that politeness had been activated. Swinging his dagger, the bandit said that he should let him kill him, to which the protagonist thought that it was useless. While dodging the blow, he heard that the crystal gives him knowledge, skills, and equipment that have their levels. From low to high, the higher the level, the stronger the effect. To which he thought that it comes out, this is a lower skill, no wonder it doesn't work yet. The man pointed a gun and said that let him get it, he would not dodge the bullet anyway. MC looked frightened and exclaimed. He looked up after hearing that he could absorb skills and level up, to which he asked what to absorb and why he hadn't said before. Shin frowned viciously when he heard about the successful takeover. His agility increased by 1, to which he thought that here are the glasses. A bright green glow appeared around him. The thought of a gate appeared. The villain looked away in amazement. Running through the gate, he shouted that he would not escape. The killer stopped and asked that it was a secret room. Standing behind him, the hero said goodbye. Swinging his weapon, the man exclaimed. Suddenly, the skeleton opened its mouth wide. The man rolled his eyes in pain. The creature's bones began to regenerate. Leaning against the closet, the protagonist was breathing heavily. Gritting his teeth, he said that damn, it was scary. Who would have thought that a murderer would come to him? There was no time to delay. He needed to find a person who could protect him. MC looked at the glow in amazement. It was heard that he had given great pleasure to his contract partner by following the principle of equivalent exchange. The other party took the items and recognized him. 2 items appeared above the contract, to which Shin asked that there were 2 at once, and also green quality. The equipment appeared as a reward for the hero. Looking at the crown, he said that it was not bad. Who would have thought that the deal would be so profitable? Would try the crown. Suddenly he was reincarnated. The hero put his hand to his face and shouted that damn, he really became an elf. Great. Tomorrow he will try his new abilities. He looked to the side when he heard a knock, to which the protagonist thought that whoever knocked was the killer again. Behind the door, someone was heard saying that he was fine. If so, then great, it was Jin. Walking to the door, the MC thought that this was his best friend. That day he sent him to the hospital to visit him. It was time to get back in shape, and then said let him come in. Hugging him, the guy shouted that he was so worried about him. Closing his eyes, he added that he should apologize. If not for him, then this would not have happened, to which Shin replied that he did not blame him. Everything was fine. The young man looked to the side, hearing that it wasn't him, came to visit him. Entering the room, the woman heard that she had come back like that. Why she was alone, where her dad was, to which she replied that he had gone to his grandfather for pills, and then asked that by the way, he had eaten the recovery pills. Shin looked at him in surprise and said that restorative pills were very rare, even the rich couldn't afford them, and their family was hiding a lot, to which his mother replied that there was nothing wrong. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he had such caring parents. Let him get well as soon as possible and return to study. There were still exams ahead. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that the exams, for sure, the previous owner of the body was still at school. He was waiting for the entrance exams. Because of the family curse, he missed the first exam while he was in the hospital. Lowering his head, the young man said that he was the best student, he would definitely be taken to any prestigious institution. Let him forgive him. To which the woman replied that he should not blame himself. Although he had missed the first strength test, if the second agility test was passed, he would be able to go to a regular high school. Looking at his hands, the protagonist thought that the entrance exams in this world were different from what he had encountered before. In addition to the usual exams, strength and agility were also tested here. It turned out that the technique of a deer under the moon could still be useful to him. The killer was standing outside the window, and he added that now a hunt has been announced for him, although it is very dangerous to go to school. MC suddenly trembled. Looking down, he thought what if he gave up? His mother looked at him in silence. She stretched her arms forward. The woman hugged him tightly. Smiling, she said that if she did not want to take the exams, then it was okay. Shin looked at him in amazement when he heard that they were only hoping that he would recover. He stared ahead silently. Smiling broadly, the hero said that he should not worry. He was not so weak. His mother pursed her lips when she heard this. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he would go to school tomorrow and participate, and then thought that if he decided to refuse to take the exams, his mother wouldn't mind, but he couldn't do that. The man was watching the city. The thought arose that the memories did not leave his head. His grandfather and family, apparently, were of noble origin and had wide opportunities. The parents led the child by the hands, and the hero thought that but the relationship between relatives in the family is very bad. The parents have never turned to their grandfather for help before. They live off their own work, specifically their family sometimes makes ends meet. The man and woman were holding medicines in their hands, and he added that therefore they must also have a very hard time getting medicines. The pearl was in the box, and I thought that they had decided to ask their grandfather to help them get the drugs, but their son was already dead, so he couldn't let them down. People were sitting at the dinner table. A view of the school opened. Textbooks were lying on the desk, and the protagonist thought that the body, spiritual enlightenment, strength exercises. Holding the book in his hands, he added that the disciplines are so different, considering that there are quite a few people in the school. The killer will not kill him in public. If he can get into a good high school, there will be many teachers who can protect him. Pointing to the side, the student said that they were waiting for him in the hallway, to which the MC asked again. Walking towards the girl, he thought that Zhao seemed to be his friend, and then asked what she was looking for him. Looking to the side, the student replied that they say he wants to pass the exams. She passed the first exam well. She is also sure of the rest. She will definitely enter the best school. Smiling broadly, Shin congratulated her. Turning around, the girl said that she wanted to tell him not to come to her again. The hero froze in bewilderment, and the student said that this was passion. The school flower rejected him. Looking at his girlfriend, he heard that he saw that he had different levels. It would be better if everyone went their own way, so their friendship was over. Closing her eyes, Zhao said that she had removed him from the contacts. Now it's every man for himself. To which the protagonist thought that he had only missed one exam. Was it too much? Tilting his head, he said that he remembered that all these years she had come to their class to find him, but he had never taken the initiative to find her. He had never wanted to be friends with her. He was going to take the exam. He hoped she would do what she said and not bother him. Raising his hand, the young man said that when he was the first, Zhao was on his heels, to which the other replied that he had only missed one exam, and she was already embarrassing him in front of the whole class. Turning around, the girl said that she should wait. After all, she gave him so many gifts, how can he say that? Zhao said through her tears that she thought they were friends. Gritting his teeth, the MC said that he had accepted her gifts, but not hers, and then thought that yes, they were all good at pretending to be pathetic. But don't underestimate the leading salesman who received the gold medal. Waving his hand, he added that it was not worth trying to tie him with gifts. He had nothing more to say to her. If he wanted, he would return the gifts. Looking to the side, Shin said that he wasn't going to make friends with her. Clenching her fists, the student shouted that he was an idiot. The hero plugged his ears from shouting that he was terrible, and that he had good grades. He was still acting too low. Let him get out of here. Stretching out her hand, Zhao said that this was not the case. Let her explain, and then thought that she didn't want it to turn out this way. It's not like this. So many people are watching how she can explain herself to them. The guy looked angrily and said that he should stop. He gritted his teeth tightly and added that she hadn't finished speaking. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if it wasn't son, and then said that he was going to class. Let him get out of the way. Clenching his fist, the bully said that there had been no news from him for several days. His strength had increased significantly. He was no longer the first in the class. If he did not want to lie with fractures, it was better to apologize to her. Lowering his head, the MC replied that he was mistaken. She was the first to come to disgrace him. Let her forget and let him pass. Standing in front of the girl, he said that he should excuse me. She won. The hero's eyes watered and Shin said that he could continue to get him. Everything would be as he wanted. Suddenly he began to run away. The student gritted her teeth. Stretching out her hand in front of her, she said that this was not what she meant. She did not want to force her. Let him not listen to him. And then she wondered what she had said. It was all because of him. Waving his fist, the bully said that he would teach him a lesson, and then thought that he had come to support her. The hero deftly dodged the blow. He jumped up sharply. The disciples raised their heads up. The protagonist kicked him in the head. A green glow appeared around him. The schoolchildren looked in surprise. It was heard that they saw what it was. Where did such a speed come from? This is what he gave out. Looking away, MC said that he had already apologized. What else did they need? Raising her hand up, the teacher shouted that they had arranged here. Soon the exam would take place. Run to the playground. The students rushed forward, and someone said that faster, otherwise the teacher would punish. It was a pity that he did not see that blow. Frowning, Sun said that they weren't done yet. A view of the stadium opened. Raising his hand up, the guy turned. Shin smiled broadly and said that the testing was very slow, so it wouldn't be their turn soon. There was a comic book shop behind the school. Maybe they were going there for now. To which Shin thought that he had reminded him that he had forgotten to take the note. He was so tired that he was completely out of his mind. Crossing his arms, he replied that he would not go. Let him help to take the line. And he went to the toilet. His stomach ached. The hero was walking along the corridor. He ran abruptly into the toilet. Suddenly, from around the corner, someone said that he had appeared. The killer followed him. He held a knife in his hands. The monster walked slowly through the toilet. Suddenly he froze. Standing in front of the booth, he asked what was where. He had just entered. The protagonist abruptly transformed into an elf. As he walked forward, he turned to the skull. The weapon was lying on the ground. It was heard that it was the killer's pistol. Raising the gun, the MC said bullets. Wow, and here was another thing for self-defense, although he had never touched a weapon. Holding the object in his hands, he added that he did not know where the skull had gone, but come on, time was of the essence. A blue glow appeared around him. Shin looked at him in surprise when he heard the address. Gritting his teeth, he asked where the sound came from, to which the unknown replied that there was nothing more he could do for him, let him take it. The hero opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that this was a keepsake. Suddenly it evaporated. The protagonist abruptly teleported to another location. As he sat on the ground, he said that he was dizzy. Was he really in this world? Looking at the weapon, the MC said that the blade had given him that mysterious voice. But why? He turned around abruptly when he heard the question of who was there. The elves stood before him. Shin looked at them in fear. Looking down, the guy said that he was finally here, to which the other added that if he hadn't come, they would have declared the mission a failure and informed everyone. The hero smiled and replied that they would excuse me, there were problems, and then thought that all three of them had a crown of pale shadows on their heads. They were not real. Clenching his fist, the young man said that okay, anyway, he was already here, they had won the trust of the elven tribe, they considered them heroic soldiers who had only retreated after being wounded on the battlefield, offered to kill the head in the evening and take possession of his treasures, and then asked that he was ready. After adjusting the crown, the protagonist replied that of course he had already fully recovered. The elves looked at him in fright and shouted not to touch him. MC put his hand behind his head after hearing that the idiot should not touch the pale shadow crown if he revealed his true identity. They were finished, to which he thought that they also had crowns and orders, hiding a lot, however. Smiling, he replied that he should not worry, he would not create problems, to which the guy replied that he hoped so, and the thought arose in his head that the skeleton used to pretend to be him. But now this duty fell on him. Rushing forward, the young man said that they were going to the elven settlement, and the other added that he should hurry, they had lost a lot of time. Running after them, Shin thought that quickly, he could barely keep up with them. What powerful beings. Standing behind the tree, the elf said that they had come to enter the village, they needed to get the permission of the head. At this stage there were no risks, they just needed to show the order, and that was the end of it, to which the hero asked what the risks could be, and then thought that he had finally arrived, he could not stand it anymore. Wide-eyed, the guy replied that in murder, the three of them would cover him, and he would kill the head. Pointing to himself, the protagonist asked again. Looking at him, the young man was asked what he did not want. Licking the blade, he replied that he did not want to. But how could it be possible? His weapon missed blood, let them rely on it. Smirking, the guy replied approvingly, to which the MC thought that damn, if he refused, they would immediately slam him. Standing in front of the gate, he added that but killing the head of the village on his territory, and he was a real suicide bomber, he believed that the situation here was hopeless. It was not surprising that the skull had sent him to this task, and the elf had said that they had come, let them open the gate. Raising his hand up, the young man replied that they should show their orders. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that okay, he would lead them to the head. They walked slowly towards the castle. The girl waved her hand. Shin smirked as he looked at the girls. Pointing to the entrance, the guy said that let them go, the head knows about their visit. The hero looked away, hearing that let him go, and they would wait for him here, to which he replied approvingly, and then thought that they would not let him escape. As he approached the door, he added that damn, and how he had just gotten into the middle of a showdown between elves and undead. But on the other hand, if he managed to commit murder, he might be able to gain power. The protagonist entered the room. He stared ahead silently. The head was standing at the window. He closed the book abruptly. Turning around, the man greeted him. MC looked surprised to hear that his gate was equipped with the ability to conduct evaluation records so that he could view information about other beings. Notes flew around him. The thought arose that it was all about him. Shin gritted his teeth and thought that this was his politeness. Smiling broadly, he added that how naive, he definitely wouldn't kill him. Those three were much stronger than him. But even they didn't have the courage to face this creature. Standing in front of the head, the hero thought that a polite person against the spirit of the forest, the heir to the throne of the ancient tree, the lord of nature, the great magician, the protector of the world of nightmares and the fifth head of the world, just wonderful, he would remember this dirty trick. Lowering his head, the mage said that he was grateful for his contribution, he could have a good rest. Looking down, the protagonist thought of the teleporter. Standing behind him, the elf said that he had come, let him eat while it was too early, they could rest a little, and the other added that he saw the goal, he would join the banquet a little later, so there would be time for eating, they would help. Frowning, the MC thought that they would help, but they would run away at the first opportunity. Continuing in the same vein is tantamount to waiting for death, you need to come up with something. The girl looked at him and asked him if he didn't mind dancing. With a smirk, she added that she was honored to have the opportunity to dance with a frontline soldier. Taking her hands, Shin replied that of course, but he was not a very good dancer, to which the elf said that it was okay, she would help. They began to dance. Looking at the girl, the hero thought that it was a pity that he would die soon. If not for these goats, he would have danced with her all his life. He needed to come up with something. Supporting the dress with her hand, she asked why he was silent. His brothers were the same. Could it be that the battle had affected them so much? Turning his head, the protagonist replied that he was not, just thought that he was a terrible dancer, and then asked what her name was, to which the elf introduced herself. Lani smiled when she heard if he could give a gift, to which she replied approvingly. Lowering her head, she said that in fact, he danced well, let him take the bracelet as a thank you. If he disappointed her in the future, he would have to return the bracelet. As he left, MC replied that he had no problem. Raising his hands up, he shouted that he would show them a trick. Smiling broadly, Shin said that he was a human and could change his form. Looking at him, Lanny said that he should show it, and the people added that they had never seen such a thing. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked what he was doing, to which he was told that he too could transform into a human being. Who would have thought that he would be so clever and able to get close to them? Raising the crown, the hero said that let them watch. He threw the crown and said that let him hold it. The elves looked at her in surprise. It was heard that she was beautiful. The girl smiled and said that thank you, he could come back, and people shouted that they should look at his hair and ears. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that so, he could become a human by taking off the crown. Stretching out his hand, he added that his brothers also possessed similar magic. With his eyes wide open, the MC said that if they took off their crowns, they would become evil spirits. Suddenly the elves looked furiously. Pointing their spears, they shouted that they should take them off. Crossing his arms, Shin said that after his three brothers changed, he would return. Waving his hand, he said goodbye to the girl. Suddenly, the gate evaporated, and people shouted that he was gone. What kind of magic was this? Lanny raised her eyebrows as she heard that they could catch the evil spirits. They didn't know what they were up to. The guys were tied up. A blue glow appeared around them, and someone said that they wanted to play with them more. It's a pity. The head lowered his head and said that they wanted to enter his village, but did not expect that a man worked on two fronts. What an irony of fate. Grinning, the young man said that there had been a misunderstanding. They also had orders. Suddenly he was reincarnated as evil spirits. Standing in front of them, the mage said that the crown contained the magic of transformation, an amazing technique. He was amazed. The undead spies had infiltrated the village. With the help of these items they could find out about the weaknesses. Turning around, he added that he owed him a debt. The elves stared away in silence, the thought that he would not return. Sitting on the floor, the hero said that who would have thought that the gate would adjust to the environment. The situation was risky, you need to remember. He looked away in surprise. Walking forward, the protagonist said that while he was fighting there, he was feasting. The skeleton turned to him and asked that he was still alive, to which the MC asked what you mean. He could talk, a damn creature. He had given him the crown of pale shadows on purpose. Standing in front of him, the monster said that how he managed to survive, let him tell, he would give a reward, to which he replied that this was not about rewards, he almost died because of it. Suddenly, a contract appeared in front of him. Clenching his fist, Shin shouted that he thought he would sell out, he would regret it. Raising his hand, the creature said that he had given him the pale shadow crown because he was a human. Elves and humans were allies. If he went there, he would still have a chance to survive. If it was him, his only end would be death. The hero looked at the sphere in amazement. It was heard that as an apology, the other party had gone beyond the principle and decided to hand over the Nightmare Legacy crystal to him. Looking ahead, the skeleton said that the so-called talent refers to personal characteristic abilities that can be manifested without expending any strength. The Nightmare Inheritance Crystal is the foundation of the undead clan, considered a very valuable treasure. The reason why he is still alive after being injured is because they want to get hold of this crystal and inherit the talents in it, so they didn't kill him. But he gives it to him. They will never guess that the crystal is now in the hands of a person. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was useful. He would forgive him for the first time, but let him remember, there would be no next time. The undead king sat in front of him. He crossed his arms when he heard that he should choose. Lowering his head, the monster said that he could choose one of the talents and appropriate it for himself. A green crystal appeared. It was said that using the corpse as a basis, the dead would respond to its call. Death gives the deepest knowledge. A glow appeared around the bone. The words flashed that any force that could kill him would cause his body to turn into that of a holy corpse, temporarily free from the fate force of death. An object appeared. It was heard that let him create a fireball and place it on the body of the undead who died in battle. The fire of the soul would merge with the corpse and resurrect it. MC furrowed his brows and thought that he wouldn't need to resurrect the dead, and with the body of a holy skeleton, he would be able to dodge any attacks for 5 seconds. But what would happen after them? The dark whisper might seem the most unnecessary, but it was far from it. Holding the crystal in his hands, he added that only by mastering the information would he be able to kill his opponent. A green glow appeared around him. Lowering his head, Shin thought that he had succeeded. Now he would be able to talk to the dead, and the creature asked that he had made his choice. Turning around, he asked again what was bad, to which the monster replied that no, it just wouldn't increase its combat component. In his memory, most chose the third item, and no one chose the first. Standing in front of the hero, he added that it was good, and now he could tell him what had happened. It was very important for him, to which the hero replied that this is the matter. Looking down, the creature said that the original target of the murder was to be the sacrificed elf, the village chief he had mentioned, the strongest high priest of the elves. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it was not surprising that he had so many titles, ranging from the spirit of 10,000 forests to the 5th world head, and the skeleton said that the 3 undead knights had been captured by them. Now they would make threats to him. This was his only chance. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he was going to. Touching the door, he added that okay, he would take care of himself. Every family and clan had its own darkness. As he walked out of the gate, the MC heard that he had gained the following advantages. When he told someone that he was one of them, he would indeed be mistaken for his own person. After 10 seconds, the opponent would forget that he was his enemy. Looking at his hand, he listened to the fact that this skill can only be used once a day. The total characteristics of the target cannot be doubled, otherwise resistance may begin. To which he replied that the green quality is cool. Shin raised his hand and asked if the bracelet Lanny had given him was a good thing. Walking along the corridor, he said that it was not bad, a new technique, a bracelet and a skill. He did well today. It would be necessary to remove it from prying eyes. Raising his hand up, the examiner shouted that the physical skills test. Let him get ready. The guy rushed forward when he heard the command. Raising his hands, the hero wished him good luck. Turning his head, the young man thanked him for his support, and said that it was nothing, he could handle everything. The color flew into his face. It was heard that he was hit right in the head. He deserved it. Holding the papers in his hands, the instructor said that 71 points. Let him be glad that this was not a real exam, and then called the next one. The protagonist took the starting position. He rushed forward sharply on command. Looking at him, the students shouted that quickly, the paint could not keep up with him. Whether his posture was too relaxed, as if he were skating, whether it seemed to them that he had become more mobile after being discharged from the hospital. Looking ahead, the MC thought that if you think about it, it's not that difficult. You need to show a few elven moves, then everything will pass. The man was watching him. Leaning against a tree, he said that it was an interesting shot, to which the man replied that he was the first in the class, missed the first exam, but this is not the end. That's why he asked to look at him and give him a chance. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, Chien said that good physique, talented, if he got the highest score on the spiritual ability test, he would give him a chance. Looking at him, the master asked what the indicator of spiritual ability was, if it wasn't too much, and then thought that he remembered that his spiritual force was quite mediocre. Shin dodged the paint. It was heard that he needed to wait for the results, and then look at the points. The average score was not enough, he needed to score the highest in all indicators. Closing his eyes, the examiner said that it would be a perfect score for the agility test if he hadn't missed the first exam, to which the hero replied that he was thankful, but he hadn't given up the exams yet, and he added that they would take a break for lunch, the rest would continue in the afternoon. The protagonist smiled when he heard that he didn't expect anything else from his brother. They would go and have lunch, to which he replied that he should wash his face, while he went to the library, and Chen added that he should wait for him, he would be there soon. Sitting in the office, he said that was all. Lying face down on the desk, the MC said that it was possible to forget about all the usual subjects of his world, whether it was chemistry, physics, mathematics, the new course of the Chinese language and scientific knowledge he completed yesterday. Historical figures, events and even literary works of this world are completely different from his world. It feels like different memories are fighting in his head. His head hurts. Suddenly someone swung his leg. The guy struck the desk. Smiling broadly, Sun said what he had said. Shin frowned upon hearing that this wasn't the end yet, to which he asked what Xiao had told him to come. The bully put his finger down, and said that even if he did not pronounce her name, pointing back, he added that while he was gone, his strength had grown to the second level, equalizing which was cooler, his 2 points of agility, or his 2 points of strength. A glow appeared around the hero and he activated the skill of independence, and then said that he didn't care. The guys looked at him in amazement. Standing in front of him, the students said that there was nothing left. After all, she asked for help. They also did not want to go against him. He liked her, but he took on too much, he would not beat him. And the thought arose in his head that fortunately, these are only students, it's okay. The effect of independence lasts only 10 seconds. Smiling broadly, the bully shouted that he was finished. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he could only use this skill once a day, and then applied the absorption. A red glow appeared around him and he was thinking about what would increase the stat of strength. He could use the points already allocated, then he would be able to transform from a nimble assassin into a powerful warrior. Okay, 4 points in strength. Grabbing him from behind, the guy said that he would not run away, let him fight him. Sun swung his fist and asked how many ribs he was willing to donate. He struck a sharp blow to the stomach. MC's eyes widened. The young man looked at him in fright. He grabbed his hand and shouted. Shin was in front of his opponent, and thought that an adult who had not undergone any special training had a basic strength and agility of one. He struck the guy in the face. The guys looked at him with a frightened look as the protagonist said that as the main characteristic, strength wasn't just brute force. Looking at his fist, shrouded in a red aura, MC thought that strength rather refers to the strength of a person's limbs and bones, the strength of the internal organs and the 6 senses, the strength of the 8 vein channels, the force of movement of flesh, blood, and the level of cell mixing, all of which are called strength. Going to the guys, he said that he missed only one exam, and they already thought that they could beat him. The entrance exams were about to begin, and they got together to fight for the wind, and they didn't care about other people's lives. He picked up Sun by the collar and said that if he switched to someone else, he would be in trouble. MC said with a serious look that they humiliate others, beat them, depriving them of a bright future. He threw the bully at the other guys and asked if he thought he would get forgiveness so easily. Screams were heard from the school, as the guys asked for help. The man burst into the office and asked what was happening there. His gaze fell on the beaten students. The protagonist looked at him with tears in his eyes and told him that they had hurt him. The puzzled teacher asked if MC was serious now. After all, he himself beat them, and now says that he was bullied. Zhao held her phone in front of her and thought that she had miscalculated. She looked dumbfounded and asked if they could deal with Shin. Looking at the message on her phone, she clarified if the guy was really that strong, adding that this was not the end. The stranger stood next to her and asked if she was sorry. Zhao imagined holding the protagonist's hands and noted that if she had continued to behave well, perhaps they would still be friends. Everything would have been different. The doctors carried out the injured students on a stretcher, after which the girl said that this would never happen. Shin staged a real showdown, injuring 8 people. She thinks that after this, he will definitely not be allowed to take the exams. The goal has been achieved. She can no longer waste her time on him. Watching MC, she thought that she had a bright future ahead of her, unlike him. Turning her head away, she said that she hated herself for not realizing that he was such a fool before. Sun woke up and looked at her. Stunned, Zhao began to reason that this idiot was staring at her and could drag her into this. Looking at the guy's face, she asked in her thoughts to stop looking at her. His lips began to move. With her eyes wide open, she told him to die. Lying on the stretcher, Sun turned to the girl. The attention of all present was directed to her. Tears came to her eyes. Running away from there, she shouted that Shin had treated him terribly. She would call the police immediately. The puzzled protagonist was watching her, and thought that Zhao had used this trick to get the others to turn on him. Raising his hand, the man shouted for them to come back and MC to follow him. Walking down the corridor, the stranger turned to Qian and told him that they had wonderful students, he should take a closer look at them, to which he received the answer that the problem was not that he did not want to help him, but that he needed to meet the minimum requirements. He still had a lot of things to do, so he was not going to stay for a long time. The secretary met them and told them that Shin and Sun had a fight. Even the police had arrived. She showed her phone and asked me to look at the video of their fight. The guys began to look at the recording intently. Surprised police looked at the video. Standing in front of him, he clarified whether Shin had written down everything, to which he was told that it was, because he was afraid that they would kill him. Frowning, the man noted that despite the presence of the video, he would still have to drive with them. Stepping forward, the teacher asked if they really wanted to deprive him of a second attempt, because the protagonist had already missed one exam, after which the man said that he did not have to worry, she would return him as soon as they checked. Surrounding himself with a green aura, the young man noted in his mind that he was constantly changing his stat points, and hoped that his body could adjust. The director walked into the office and said that it was a good thing that MC had written everything down, otherwise he would have already been expelled. Qian said with a satisfied look that his physical shape was superior to them, they were not his opponents. Standing in front of him, he handed over the business card and noticed that he had watched the video of his fight, although it was only half of it, but he realized that Shin was holding back, to which he was told that it was true, because the protagonist was afraid of killing them, after which the master added that he had high moral character. He had just earned the highest grade for his body skills on the trial test, which was enough to get his recommendation. He would like to discuss something with him. Glancing at the business card, the guy read what it said about a martial arts company where the director was Qian. Imagining the city, he thought that the martial arts company, an organization that has mastered the heritage of various martial arts knowledge, has the property rights and copyrights to the secrets of martial arts. The protagonist imagined climbing the stairs and explained that, in simple terms, he would rise from rags to riches if he got into this company. This is the road to heaven. He noticed the blue aura around the other person and thought that the man standing in front of him seemed to have no weaknesses at all. No matter how he changed his characteristics, he was no match for him. Smoking a cigarette, Qian clarified what kind of glasses the guy had, noting that the rating system analyzed that his strength is at least 4.5 points, after which the plot told us that the rating system is the artificial intelligence of this world, which allows you to evaluate a person in all aspects. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that the man was strong. If he worked under his leadership, then maybe the killers would lag behind, after which he said that he had 5 points. The principal and the teacher were shocked by what they heard. Standing in front of him, he listened to the fact that it was not bad, and then asked if it was a lot. Imagining the armor, Qian revealed that at the middle school stage, a strength index of 4.5 is already a passing score for their company, and 5 is a completely different matter. Looking at Shin, he said that once the guy reached 5 points, he would be able to control some battle-type armor as well as use standard-level ancient weapons. He had obtained the highest score in the test. It was enough to earn his recommendation. If the protagonist joined their company, then he would give him a second test to assess his true abilities, noting that this is not usually done. But such a talent cannot be so easily missed, so they will retest to make sure of his skills. Turning around, the man listened to MC agree and replied that then everything was decided. Soon a person would come to organize everything. As for the investigation, he needed to deal with the cases. A second test would be organized at any time convenient for him. Turning around, the director of the company clarified what about his spiritual strength, adding that he was just curious, since his stats of strength and agility already met their company's standards. Smiling, Shin said that he had 3 points of spiritual force, after which he thought that he couldn't be the best at everything, so he thought that 3 points wasn't too bad. The surprised man fell a cigarette out of his mouth. Those present with a dumbfounded look asked if the protagonist was such a genius. Walking towards him, Qian, shrouded in a dark aura, asked if the guy could demonstrate, noting that with a spiritual force equal to 3 points, it was even possible to move objects with the power of thought. Stretching out his hand, MC gave the chair mana and noted in his mind that he would add stat points to his spiritual force. Raising his hand, the police captain said that they were leaving. As Shin moved the chair, he stated that the protagonist had 5 strength, good physique, agility was also 4 points, and spiritual force was found to be 3 points, which meant that he had a great future ahead of him. He was too strong for them, so they left. Smiling, Shin said that he couldn't move anymore. Embracing him, the man began to shout that he did not expect it, that he had once vegetated in the street, and now with one song he asked the celestials, the time has come, heaven and earth will give him strength, and together with them he will rush up to the clouds. The headmaster stood in front of him, and said that the man sang well, he had never heard such a beautiful city. Qian lit another cigarette. Exhaling smoke, he asked what the ideal of his interlocutor was. The enthusiastic guy said that a man is his ideal. He said with a serious look that he wanted not to be a weakling and wanted to be able to protect himself and his family. The director replied with a satisfied look that it was great, then now he was closest to his dream, after which he asked to harm him. Pointing his finger at him, Shin said that the man was a hairy, unshaven old pervert, and then listened that it had to be done not with words, but with force. The puzzled guy endowed his body with an aura and noted that he was switching stat points to strength. He rushed into battle. His body was suddenly shackled by yellow mana. Putting his hand in his pocket, Qian revealed that this is a type of magic art that can immobilize the attacker. By learning how to do it, he will be able to defend himself. Taking out a pistol, he asked to look carefully, because he was not done yet. He pointed the pistol at his temple. A shot rang out. The surprised protagonist listened to the fact that this is a different kind of magical art, from the company's secret archives. This magical art is able to withstand various attacks with hidden weapons, and even withstand a sniper rifle. The blue barrier made a bullet. Holding his chin, the man said that Shin had remarked that he was indeed a genius. Now he was officially inviting him to join their hidden dragon plan, a supernova cultivation company project. Imagining the buildings, the director of the company highlighted the fact that they would recommend him to the top 3 high schools in the world. Before that happened, they would hold an entrance exam, but it was not an admission exam. It was an exam designed by these 3 schools to test the ability. Ordinary people could not access this exam because it had long been monopolized by the world clans. Taken aback, MC asked. He imagined various artifacts and listened to that the clans are the ones who inherited the knowledge, sacred tools, and blood ties from the gods of ancient times. The martial arts knowledge inherited from these ancient major clans is much larger than what they have in the company. They control vast expanses of land, population, and wealth, great clans standing high above the people that cannot be overcome. Frowning, the young man wondered if Grandpa Shin had also belonged to these clans in the past. Pointing his finger at him, Qian stated that the Hidden Dragon Plan was essentially looking for geniuses like him. They would help him get into the most prestigious educational institution. Even if he failed the exam, they would still guarantee him a place in high school. The protagonist stood quietly while the principal said that if he managed to get into any of the top 3 schools, the whole company would support him with resources and adjust his future career based on his abilities. When he reached a level where he could no longer develop, he would return to the company. But he would be treated with honor. The main character with a slight smile emphasized that now it is clear to him that in this world power is above all. A picture appeared in his mind of him walking with his family and thinking that they were also once members of the clan, but for some reason, his father was expelled. Because of his family's status, the police did not take the situation seriously. His mother begged for 4 kinds of recovery drugs, but these recovery drugs, for the clans, do not really matter. Today he injured people. But he will not bear any responsibility, because his power has become so powerful that he can already break these rules. Holding the tablet in his hands, he asked me to sign the document and leave a fingerprint if everything was in order. Taking the document, Shin noted in his mind that it was not surprising that in the lessons, all the teachers emphasized strength. Mankind must rely on the strong, only then can civilization continue to exist. Standing in front of him, the man added that the protagonist could think about it again. He believed that other organizations would not sit idly by either, to which he received the answer that Qian was the first to find him, so he would join him. Leaving there, the director noticed that this is excellent. The guy made the right choice. Since he is still a minor, he will need to contact his parents to sign the documents. He needs to hurry, otherwise other organizations can intercept him. Turning around, he added that after signing, he would return to Shin. The man sped away from there with lightning speed. The dumbfounded MC thought that Qian had just evaporated. The teachers began to jump for joy when they heard that he had already signed the documents. Mr. Qian went to talk to his parents about signing the contract. He answered the phone. The surprised guy listened that it was Law. He had learned something and hoped that the protagonist would be able to come to the police station. Sunlight enveloped the building. Touching the table, Luo asked me to sit down and look at it. Looking around the room, the guy thought that he did not know why. But as soon as he entered the police station, he experienced an inexplicable feeling. Showing the tablet, the man said that this photo was taken by an anonymous person. There have been many rumors about the hospital lately. Someone gave them this photo. At the time of taking the photo taken that day, Shin was in the hospital, and there was a suspicious man standing on the roof. Looking at the image, the protagonist replied that he had never seen the man. Frowning, the police officer said that according to forensic experts, this person seemed to be trying to activate something. The protagonist was taken aback by the question of whether he had anything with him that day. Imagining the artifact, the guy thought that what this person activated was the cursed statue of the Demon King. But obviously, Captain Luo didn't catch this person, and the statue turned into ashes. There are no more leads. He can't reveal the information about the statue. The frightened MC said that he did not know anything, after which he emphasized that everyone died from the curse of the statue, only he survived. To talk about it now is only to bring trouble on himself. Holding his face, Law replied that it was strange and asked if he had any nausea, loss of consciousness, and memory lapses. Looking at him, Shin emphasized that this was not the case, and in his mind he assumed that the policeman knew something. Sitting across from him, he began to reason that since he had entered the office, he had been feeling as if someone was watching him. One extra word and he was finished. Raising his finger, the guy cried out that he remembered that his backpack was open, although he definitely fastened it when he left school. Looking at him from under his brow, Law asked if the protagonist had checked his backpack. A frightened MC replied that he had not done it, but should have done it, and then wondered what was wrong with the captain and whether he was going to act. Surrounding himself with green mana, he emphasized that he would switch all stats to agility. No matter what happens, he must be ready to escape. But he doesn't know if he can escape, as the captain's skills will overwhelm him. He lifted his leg. Lowering his gaze, Shin noted that he needed to act. As soon as opportunities arose, he needed to run. The phone on the table began to vibrate. Smiling, he thought that he was scared, but he needed to hold on and find the right chance when he could open the door, and then ask the captain to answer the phone. Putting the phone to his ear, the policeman ordered him not to move. He was taken aback by the words from the phone that he would die soon. The red energy struck his body. The frightened guy asked if it was the killer, adding that someone was attacking the captain. Shifting his gaze, Luo asked if the attacker was outside. He suddenly jumped through the window. The alarm began to glow. Getting up from the table, the dumbfounded guy heard a voice that they had been attacked. The attacker had entered the police station. Personnel not involved in the fight should look for a safe place to hide. Seeing water outside the window, the protagonist wondered if it was the ocean and if he had been in the city. Holding his hand in front of him, the stranger said that Law had killed too many members of their church. He had to avenge them. Looking at him, the policeman said that if he had something to say, he could say it later. Because he was busy now, then they would definitely talk. Directing a stream of red mana, the bandit declared that there was nothing to talk about with the corpses. The protagonist was shocked by this. Looking out the window, he wondered if he had returned. Noting that the two were not in sight, he was afraid that Captain Luo had stayed with that guy at sea. Holding his stomach, MC reported that he had this feeling of hopelessness again, after which he asked if there was a ghost in the office. His eyes began to glow. Notifications popped up in front of him that the talent of the Necromancer Whisper of Darkness had been activated. The soul must return to the body in order to be able to answer all his questions. If the answer was not received, the soul would not rest. The puzzled guy asked if there was a corpse in the captain's office. MC flinched when he heard a voice thanking him. Turning around, he asked who it was. Looking at the closet, he listened to the fact that someone didn't expect to be able to return to the body and talk to him. He frowned. Shin opened a locker in which someone said that it was obvious that he was a hunter, but he had been mistakenly killed and branded as prey. That was a pity. The wounded Captain Law was in the closet. Drops of blood dripped down his face. The protagonist began to tremble with fear while the policeman said that he was killed by a man with glasses from a photo. Lowering his head, he said that this person is an assassin, and he is a strength specialist. Everyone has their own advantages. He needs powerful equipment to show his strength, and he only needs to show dexterity to kill him without preparation. In the end, he died, and the man took his form to lure him to the department. He doesn't know what the bandit's goal is, but he is looking for some kind of answer. Looking at his comrade, MC thought that the legendary creature, the Demon King, had never been defeated. He wanted to know how he managed to survive. Fortunately, a man was caught who attacked the police, and his plan was thwarted, after which he reported that the killer took the form of Law in order to do his deeds on his behalf, using special techniques to take the corpses. The blue sky surrounded the area, in which the guy said that everything had changed around the site. There was only one water, like an ocean, but everything quickly returned, although the corpse of Captain Luo and his attacker were gone. The corpse of the policeman replied with a blank look that the hunter who pretended to be prey did not know that he was causing problems. What the guy described was not a technique at all, but an anomaly. The protagonist imagined two different worlds and listened that an anomaly is another world that suddenly comes into contact with their world, surrounding, absorbing, or taking away living beings in a certain area. This is called an anomaly, and what is higher is even more dangerous is called a disaster. Stunned, Shin clarified what a disaster was. He is a dark creature while the corpse said that it is a strong being from another world who uses different techniques to suddenly appear in the main world. And if this happens, everyone will end up in a real hell. After which the policeman asked if he knew about Jiangnan City. Standing in front of him, The protagonist replied that he knew about it. According to one of the legends, there was an earthquake that leveled the entire city to the ground. He imagined a powerful blow and listened attentively that the earthquake was only an explanation for them, ordinary people, but in fact it was one of the cases of disasters. The entire city, in which more than 3 million people lived, died in an instant. MC watched Luo, who said that they didn't have much time, they needed to hurry, that anomaly was just a temporary phenomenon, he had a time limit, maybe the killer would return soon. Taken aback, the guy asked if it turned out that he was still in danger. He began to write down a long password dictated to him by a policeman. The bound guy said that the protagonist must immediately go to the armory on the 3rd floor and enter the password on the silver wall. There is a special pen outside the armory, with which you need to write the password on the wall. If MC hurries, then he will be protected, because this is the only way, after which a notification popped up that the soul told him everything, so it left the body. The guy looked at the corpse. He thought with a sad look that it was not surprising that the other police officers did not want to deal with Shin's affairs. Even as an officer, he could die because of it. Picking up the hat from the floor, MC came to the conclusion that there was no point in revealing the identity of the killer to him. He put the cap on the slain comrade and assumed that there were the bandits' men in the police, and with such power, they could easily take his life. All he could do was follow the captain's instructions and go to the 3rd floor to get protection. After closing the box, the protagonist added that with his current strength, he would not be able to avenge Law, but in the future, he would definitely take revenge. He hit his head on the wardrobe. Frowning, Shin emphasized the fact that the captain would rest in peace. He clenched his hand into a fist. The guy heard a voice outside the door that there was an anomaly. He needed to go downstairs to be tested. Opening the door, the man asked him to leave, because after the incident, everyone must be checked. Closing his eyes, he asked the guys to come downstairs, and in the meantime he would deal with Detective Luo and Shin. Adjusting his cap, Captain Wang stated that he knew he was afraid of something, but Captain Luo had been taken away by some superhuman force. The protagonist was safe now. Besides, they would take care of him. Dark energy surrounded the room in which one said that the corpse was moving. He jumped up suddenly. The man checked the entire room with great speed. Landing on the table, he stressed that the room had been searched, but there was no one. The captain imagined the bandit putting on a policeman's mask and reporting that he had killed so many people, but screwed up in front of a 15-year-old child. This is a failure. He can't believe that the killer is such a scumbag. Holding the walkie-talkie in front of him, he said that he suspected that MC was involved in this incident. They should immediately send out notifications, and as soon as they saw the protagonist, they should immediately detain him. The man closed the door behind him. While the voice said that the central intelligence system had completed its work, everyone was asked to gather in the hall to be tested. The door began to glow. Looking out from behind the door, the protagonist noted that, of course, the killer had accomplices. Moving towards the window, he thought that he could stay in the nightmare world forever and be safe there, but then he would lose the chance to punish the killers. Climbing up the gutter, the guy added that he had to get to the 3rd floor and tell about everything. He jumped out of the window. His eyes fell on the door at the end of the corridor. Taking the pen, MC came to the conclusion that he needed to write code. He was frightened when he heard a voice from behind him. Holding the blade in his hand, Juan asked what the guy was doing there. Smiling, Shin began to write the code and told him that he would soon take the exams. The teacher had left him a few problems. He had to solve them as soon as possible. Squinting, the policeman thought that this was an emergency device that connected the central government of the world. He threw the blade at him and emphasized the fact that he couldn't be allowed to write any further. The gate deflected the blade. The man rushed into battle and asked if this was his ability. Continuing to write the code, the protagonist thought that it was good that the gate reacted to changes in the environment. Otherwise, if it were a standard gate, he would have already died. Juan kicked the gate and shouted that he wished the boy dead. Shin continued to ignore him. The gates began to change. The man ran at him and said that he would kill him. He crashed into the gate. Blood ran down his body as he said it was a gate that could also kill. Smiling, the guy noticed that he had finished typing the code. The protagonist raised his head and heard a voice that the verification was successful, that the most powerful artificial intelligence of the world government is Kunlun, and that the artificial intelligence is starting the check. A full scan of the police station is underway, and that Luo Feichuan's body has now been discovered, and continues. That the fake identity of Captain Wang Xiueshu of the Serious Crimes team has been successfully confirmed, and that high-ranking experts are heading to the guy. Shin opens his mouth and the voice continues that the regional head of the Russian company has already been summoned and that given the severity of the current situation, it has been decided to kill the enemy immediately, and the guy calls for the head of Qian. The young man turns around, and the artificial intelligence continues to say that in 30 seconds, the killer posing as Wang Xiueshu will be executed on the spot, and that the countdown begins, and the policeman asks the young man where he is going, and that he should not even dream of killing him, and that nothing will happen in 30 seconds. The protagonist throws his hand forward. The policeman intercepts him and says that he will not let the guy escape. Shin shifts his gaze. The killer looks angrily at the main character. The young man is enveloped in streams of golden magic. He throws up his hand. The man in the raincoat throws out his fist and says that speed is the main weapon. The main character points his hand back and thanks the man for his help, and he asks that it is cool. On the door there is a sign with the inscription Ministry of Security. Qian put his feet on the table and suggested to the guy that he could take care of the rest, but he had to tell the truth about the password. The protagonist replied that the password was given to him by Luo Feichuan in advance, and that he said that he was being persecuted, and if something happened, he should use it immediately. The head of Qian looked up and said that he seemed to know that the Church of Silence and assassins were targeting him, and continued that this was an organization to which the people who had previously caused the anomaly belonged, and that they were madmen who had only made trouble on their own heads. Shin shifts his gaze and says that he feels sorry for Captain Luo. Qian lights a cigarette and says that it's a pity, and that he didn't have time to meet him, but he was definitely for justice, and that it was because of his kind heart that he brought trouble. The man looks up and says that the main character is very lucky. He almost fell into the hands of an assassin who pretended to be Luo Feichuan, and added that Kunlun has identified the killer who was chasing the guy, and that he is an assassin from the League of Assassins, and continued that they are only responsible for fulfilling orders and are unlikely to know the customer. Shin shifts his gaze and says that since the assassin was able to kill Captain Luo, then his abilities and price must be high. That is, the customer is most likely a rich man, and the head continued that this is clever. But the question is why such a person, sparing no expense, wants to kill a schoolboy like the protagonist, and adds that they are still investigating. The young man shifts his gaze to him and asks who Kunlong is, who appeared after he wrote the password, and why Captain Luo didn't ask him to help deal with the killer. A cigarette smolders in the man's hand and he reveals that Kunlun is the central intellectual system of the world government. The alarm for help was organized by him, and that he usually does not do such trivial matters, unless the person has a password. Only in this case he will provide help. The protagonist turned his head, and the head continued why Captain Luo didn't summon him, that he didn't know about the weapon problem. The girl holds the box and says that it is Luo Feichuan's steel prosthesis, which is believed to be his weapon. A virus was written into his program, which is why it could not be launched. The prosthetic is lying on the pillow, and the great swordswoman continues to say that as soon as Luo Feichuan died, everything returned to normal, and adds that it is obviously the work of a person who knew him very well, and that Kunlun gave them a task, so they will continue to investigate. The guy stands in front of the prosthesis and thinks that it comes out. That's what the problem was. He investigated, left his business card, and even after death, he continued to guide the young man, and continued to reflect that even when he met the enemy, he did not give up, despite the problems with the weapon. Shin turned his head, and the head of Qian said that Shin was now a member of their company, and that today the head would teach him the first lesson, and that he hoped that the young man would learn it. The man looked up and said that you must always be on the alert, that people are scarier than monsters. The guy moved his neck to the side and said that he would remember it. The head extinguished a cigarette and said that now the protagonist should follow him. He had arranged a meeting place with his parents, and the young man asked what to do with the two who were still in the anomaly. The man and the young man are walking down the corridor, and the head replies that further affairs will be transferred to other, more professional people, and this place will be closed, and added that it is time for them. And the guy asked why the man did not stop and solve all the problems of the police station, and continued that with his strength of the head, he could easily cope with these two. And the head replied that it was not necessary to speak so lightly, and added that anomalies could be transferred to him as well. The monster is floating in the air, and the head of Qian remembers that one guy, after exiting the anomaly caused by the church, looked completely normal, but in reality, only human skin remained of him, and there was a real monster hiding under the skin, and continued that in the end, the monster began to rampage, and that it was not so easy to catch him, so he would prefer to deal with more ordinary people than to mess with the church, and added that Shin didn't have to worry that the fate of the monsters would be even worse than that of the guy who was smeared on the wall. The man held the phone to his ear and told them to check something for him by the surname Luo, that her name was Xiaominyu, and that they needed to check her connection to Luo Feichuan. The head of Qian shifted his gaze and asked the interlocutor again. The protagonist looked at him and decided that Xiaominyu seemed to be related to Luo Feichuan. The sun illuminates the building, and a dark-haired woman tells the head of Qian that they would like to talk to Xinyi, and adds that they want him to give an answer himself. Then a decision will be made whether the contract will be signed, and the man replies that no problem, and for now he goes for a smoke. The main character is sitting at the table, and his mother says that they don't want to put pressure on him, and continues that in fact, he is a descendant of a great family and his father comes from a hereditary family, a side branch of the Shin family, and the guy says in surprise that this has to do with one of the three clans. The protagonist lowers his gaze and muses that obviously the Xinyi family is not as simple as it was said. The Shin family is one of the few families that have a divine heritage and artifacts. The dark-haired man takes the woman's hand, and she says that his father was also a genius and thanks to training, he left the fire demon, but one day, losing his strength, he went to this city to live a normal life, and then he met her, and continues that soon the guy's grandfather organized his father's engagement, and for her it was an insult, and so his dad disowned the family, and soon they had him. And the young man asks what they decided to tell him their love story. The boy's father looked at his son and said that the reason they were telling this was because his talent was already far beyond that of ordinary people, and continued that if they asked his grandfather to recognize him, He would definitely agree, and then he would become a descendant of an aristocratic family, and would be able to enjoy better resources and privileges. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. The young man continued that the hereditary heritage of the family is incalculable and unattainable, and with joining the family it is possible to touch family secrets, and added that they will provide him with a choice, and no matter what he is, his parents will support him. The main character lowered his eyes thoughtfully. A dark-haired woman looks at her son, and he says that he wants to join the organization, and the mother clarifies that if he has thought everything through well and agrees, they will ask his grandfather, and he will no longer have any worries in life. Shin turned his gaze to his parents, and said that in this case, he would go, since he did not want them to ask, and continued that if his father could do it, then he would do it too. The boy's mother smiles and says that he has already grown up, and the father adds that this is his life and they respect his decision, and the protagonist says that then it's time to call the head of Chien. The little boy holds his dad's hand, and the main character talks that in all the years his parents went to that family only a few times, and continues that now he understands that when they returned, one part of the family communicated with them well, the other looked at them with contempt. The child picks up a branch, and the protagonist continues to reason that he remembers the only joyful moments when he played with his friends, and finished thinking that in a past life he was used to coldness and ruthlessness, and only now felt true love and care. The woman snuggled up to her son, and the head of Chien congratulated the guy on joining the organization, and thought that they needed a heartless family like Shin, and said that in a few days, the young man would have to participate in the entrance exams at the academy, and he would have to live in the headquarters. Shin's mother exclaimed that it was great, because these 3 academies were the best in the world, and the boy should not worry and must show his best side, and the protagonist asked the man to take care of him. Zhao watches the video on her phone of the police intervening in the case over the fact that the best student of the year failed one exam and went berserk, and says that the video of Sun Ming and others being beaten up on the internet that she uploaded to the internet attracted attention and criticism, and went on to say that she specially came to the hospital and took pictures of Sun Ming, and now Jin Ye's reputation would be tarnished. The girl holds the phone in her hands and writes a message to the main character, which says that from now on he will not be able to get into high school, will not be able to learn techniques, will not receive armor and weapons, medicines and pills, inheritance, and in the future will be nobody, and she will become the abyss that they cannot jump over. The young lady picks up the phone. She stares at the screen and reads a message that her post has been found to be defamatory, and has already been removed from the site, and she is strongly advised not to do so in the future. Zhao opens her eyes wide and exclaims that all this is not slander, because there is no evidence that the guy acted in self-defense, and in general, what does the organization care about this? And continued, which is interesting in this case, the opinion of the school. The man wearing glasses raised his hands, and the banner congratulated Xing Yi on signing his contract with the organization early. 5 key schools had already sent him invitations. The girl sinks to the floor, and thinks that she was as close to success as possible, and continues that how he was able to sign a contract with the organization. The windows of the multi-story building of the martial arts company reflect the sunlight. The protagonist is standing in an elevator, and the head of Chien reads a message from the police on his phone that many people died in the battle, and the survivors were rewarded. Shin asks why everything is so scary, and the interlocutor continues that he received 5 merits for the murder. The protagonist looked at the man questioningly, and he continued that the merits could be used as currency to exchange for military equipment, materials, weapons, and more, and added that the guy should receive a reward for information, but until he joined them, he was not accrued. The young man picks up the phone, and reads a message from the Martial Government Federation's Military Merit and Armed Forces Department, which informs him that he has been rewarded for his contribution to the battle, and he should go to the company building to collect the reward, and Shin is overjoyed. The door in the elevator opens and a man with dark hair says that the students of the junior school are laying the foundation, and in the high school, they learn real professional techniques, and the protagonist says that he lacks offensive techniques, and if it wasn't for his luck, he could have already died, and Chien replies, in this regard, he should not go outside yet, and he will investigate this case. A young man walks down the corridor, and a girl with dark hair says that the investigation is complete. The head of Chien says that from now on, the guy is a member of the company and now he can spend his salary on whatever he wants, and adds that when the young man graduates, he will show him his department, and in general, he can move freely here, and treat this place like his home. The main character thanks the man. The blonde girl tilts her head, greets, introduces herself and congratulates the guy on joining the company. The protagonist looks at the TV screen, and Sue says that since she is older than him, she will call him brother, and continues that she hopes that he will study well, increase his strength, and become a very cool person, because this world is very dangerous, but they should fight hard together, and ends up that she has prepared VIP tickets for him to the concert. The young man opened his eyes wide and said that he liked this actress very much. The flowers are in a vase, and the protagonist reflects that everything in this room, from flowers to bedding, clothes, and training supplies, is very fond of Xinyi. The young man goes out onto the balcony and argues that this is all for the sake of some recruit, for the sake of increasing strength. The main character stands on the balcony of the 105th floor and asks himself the question that who would not want to stay on top of the clouds, who would not want to look at the wind, and whether that guy is really a hero. The protagonist looks into the distance and says that today at 11 o'clock he will plunge into the world of nightmares again to get a grade, and adds that he must become stronger, because the entrance exams are in a few days and he cannot be expelled. The clock struck noon. The dark-haired young man opened the door. He looks into the darkness and asks about what happened. The main character puts his hand in front of him and says that you cannot enter the gate just like that, otherwise it will affect the conditions for evaluation. A pile of bones lies on the floor and asks him to help quickly. The protagonist looks down, and the skeleton asks for pills, and the young man clarifies to Wu Lu what happened and adds that he is not a doctor and has no pills left. The skeleton stares at the guy and says that it's all over and he will die here. The main character goes out the door and thinks that this guy is a good partner and he needs to be saved, and says that he will try to come up with a way to escape. Lu looks up at the ceiling and says that he's definitely finished, because he's waited too long. The young man abruptly opened the door and shouted that he had returned, adding that the door was too small to enter. The protagonist raises his hand and says that in order to save his partner, he had to go broke and buy a huge fish vat filled with grape sugar and calcium gluconate solution and liquid calcium, and asks if he can climb up and lie there to regain strength. The interlocutor replies that he can. The main character stands in the doorway and does not understand what is happening. Lu turns his head and says that they should break in any minute. Shin does not understand who he is talking about, and the skeleton says that there is a secret passage here, and outside their cemetery and people with elves are attacking him. The ring flies towards the protagonist, and the skeleton says that the battle is not over yet, but now he is very weak, and continues for the young man to grab the spatial ring and quickly put it on, because he needs to recover. The ring is put on the guy's finger. The skeleton moves into a ring. Shin bumps into the gate and orders it to close. The guy closes the doors and says that it was quite dangerous, as he could be covered by a shock wave. The main character looks at the finger and asks Lu if he managed to hide in the ring, and the skeleton replies that he succeeded, since he is not alive, but a spirit, and the protagonist argues that his partner still has trump cards, because he did not even think of showing him the ring. The young man points his hand towards the vat, and the skeleton says that he should take the vat with him so that he can soak in the liquid, and Shin inquiringly says that he is not an ordinary skeleton, and the guy harbored suspicions about his identity, because who else can force 3 leaders of different races to take care of him, and adds that although he does not like to delve into other people's destinies and indicate what to do, but demands to pay him. The protagonist raises his hand and says that he wants his partner to help him go to his world, and Lu says that the battle was very fierce, and he can just die there, and continues that, since he respects the guy, he is ready to help, but his power is very exhausted. The skeleton is submerged in the liquid, and Shin asks if he is not a collector of trophies from the battlefield, and the interlocutor replies that he should not ask unnecessary questions about the presence of this or that item, and adds that the real treasures are those that can be used in battle, and not those that are taken by others immediately after the battle. The protagonist raises his hand and thinks that there is a graveyard outside the secret passage, and if he can pretend to be a dead warrior and walk around the battlefield, he can get the records, and asks aloud if the partner has the things of the dead warriors, and it would be nice if they could hide human energy. Various items of ammunition come out of the calls. The guy digs through a pile of things and shouts that why are there broken copper and iron fragments? Is he really collecting garbage? And the skeleton replies that these are fragments of armor, and they are invulnerable to attacks on the battlefield, and they should help the guy. The young man puts on his ammunition and says that he put it on a little, and adds that he also found a sign, and it says that it is for summoning a skeleton horse. The protagonist raises his palm up, and Lu says that it's great that he is already studying the energy of death, because this mask is just for him, and Shin clarifies the purpose of the object. The protagonist puts on a mask, and the interlocutor reveals that it can stabilize the deadly energy of the highest level, and adds that it must be put on with the rest of the equipment, so that it is not seen by the other dead. The protagonist stands upright, and the skeleton says that he now looks like a real dead warrior, and continues that if he uses the tablet, he will be able to summon a skeleton horse. The horse raises his front legs, and Lu thinks that the guy will sit on a skeleton horse and pretend to be dead, and if there is danger, he will run away, and can he be called a spiritual knight. Shin turns around and walks away, and Lu tells him not to die, adding that if the ring on his hand is stolen, he will definitely get caught. The young man looks into the distance, and says that he will try not to die. A person enters a ruined building and says that everything here is so destroyed. He climbed onto the detached stone pillar, and said that last time he had received a sword from the elves, it would be very useful for protection now. The protagonist gets out of the rubble. 2 lights lit up in the eye sockets of his mask. The armored warrior stared at him with the words that there are undead here. The hero thinks that isn't this the camp of the undead, the dead lost. He takes off his mask and says that he is also a person. The scarred man, swinging his sword, says that the undead are dead. Shin blocks the blow with his blade. The attacker looked at the opponent's weapon and asked if it was the light of night. The blue-haired guy looked at the cross swords, a special blade belonging to humans. The rank is white, the feature is sharpness, one of the types of short piercing blades. The name is silent purification. Only nobles whose souls have not been corrupted by the undead can own light. The possession of this blade is a special privilege that grants the favor of others. The captain of the squad stretched out his hand to the protagonist, and said that only a person with a pure soul can wield the light of the night. He is definitely one of us. They need to continue to explore the remains. Meng gestured with his hand and asked him if he needed help. The blue-haired guy opened his mouth slightly and thought that the gesture that the captain showed him, a sign meaning I love you. This is already at the first meeting he shows his love. In this world everyone is so trusting. Shin holds the mask in his hand and mentally says that Meng is still looking at the mask. This gesture has some hidden meaning. Perhaps there is a problem. He must be worried about the skeleton mask. He feels threatened. The skeleton has framed him, but he will deal with him later. The protagonist, looking ahead, said that he was in a rather difficult situation, so he would not refuse help. The interlocutor closed one eye and said that he would give the victim a combat bag. Shin takes the bag and explains that he will pay it back later. The horse gallops on the ground. The rider shouts for everyone to step aside. The horse reared up. A man in red clothes asks the captain of the squad how long it is possible to stand here. If he really thinks they have a lot of time, he replies that the fact is that on the way he met one guy outside the tomb. The rider, raising his hand up, ordered that the hooded guy be grabbed. The armored warrior said that the protagonist had the light of night in his hands. The interlocutor says that he knows that those who are able to use the blade of night light can also be servants of the undead. The hero, looking ahead, asked why the bearded man was asking him about the mission. The interlocutor, clenching his fist in his hand, says that he is the lord of the palace of the Southern Legion. The guy is just a small boy, but still dares to ask his name. The lord of the hero will not kill him first, he will skin him, and then he will beg for all the necessary information. The warrior in dark armor, waving his sword, said if the rider was a pervert, the protagonist would remember him. The guards have grabbed their weapons, and their leader asks if Shin is threatening him. The servants of the palace lord slammed the ground with their blades. The tips of the weapons flashed. The crowd of warriors asked in unison where the enemy was. The bearded man, frowning, wondered if the hero had evaporated. How was this possible? The guard suggested. He thought that there was some kind of secret passage here. The commander of another detachment, folding his arms on his chest, said that some mercenaries were also taking part in the war. He smiled and said that these mercenaries were real masters who knew how to hide in the shadows, specialized in murder, and only that the lord of the palace had angered one of them. The interlocutor, opening his mouth, thought that the one they wanted to capture specialized in killing. If he suddenly attacked and killed him, the outcome of the battle might change. A group of swordsmen leave on horseback. Shin entered the room. He sat down on the floor and said that he remembered the old man. He would not allow any more attacks in his direction. It was good that he had thought of placing the gate on the ground in advance. Otherwise he would have been in trouble now. What kind of skeleton setup? His partner said not to blame him. How did he know that people had already reached these lands? Besides, everything ended well in the end. The hero, frozen in place, asked, independence. Green again. Independence. Being a person, you get a quality of assessment not lower than white. You are able to fully use the environment, borrow strength from allies, overcome difficulties. The guy, opening his mouth, realized that if there is the same grade 3 times, then he will get a new skill. It turns out that you need to get a grade on your own again. But if he does not come out, he will lose the chance to open a hidden skill. You will receive attention for the second time. This rank, current capabilities. If next time you get a green grade quality, then you can earn a triple grade of an ordinary person. You have only one opportunity to gain a hidden ability. The protagonist, taking the bag in his hands, said how he could activate such an assessment again. Based on the description, in a critical situation he needed to borrow power from the environment. The elf girl bent down. The hero thought that how did he manage to get such an assessment last time? A memory of meeting nightmen appeared. Shin adds that regardless of whether it was an elf village or an undead battlefield, he was always in someone else's territory and others were constantly helping him. A recent memory with the elves arose. The guy imagined the picture with memories of mercenaries in armor. He said, exactly. But here is the key to the riddle. But it will certainly not be easy, as if he walks on the edge of a knife. The protagonist sat down and said that no, if he continued to wander, he would definitely stumble upon the undead. It would be better to abandon this hidden technique. Life would be more important. The hero was pulled away by the doorbell. The intercom from the door lit up. The answering machine explained that they had come to Mr. Shin. She called herself a relative of H1. The identity was confirmed by the company. There were no problems. The guy turned around and concluded that it was a relative of H1. Luo of H1 died because of him. Saved, at the cost of his life, he could not refuse his relative. Meeting on the 50th floor, he hoped that he could help that relative. A girl with purple hair stands in front of the metropolis. Shin asked her if he was she looking for. She turned to him. The hero's eye glowed blue. The interlocutor stretched out her hand to him and said that her name was Xiaominyu. She was the sister of Luo of H1, and she came to find out something, the great swordswoman. The protagonist shook her hand and thought that this was an assessment. He had seen so many people, but he had never seen such an assessment, either among the undead, nor among the elves. And even among the elves there was no such assessment. This girl was the first to whom he saw such an assessment. The young man looked ahead and said in his head that it seemed that the head of Qian was talking about her. The hands of the interlocutors parted after shaking hands. The girl said that her brother had found the hero's pursuer. She found people who had a hand in the breakdown of weapons. It is a pity that her brother received such merits. The interlocutor, opening her mouth, said that she had killed them. The hero's eyes opened completely. He spread his hands and said that didn't the head of Qian say that it would be very difficult to deal with them. It turns out that she also killed the other two, she confirmed. She tilted her head and explained that her brother was a person with limited abilities, so she hoped that after graduation, he would find a good job and become the successor of the family. Initially, everything went according to her plan. She wanted her brother to be safe. Shin opened her mouth and thought that her brother was a genius. What kind of person with disabilities? Qiao added that in the end, her relative was vilely killed and hidden in the closet. The swordswoman tilted her head to the side and asked her interlocutor why he was silent. If others could offend her brother, why she could not take revenge. Shin, raising his palms up, wondered if she could be arrested for such a thing. Qiao, frozen in place, replied that although the hero had the surname Shin, he had never lived in an aristocratic family, so he did not understand. Her brother, no matter how ordinary he was still a member of an aristocratic family. But he died pitifully at the hands of an assassin. She was acting on behalf of the Luo family to achieve justice, so no one would say anything. Plants swaying against the dark sky. The girl adds that in addition, her mother has the surname Qiao, and bears her mother's surname. She asked questions to the killer, but he didn't even know that he had killed a member of the Luo family. Now everyone is dead. The trail ended here. She looked forward and asked if the hero had any leads, because she had come to ask him who wanted to kill him. If there were any suspects, she needed names, and she would deal with the rest. The guy, spreading his hands to the sides, replied that he had no clues, and had she not already avenged her brother. The woman in the shirt said that this was not enough. She pulled out the blade and said that she would find his mastermind. They had killed his brother, so she would finish off not only the killer, but also the customers. A sword cut swept past Shin. The clouds parted from the swordswoman's blow. The protagonist looked up and mentally said that she had just done this to the sky. He hadn't even seen her take out her sword. Qiao grabbed the weapon in her left hand and asked if there was anything special or any details that he might have missed. He was from the Shin family. If he had conflicts with other members of the aristocratic families before, he should not refuse to investigate. Just because the enemy was strong or his influence was great, he could always turn to her for help. The interlocutor tilted his head and explained that his family does not keep in touch with the WOM Shin family, so he has no connection with other clans. By the way, when he was in the hospital, he heard strange sounds. Maybe someone was eavesdropping. Qiao turned towards the guy and said that she needed more details. The warrior, leaving, thanked the hero, who wished her a safe journey. The man, leaning against the wall, said that when this girl came, he specifically asked if she was going to attack the protagonist. The partner was afraid that she could avenge the death of her brother, but as it turned out, everything was fine. The head of Qian, looking at the hero, said that this swordswoman was the most outstanding heiress of her generation, and even among the great clans, she could be called outstanding. Shin clarified whether she was studying or working. The hero, leaving the balcony, said that he was delighted. Qiao was on his side. As soon as he found the customer, she would be able to help him. A man with long hair said that children from aristocratic families have many secrets. From an early age they undergo special training. Their strength often surpasses the strength of their peers. It is normal if the hero grew up in the Shin family from childhood. He would be much weaker than her. He would hire a few teachers for the boy tomorrow to prepare for the exam. Shin, slapping the bed, said that it was not surprising that the descendants of noble families were so strong. Aristocrats, they occupied the highest levels in human civilization. If it was true that the nobles wanted to kill him, with a slight movement of the hand, throwing away some money, one could hire assassins from the guild and take the life without difficulty. The hero raised one hand in the air and stated that he could learn a few attack techniques as soon as possible. After all, it wasn't every time that a great swordsman wouldn't stand up for him. Did the skeleton have nightmare crystals that would help him become stronger? After all, he only had to rely on himself. Shin looks at the ring on his finger on the bed and asks if he has any crystals that enhance skills. He raises his eyebrows in surprise. The skeleton replies that he only has skills for the undead, which he doesn't need, to which the guy asks where the moon deer he used earlier came from, to which the undead replies that it's a random find. The young man makes a sad face with the thought that he will really learn attacking techniques only after entering, then adds that he cannot wait so long, let alone pursuers, then adds that he cannot compete with the offspring of the rich. The hero shifts his gaze to the backpack and notes aloud that he did not have time to look at it after receiving it from Ming. The protagonist throws things out of the bag and lists the contents, then asks if there is anything useful. The young man happily takes out a green stone and declares that it is a crystal of nightmares. Shin breaks the crystal in his hand and says that he hopes it will contain some useful skill. A message is heard from the stone that the Brotherhood of Shadow Hands has set up an intel transfer point where the army is stationed, and that the Brotherhood is waiting for a response from the hero. The protagonist makes a disappointed face saying that this is not a skill. The skeleton states that Meng mistook the young man for a member of the organization. Shin touches his chin and thinks that he has already received the notes today, so he can try to go to the other world and try to find something, and asks the ring aloud where he found this armor. A weapon appears in the air near the window. The undead replies that this is a place somewhere near a secret passage. The hero states that those lands have already been captured by a human army and adds that he plans to go to the world of nightmares again, after which he asks the ring if he has human equipment, to which he claims that he will look for it. The protagonist wears armor with a large shield. The skeleton says that he will be a soldier guarding the border, then adds that the head on the shield is the coat of arms of the state. after which he adds that the people on the lands of the Lyco are almost exterminated by them, and no one will suspect if the guy pretends to be a survivor. The young man holds a green stone in his hand and asks what the object is, to which the ring replies that it is a request for help from Lord Lyco and continues that it will be useful to Shin when he comes out. The hero opens the door with a burgundy haze and wonders aloud why he cares, to which he receives the answer that he saved the undead, so he wants to thank him for his kindness. The protagonist says that, in fact, he did not intend to do this in the first place. The guy makes his way through the rocks. The skeleton says that he wants the young man to achieve a certain position so that he can buy materials for his healing, to which Shin replies that it would be right away. The moon illuminates the branches of trees. A soldier helps a wounded ally in the midst of many corpses. He turns around and shouts that there is a wounded man here. The hero watches the departing soldiers, who ask their brother not to disconnect and declare that the main camp is not far away and he will soon be cured. The protagonist comes out of hiding with the thought that the soldiers are still on the battlefield and adds that he should not act rashly, as it will be bad if he is discovered before he knows everything. The guy hides behind the carcass of the monster from the warriors. He mentally notes the number of corpses and claims that he uses them in order to find out some information. The young man turns to look at the dead red brute and silently notes its size and adds that it is an undead giant. Shin declares to the monster's body that he has questions, activating the whispers of darkness. The hero shows the undead a mask asking if he knows anything about this armor. The dead man answers in the negative. The protagonist rushes off and replies that he should rest. The guy walks across the battlefield and asks the dead if any of them have seen such armor. He sits down against the wall. Shin puts his hand on his forehead and states that it's like looking for a needle in a table of hay. The hero notices something below. He looks at the corpse of the werewolf and is amazed aloud by its presence, then adds that it is excellent, and his sense of smell must be very sharp, and maybe he will help him what he needs. He shows the bone to the werewolf, and calls him a dog, then asks if he has smelled a similar smell. Shin makes a happy face. The dead man says that it looks like a man who now has only one arm, then adds that he is not a dog, but a werewolf. The hero says that this is a great job and he can come back. The protagonist stands over the severed arm. The skeleton declares that it is a direct hit of magic. The guy asks if a pinch of darkness will work on the severed limb, then asks her if it is there. The palm moves. She sticks out 3 fingers. The young man makes a joyful face and says that this is a trademark gesture of the shadow hand, after which he adds that he was not mistaken and chose the one, then asks his brother if he will tell what he needs. The severed hand points somewhere with a finger. A bloody shoe is shown. Shin picks up the shoes with disgust and claims that they stink very much, then reveals that there is something there. He shakes out a coin of an unusual shape. The hero holds a crescent moon symbol in his hand. A window is shown that says that he has found a sufficient number of special items and now gains the ability to see the description of things. A sign is displayed that says that this is the emblem of the dark shadow, and it also says that it is possible to activate a special weapon. The protagonist reaches behind his back and pronounces the last writing. A coin and a sword glow in his hands. The young man holds a shining blue blade in his hands. A window is shown that says that the level of the item has increased. A table appears that describes the features of the weapon, as well as the fact that this sword emits special power fluctuations that allow you to perform various kinds of tasks in the hand of the shadow, as well as receive rewards. Shin holds the sword above his head, saying that who would have thought the blade would rise to the night veil, and notes that it's cool, and then adds that there is another note. He holds a papyrus in his hand with disgust, which says about the mandatory verification of the truth about the undead. The hero says that, as it turns out, this is a mandatory set by the hand of the shadow. The protagonist frowns at the green rock in his backpack. He states aloud that the crystal that Meng gave him says that the tent with 3 short daggers is the location of the organization, then adds that this man is also a member of the Shadow Hand and decided to help the guy after seeing his armor. The corpse of a man is resurrected by the movement of the young man's hand. Shin says that there is a generous reward for information about the undead and adds that it is easy, then asks the resurrected one to tell about his brethren, to which he replies that he knows nothing. The hero points his finger at the other skeletons and repeats the question, to which they answer that they do not know and ordinary soldiers can only fight. The protagonist frowns in front of the dead and informs them that this is a problem. The guy stands in front of a mountain of corpses. His ring notes aloud that he can give information too. The young man sticks out his finger contentedly and states that he has his own undead, after which he asks if he is sure that he wants to give away the information since it is about his clan, to which the skeleton replies that a skull and blood floats on the water. He says that even though his brethren are undead, he holds a grudge against them. Several elves make shocked faces. Shin notes to himself that the ring really did not live very well in the middle of the undead. He asks what information the hero needs. The protagonist looks at the finger and states that he does not want anything supernatural, then adds that he is an ordinary person and if he knows something unusual, it will definitely arouse suspicion, to which the skeleton says that this is enough and sends a message saying that the undead race used components to improve the cannons, which can increase their power. The green stone appears in front of the guy, asks if this is too valuable information, to which the ring replies that, in fact, the upper echelons are already aware of this, but have not yet reported. A young man walks through the forest with the words that he will receive awards without doing much of anything. Shin watches the tents in the distance and claims that there is a camp there, then asks if he needs to go there, Because the hand of the shadow from there gave out the task, the skeleton replies that the hero should pretend to be wounded, then they will bring him themselves. A man carries a wounded man. The protagonist declares that this is genius, after which he asks the ring how things are with medicine on the battlefield. He leans on the wall. The skeleton says that the effect of healing people is the best, even compared to elves, provided that there is money. The young man asks if they are needed even on the battlefield, to which the dead man replies that with them you can even restore the skull. The guy asks a question about the undead. The ring emits blue energy. It reveals that they usually cause those who are almost dead to commit suicide, to which Shin wonders if they don't heal at all, to which the skeleton states that it's too much trouble. The skull on the altar emits blue waves to the many resurrected. The ring explains that they need special spells and sacrifices to heal the undead, then adds that this method can allow them to instantly recover, but the cost will be the lives of other creatures, after which he adds that this technique is usually used only by high-ranking undead, and downtime is not allowed. The protagonist looks at the finger and says that people are indeed better healed, but he still does not have money for this, to which the skeleton says that he has. The guy replies that, it turns out, they are not poor. The young man walks around the corpse of a huge red monster, and declares that he has an idea. Shin picks up a huge hammer with an increase in the strength stat, and the skeleton asks what it is doing. The hero holds the hilt, and with a smile asks for help in case he cannot make sounds at that time, to which the undead ask if he is serious. A large weapon crushes the protagonist. Blood is coming out of his mouth. The guy is lying under a huge hammer. The ring asks why it is all at all, to which the young man asks if he really does not like his game. Shin bangs the stone on the shield on the ground and screams for help. The man points his finger in the direction of the sounds and declares that there is someone there. The warrior turns around and loudly reports that there is a wounded man. Someone says that the young man should hold on, because they are coming. Tents are shown. The girl in white raises a radiant hand above Shin. The hero is surrounded by green energy. The glow leaves the protagonist's body. The white-haired woman bows to the white-coated man and declares that she has finished healing and adds that the guy will recover soon. The old man next to her crowns that she can go, then adds that she will receive a reward. The blonde man lifts Shin. The hero asks where he is. The man tells him that he is safe and in the human camp. The young man asks who he is. Prince Norton frowns and introduces himself, then asks if he is one of Lord Lane's men. The protagonist holds out the crystal and informs him that Lane has been captured by the undead, then asks to come to the rescue as soon as possible, then adds that there is a message in the stone that he must convey. The old man takes the crystal and speaks in an incomprehensible language. The man with the beard raises his head, and a voice comes from the mineral, saying that he is the Lord of Lane and is willing to pay 300 gold pieces to anyone who can lead troops to save his territory, and then asks to save them. The old man shifts his gaze and reports that he recognizes the voice, then declares that there is nothing wrong with the crystal. The prince looks at Shin and says that the guy is one of his own, then informs him that the undead have completely taken over Lane, after which he adds that he is most likely the last survivor. The hero cries and asks again. He clutches his head and lists his relatives, after which he sadly adds that he does not believe that no one survived. The blue-eyed blonde frowns and reveals that he went through many difficulties on his way and even managed to survive under the giant stone hammer, after which he adds that the young man is exhausted, so he should rest, then says that he will prepare a trip for him to the rear of the empire so that he can find a safe place to stay. The protagonist opens his tear-stained eyes in surprise with the thought that he needs to find the tent of the Shadow Hand and turn in the quest and exchange skills, so he cannot be exiled. The prince makes a startled face. Shin says that he wants to stay here, to which the man asks why. The hero clenches his fist with moisture in his eyes and says that he wants to avenge everyone and will not let the undead go just like that, then declares that he is going to fight them and expel them. A lot of people present in the tent make sad faces. The blonde smiles and replies that the young man is so young, but already very brave, then adds that the Lord of Lane must have chosen him for a reason and probably has some abilities. The protagonist puts his palm to his chest and declares that he is the fastest runner, and also mentally says that he needs to create a record of agility and put all the points there. A window appears that says that the record has been successfully created. Shin puts his hands on the ground outside and asks to see how well he moves. He rushes past the surprised warriors. The protagonist turns at speed. He makes a dash. The young man stops in front of the prince. The hero rests his hands on his knees and asks with Trim if he can stay here. The blonde smiles. People shout that this is amazing and ask the master to leave the guy to help. The prince reports that his speed is what is needed. A tall elf grabs the protagonist's hand and asks where he got this bracelet from. Blue Eyes looks at the accessories in surprise and states that it is an elven item, to which Shin replies that it is a gift from Lanny, and mentally notes that he has exposed an undead conspiracy, and the elves have accepted his favor. The long-haired woman touches the bracelet and speaks in an incomprehensible language. An image of Lanny appears from the young man's hand, who asks who is calling her. The high elf declares that she is the Grand Master of the royal court, then asks how the bracelet ends up in the boy. The girl on the screen smiles and asks where they met Shin, to which he asks how her magic is doing, who asks when the hero will visit from the village. The tall woman looks at the girl and asks her to answer the question, to which she says that an undead thief recently entered the village, who stole the elf's robe and clothes, then adds that the protagonist helped to figure it out, so the high priest promised to reward the guy, after which he informs that he is looking for him. The image of Lanny disappears. The Magister says that she understands and will contact later. She puts her hand on the hero's shoulder and declares to the prince that this boy is so agile and has survived so much hardship, but still survived, then adds that they can make friends with the young man's elven clan, after which she offers to send him to study in the Empire. The blonde smiles and reveals that elves rarely hold humans in such high regard, then orders someone to be called for an ID card and a good place to rest, and then tells the scribe to write it down and hand it over to the Imperial Military Academy. The man puts his hand on the young man's shoulder and asks what his name is. Shin clutches his head. He notes to himself that he does not know the local customs and features of names, so he needs to pretend that he has lost his memory, and says aloud that his head hurts. The old man stretches out his hand to him and claims that the blow must have caused a concussion and partial memory loss. The prince replies that this is it. The protagonist mentally thanks his grandfather. The blonde touches the guy's shoulder and informs him that it's okay, and he needs to rest. Blue Eyes looks at Shin and declares that they will meet again, and calls him a guy who survived adversity. Blue energy flows around the hero. A window is shown that says that he has increased his reputation, as well as that there is a possibility of receiving a record. A sign appears that says about a boy who survived adversity. The protagonist indignantly clutches his head and asks himself if it is written on his forehead, after which he wonders if this nickname can be removed somehow. An old man and an elf stand next to the warriors. A system message is shown that states that the nickname needs to be spread around the world before it gets better, and in order to get rid of it, you need to either become a hermit or do things that completely contradict the nickname. The man in the helmet raises his hand and says goodbye to Shin, after which he calls his nickname. The hero notes to himself that he will soon be able to calm down for a while and is indignant at how he is now called. The protagonist frowns and mentally asks the skeleton if the prince's words are really so imprinted on his reputation, to which the ring informs that the blonde is the eldest son of the imperial family and the future heir to the throne. The young man wonders how such an important figure got to the front, to which the ring replies that they want to repel all the offensives of the undead, so they try their best. To which the guy says that it's great. The high elf looks at the old man in surprise, who reports that the boy is interesting. The woman asks what he saw. Grandpa raises his head and says that Shin believes in the shadow hand very much, and adds that people are not always so religious at such a young age. The long-haired woman notes aloud that the man is talking about the short blade on the boy's belt. The prince looks directly and states that he also saw the night veil, then adds that only high-ranking people have such things, then continues that he did not think that walking around he would meet such a talented person, then claims that the protagonist should receive a hero medal. Someone tells him that he understood the order. A tent with 3 swords is shown. The young man goes inside thinking that he has finally found this place, then adds that this is where the camp of the Shadow's Hand is located, and greets someone aloud. A bald man touches the skin of the beast. Shin awkwardly sticks out 3 fingers and says that may the shadow come with him. The person repeats the sign and asks what the news is. The hero throws him a green stone and informs him that he got it from the undead, then adds that he must have noticed that the battle turned out to be much fiercer than usual. The man states that it is a good thing and asks what the guy wants to exchange it for. The man touches his face. The young man asks what he has, to which the bald man replies that there are a lot of things and adds that Shin will definitely be delighted. The man puts a dagger on the table and says that this weapon is covered with a special poison, after contact with which, the victim will immediately die, then continues that the poison is of very high quality and just 1 drop will help to fall into a deep sleep. The hero examines the blade and asks if there is anything else. That the seller asks to look at something else. A bald man blows a whistle. The horse rears up. She sighs deeply. The animal falls to the floor. The man declares that she is pretending to be dead when they look into her eyes. The protagonist turns to the shopkeeper and asks if the horse and dagger are included, to which he agrees. The young man asks if there is anything else. The man takes out his glasses and says that there is this. He declares that they penetrate the light. A guy with a frame on his face looks at 2 men in shock. The seller says that he can see money and other valuables on a person's body even through clothes. Shin sadly gives the glasses to the bald man and asks for the nightmare crystal to learn the skill. The shopkeeper replies that there is aggressive warfare going on, so the supply is limited and there are only 2 crystals for him to choose from. The man shows a red stone on a handkerchief and explains that this is the initial level of bloodletting that causes the enemy to bleed, then adds that it can be used with various weapons. He points to the blue mineral and says that it is a storm that can knock enemies back with weapons as well, then asks what crystal the hero needs, mentally noting that both of them. The protagonist makes a surprised face. Someone asks him to choose a storm. The guy says to himself that he recognizes this voice. The hero, standing in front of the seller, and the voice said that let him choose the storm, and the guy said that this voice used to show him the way and gave him the light of the knight's sword. The character lowered his eyes and asked why it was the storm, and the voice added that it was a technique of another world. An image of magic stones appeared and the voice added that he would then need to figure out how to obtain the shadow technique of the undead race and the thunderclap of the beast lord race, and stated that when he obtained these techniques and combined them with the deer under the moon and storm, he would reveal the true secret. The seller raised his hand and the guy explained that he was choosing the storm, and asked if then the secret would be revealed, because you can't learn the secret just by learning skills. But he agreed to listen to the advice and the seller said that let him take the equipment, since it is now his. The protagonist grabbed the crystal. The character tilted his head. The seller looked at the main character and noticed that the storm is just a technique, and the value of the reward for information is much higher, and asked if the interlocutor had any more desires, to which he received the answer that at the moment there were none. The guy held out the bag and explained that he should keep this piece of gold as compensation for the difference in price, and he thanked him in return. The man behind the guy waved his hand and asked the skeleton if he could get the skills of the undead race, and the skeleton reminded him that he had already said that the skills of the undead race required the soul to have fire, and only then could they be used, and he needed the shadow skill. The character looked at his artifact and the skeleton asked how he knew about it, and the merchant replied that it didn't matter how he found out, and asked him to just say if the skeleton had it, since the technique would not hurt him now, because it was used to catch the soul, to which the skeleton explained that he had the shadow skill, but it required a lot of dexterity and strength to use it. And the system stated that the shadow technique requires 3 points of strength and 5 points of agility, and you need to release the shadow ray to charm your opponent. The guy stood with a stone in his hand and thought that he now had about 7 stat points, and he planned to invest 3 points in strength, which would give him 9 points in the end, and said that he would then invest 4 points in agility, and the agility would reach 6, and he would have 9 points in total, and the system confirmed that the stats had been redistributed. The character was walking through the forest and thought that he needed to find a place where no one would notice him in order to practice the shadow technique. The character looked around. A magical shadow burst out of the hero's body. The guy's body was entrusted with a purple aura. The hero, looking at the shadow technique, disappointedly remarked that this is the shadow technique, which seems to look impressive, but he doesn't see any more advantages, and the skeleton asked if the guy liked it, adding that he thought he had better taste, and was surprised that he could be wrong. Shin threw his head up and stated that the skeleton named Faye would not understand. After all, he had already mastered the deer under the moon, the storm, and the shadow technique, and there was only a clap of thunder left, and offered to wait and see what would happen when he gathered all these skills. The officer, stepping on the hero, addressed him as a boy who had survived adversity, and he asked not to call him that. The soldier, holding out a box with an award, congratulated the hero and said that thanks to his act, the king personally decided to reward him with a badge of bravery and a letter. The guy saluted and promised to do his best for the good of the kingdom, and wondered why he was given it, and the knight added that he could go with a squad or go on his own, and go to the military academy. The protagonist looked at the warrior and said that he was grateful for his kindness, and now he had enough money to live in this world, and the gold he had just received he could take home to help his family. The hero rushed into the forest thicket and added that this time his journey to another world was over, and it was time to return. The sun was shining over the skyscraper. The employee, looking at the hero from the screen, clarified that Mr. Xinye's gold had been exchanged for 65,444 yuan, and had already been transferred to the specified account, as he had requested. The man, standing with a map in his hand, simply said thank you. The guy walked along the corridor and the mother asked why her son transferred so much money to her and where he got it from, and the hero explained that this was a subsidy that he received after joining the company, and decided to transfer it to her so that she could use the money, and also assured that he was fine. He did not spend money living on the territory of the company, he eats and rests well. And now he goes to the dining room for lunch. Shin looked at the screen and realized that he hadn't checked it since he entered the nightmare world, and saw that there were many messages congratulating him on signing the contract and calling him the pride of the company. Zhao Yibing, looking at the protagonist in the photo, admitted that it was her fault and asked if Shin wanted to go to the cinema at night to make amends. The man squinted at the screen. The character wrote a message and explained that she is a beauty, but he is very sorry, and replied that she must be realistic, since she is far from him, but thanked for the offer. The warrior looked at his phone and read a message from a friend, and said that he always wanted to go eat meat with him, congratulated him on signing the contract and offered to celebrate it in the evening. Shin looked ahead and thought that he was now in the crosshairs of assassins, and leaving the company or participating in events could be dangerous, but Shin wanted to celebrate, and although the owner of the body was already dead, the friendship between him and Chen Haoyu was still intact. The comrades held on to each other, and the guy felt that he had never experienced this in his life, and despite the distance, he did not want to lose his friend. The phone lit up brightly and Chen explained that it was his dream, and the protagonist added that it was safe there, and also expressed a desire to satisfy his curiosity and spend time with his friend. The hero walked forward and replied that he could come, and offered to eat together, adding that he would be waiting for him in the hall, and Shin confirmed that he would be soon, in 10 minutes at most. The character approached the crowd of people. The warrior recoiled sharply. A huge man stood in the crowd. The warrior strode forward and thought that the energy of these guys was really different, and they were the people who had the qualifications that Mr. Qian was talking about. The fat man turned his gaze to the hero. He looked at Shin and asked if he was new, to which the guy apologized and said that he probably shouldn't have bothered him with his gaze. A colleague, smiling at the hero, added that everything was fine, and admitted that when he himself was a rookie, he also looked at his elders in this way. The protagonist looked up at him and asked if his comrade wanted to become like them. The hero, licking his lips, replied that no, he did not want to become like them, and admitted that when he looked at them, he felt only hatred and a desire to tear them to pieces. The main character looked up at the professional and thought that this is what a true professional looks like, and his power is really amazing. The fat man stood still. The guy waved to the girl Vanna and asked if she was working today, and offered to have dinner together. Vanna, rudely holding a gun to his cheek, ordered him to get out and warned him that if he continued to chase her, she would rip the skin off him, just like that demon had done a few days ago. The character, turning away in resentment, remarked that she could have just said she didn't want to, and the girl told Chin that Chin, who had passed the test, wanted to see him, and the guy offered to let him in, adding that he was his classmate and she could let him in. She turned around and said that they would soon bring him, to which the guy offered to meet a friend himself. Weina raised her hat and objected that it was impossible, since Mr. Chien had given the order, and it could be dangerous here now, and they had to guard it. The character smiled and said that he agreed with such a condition. Chin threw his hands in the air, exclaimed that it was so luxurious that his eyes were not enough to see everything, and added that his brother must be rich now. He grabbed the hero by the shoulder and explained that Brother Shin was so tough, and he couldn't even imagine the commotion he had caused at school by signing the contract, and the protagonist suggested that he come at any time in the future. He pressed the elevator call button and suggested that they not talk about it, but rather chat in the dining room, and the friend added that he was not hungry yet, and suggested that they first see where the character lived. The elevator door opened. The guys went inside and the man said that they needed the 105th floor. The character looked at his phone. The screen was on and the girl was writing messages about the disappearance of the nurse. The hero was holding a phone in his hand, and she sent a video in her hand. The guy looked ahead. The man on the recording walked, looked around, and the heroine suggested that the nurse was killed because of him. The warrior in the video went further. In the recording, a man walked in front of the window. The main character widened his eyes and the heroine wrote that she checked all the people from his environment. A friend of the main character passed in the frame, and she explained that this man behaved strangely yesterday morning at school, as if he was looking for something on the 80th floor. The protagonist looked out the window, and the protagonist realized that it was Chin who was looking for him, and was surprised that he was going around the entire training building, and wondered what he was doing yesterday morning, and remembered that he was in a nightmare world, so Chin couldn't find him, and asked why he was looking for him. The friend turned slightly at the warrior. Chin turned around and asked what was wrong, and the guard warned the hero to be careful if he saw him. Chin walked into the room and said that he was jealous of his brother because he lived so high, on the 105th floor, and added that he had never climbed to such a height. The character walked forward and the friend asked to see the apartment as quickly as he couldn't wait to take a look at it, and the warrior replied that the apartment was directly opposite, and confirmed that they had come. The hero, pointing to the door, once again clarified that it was here. He turned around and asked if it was there. Magic hit the protagonist in the forehead. Blood spurted from the guy's head. Shin opened his mouth. Chin looked to the side and the fighter assumed that it was an illusion and asked how this was possible, and assumed that the character possessed such techniques. The shoe flew into the antagonist's face. The guy beat the enemy aside. The enemy fell to the floor and the system notified that the hero had distributed stat points, and now 3 types of abilities are available to him at once. These are the deer under the moon, the art of the shadow spirit and the storm, and explained that by using the deer under the moon as a basis, the warrior discovered a new technique shaking the sky in an incomplete form, which gives effects such as the obligatory knockback of the enemy, a shadow that looks exactly like a character, and a 30% increase in movement speed for 10 seconds. The character, looking towards the defeated opponent, asked where his friend was and added that he was not Chin, and the system reported that his body had strengthened. The murderer, smiling in a sinister grimace, neighed that he would soon keep the dead company in the next world. The antagonist jumped on the protagonist. The hero repelled the enemy with his foot. The guy kicked the opponent aside. The killer, grabbing his leg, said that he would cope with the hero with one hand. The enemy looked at the shoes and only exclaimed in surprise. He flew far back. Shin rushed forward and admitted that he didn't expect these skills to be combined to create a new ability. The enemy dodged the shots. The killer, noticing the hero's weapon with his eyes, said that the boy even had a pistol with him, but his skill with a pistol left much to be desired, and added that the character would not hit him. The guy threw away the weapon and the man explained on the radio that a gun was found on the 105th floor, and ordered all the fighters to go to the scene and check everything, and the main character replied that he did not shoot to hit the killer. The helicopter flew up to the skyscraper and the man ordered all the fighters on the radio to go to the 105th floor, where shots were heard, and check everything. The lasers cut off the antagonist's limbs. The girl threw away her gun and asked how he had deceived her, and admitted that she had examined it, but did not expect it to take shape. Vanna struck the enemy and demanded to know what his goal was, who sent him, and why he wanted to kill Shin, and warned him that otherwise he would be skinned and he would beg for death. The murderer bared his teeth, only mockingly replied that she would not learn anything from him. Vina, observing the slain enemy, cursed that the killer had gnawed and swallowed the poison that was in his mouth, and added that he should have been hit first. The guard put her hand on her hat, and said that she had never seen anyone with such a disguise that deceived not only the system, but also her, and concluded that he would have to report everything, and all that remained was to look for other clues, and the guy promised himself to never anger his sister Wayna again. The plaque was lit by a lamp, and the character reported that the killer had nothing to confirm his identity, and there was no information about him in the database either, and the technical department deciphered that this character was a killer with skills. Vina glanced to the side and remarked that it was no wonder that his skin-working skills were so good, if even the company's security system couldn't figure out his identity. The girl stood in the morgue and said that she could leave, since this corpse was no longer of any use. The guy turned around and he had to stay here alone, and the heroine said that she went upstairs. The character looked into the distance, and thought that this child was good at feeling death, and maybe he would be able to feel something. The hero, agreeing to stay, replied that it was good. The protagonist stood in front of the stretcher, and ordered the corpse to stand up and answer his question. The corpse of the killer, rising from the bed, mockingly replied that the character knows how to communicate with the dead. The corpse smiled and declared that the dead would not tell him anything. Shin furrowed his lips and Faye laughed that he had never seen such a reaction from a corpse to a whisper, and the guy wondered what would happen if he didn't open his mouth, to which the skeleton added that there would definitely be a show, and repeated that the corpse wouldn't tell him anything. The character looked at the dead man hanging on the wall. The corpse looked down. Burning hands grabbed the man. The wall was burning. The corpse was burning on the floor. The muscles began to grow a skeleton. The antagonist looked ahead and asked what it was. The wall was blazing with fire, and Faye laughed ominously that whoever refused to speak in a whisper would be condemned to torment, and the flames would burn for 100 years. But that was not all. A picture of the torture process appeared, and the skeleton explained that all 360 types of torture would then be applied one after the other. Each torture would last 100 million years, and then be replaced by others until the spirit spoke. He clarified that 100 million years would only last for the culprit, and only a couple of moments would pass for them. But if the corpse refused, he would summon even more tormenting spirits who would be carried away by the process, as each of them had the dexterity to maintain clarity and integrity of mind during torture. The corpse of the murderer, opening his mouth in pain, exclaimed that enough was enough, and promised to tell everything. Progonite stood before the corpse. Shin took out his phone and the skeleton said that the corpse had come back to life, and it looked like it had already broken. The body was lying on the sheets, and the hero demanded to tell everything from beginning to end. The narrator indicated that a few minutes ago it happened on the roof of a dormitory for girls. The building stood under the sunset sky. A schoolgirl standing on the roof told Mr. Han that everything had been done according to his instructions, but nothing had worked out with Shin, and added that she was just a schoolgirl and he had been recruited by a martial arts company. She was looking at the screen and Mr. Han said that it was at 7 o'clock in the evening at the Gillen Hotel, and told her not to be late, and the girl added that it was time to go. The schoolgirl put the phone to her ear and happily asked if it was true that she had received a quota for admission to the most prestigious school. She glanced at the screen and thanked Mr. Han and promised to come back without delay. The heroine stretched out her hand and ordered the girl to give it to her and asked who she was talking to. The schoolgirl waved her hand and asked who she was and why she was sneaking up, and said that she saw no reason to give anything to a stranger. The heroine put her sword forward and said that she knew that Zhao was most proud not of his achievements, but of his face, and repeated the demand to give him the phone, otherwise she would cut off her nose. The schoolgirl brushed it off and said that she didn't care who she was, but she wouldn't leave it that way, and promised that she would be arrested. The girl turned to her phone, and the guy explained that he had caught and interrogated the killer, who confessed to everything, and the heroine asked what other news she had, and what exactly the killer had said. The girl recoiled and asked if she had been sent to take revenge on her. The protagonist looked at the screen and the corpse stated that they were assassins from the Assassination Association, tasked with killing him, but making it look like he died in an accident. The guy walked forward and the corpse said that they put on a show in the hospital. It was he who killed Shin to lure the hero, and Shin was supposed to die there. However, he did not die, and even found witnesses. The policeman stepped forward and the corpse explained that they had to collect all the evidence, but they were not approached by a young policeman whom they were able to use. They began to work through the police, but everything failed, and the corpse had to act personally. The hero tilted his head and asked why they hid the corpse there, and where his friend's corpse was, to which the guard said that she had found it in the sewers of the school. The character clutched the phone with his hand. The protagonist looked ahead and asked where this person in charge was and who their customer was. The corpse opened his mouth and said that only the person in charge had the information. The character looked ahead and asked where he was. As the castle stood in the night, the corpse revealed that he was called the Skinner, and that he was an assassin in the assassin's world, and that the corpse was his guinea pig for skin experiments. And he added that the Skinner had gone to a maple forest near the suburbs because there was a girl he was going to kill as a nurse. The hero looked at the enemy and asked who he was and what his weakness was, and the corpse of the killer confessed that he could not imagine what weaknesses he could have. The man's eyes flashed, and the guy asked that if he was so powerful, why wouldn't he come to kill the hero in person? And the dead man explained that the status and position of the skinning officer in the world of assassins did not allow him to get dirty on a newcomer, since it was already considered an honor for the customer to control the course of the murder plan. The killer's corpse widened its mouth and said that the skinning officer still had one habit. The protagonist looked ahead and called this feature cannibalism. The girl looked into the distance. Shin looked at the phone and the heroine said that she would go to meet this skin ripper, and hung up. The corpse smiled and added mockingly that although he didn't know who the girl was, if she was looking for the Skinner, I was afraid she would be in trouble because he liked to eat young girls. The protagonist smashed the enemy's face. The dead man flew aside. The guy clenched his fist and ordered the corpse not to answer questions that he had not been asked. The place of action is the Maple Forest Hotel. The castle stood in the night. The man was holding cutlery in his hands. The couple was having dinner at the table. The Skinner, tasting the dish, noted with admiration that the taste did not spread all over the mouth, but had a barely noticeable bitterness on the tip of the tongue, and suggested that the time spent in solitude added to the tension of the dish, and apologized for this. The hero drank from his glass. Ripper closed his eyes and added that the dish was thick and tender, and the balance of sweetness and acidity with the notes of the Bloody Mary cocktail was artfully combined with meat dishes. The girl was sitting on a chair and the antagonist said that he had not tried such a delicacy for a long time, and the nurse touched him. The skin peeler looked ahead and explained that he would enjoy it carefully in gratitude for this. He wiped his mouth and declared that there would always be servants to interrupt their dinner, and life was full of surprises. The ogre looked at the phone and asked Mr. Han if he wanted him to take over the case himself, adding that he had just received news of the death of his assistant, and stated that he could take on the case, but asked what Han would offer him as payment for his services, and noted that 3 assassins had been killed, which meant that the opponent is not just a novice. The gentleman looked at the screen and said that he did not collect garbage, and added that the girl must meet his high standards of beauty. Images of a schoolgirl appeared on the screen. The killer glanced sharply at the screen. The Skinner, putting the phone to his lips, compared it to a lamb. The man jumped up and explained that looking at her, he felt the aroma on her body, thanked her for the meeting and promised to personally finish off the boy, and the interlocutor clarified that the girl would come to the meeting at 8 o'clock in the evening. The guy got up from the table and noticed that there was not much time left, and decided that he needed to take a shower. The man began to run forward and said that this perfume did not suit him, and added that the tie also needed to be changed, and explained that he needed to brush his teeth, otherwise he would not be able to fully experience the taste. The man stopped abruptly. The Skinner, turning around, exclaimed that he had almost forgotten the most important thing. He stretched out his hand. Threads wrapped around the heroine's head, and he explained that their relationship was over. The antagonist looked into the frame and said that it was because he couldn't let her upset his guest. Looking at the dome, the hero heard that the fingerprints matched, the brain waves and the face also matched. The identification was confirmed. Let him say the phrase, it would be his unique call. Saying it aloud would allow him to activate, to which he said that in just 10 steps a person can part with his life. Suddenly, the sphere opened, and it was heard that yes, it was excellent. After looking at the vehicle, the protagonist asked what the hell, the Ghost Rider's motorcycle. Hugging him, the man said that cool, at his age, if he had such a motorcycle, he does not know how many girls he could seduce, to which he asked what are the characteristics of this motorcycle, and the head listed the characteristics and said that as well as the proprietary flight system, it is possible to switch between automatic and manual controls. MC opened his eyes in surprise and asked that he could even fly, to which Chien said that of course, but if he can't fly, let him fly in automatic mode, let him tell everything to the AI, and he will find a place to charge himself, and it is tied to his personal ID, automatic debiting. Getting on the motorcycle, he said that if it were red, it would look even cooler, like a bright flame. Suddenly he changed his color, to which Shin asked that it also changes color. The words flashed by that a completely new body of the motorcycle made of color-changing dragon material, as he wished. Smiling, he said that this motorcycle was very cool, but he would still like to learn some sword technique, like this, to which the man replied that it seemed that Kunlun thought that his situation was very dangerous, so he provided him with the latest model of motorcycle to escape. The hero stared in amazement when he heard that the pure electric fuel injection mode, once launched, he is like a rocket, faster than he can imagine, can save his life when necessary, to which he asked that since Kunlun believes his situation is dangerous, he knows who wants to kill him, right? Smirking, Chien replied that even if he knew, he would definitely not interfere with such trifles, he should constantly monitor the survival of human civilization. Only if he showed value, he would give him a reward, or exchange the information he was interested in for something. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the value, but if a person in this world has no value, then no one cares whether he is alive or dead. He wonders how the Skinner. A view of the high-rise building opened. It was heard that tonight let him rest in the company. He would not go anywhere. Tomorrow morning he would take him to the exam site. Masters from 3 universities would sit at the exam site, who would be able to ensure his safety as much as possible. To which the MC replied that he should not worry. He was not going anywhere, and he added that tonight his floor would be closed. No one can go out. Tomorrow morning they will leave early. People stood at attention. The girls looked at the building. With her eyes wide open, Xiao thought that she had brought her, wondering how the master would react. Standing in front of the palace, the swordswoman thought about how intense killing energy, but hidden well, almost nothing could be felt. Raising her eyebrows, she asked what she was saying that user had provided her with a large number of top-grade pills and nutritional elixirs to help her improve her performance, and even allowed her to enter a prestigious school on preferential terms, to which the student replied that yes, as long as she led her classmates against Shin, he would give everything, what she asks. She stretched out her hand after hearing that Shin had signed an agreement with the International Martial Arts Association, which meant that her mission had failed. She knew what her fate would be, to which Zhao asked how she knew what the future held for her. Lowering her head, the girl thought that this was just an ordinary disciple from a poor family. She had exchanged everything Shin had done for her for a deal that could be beneficial, but she didn't know that this deal would plunge her into a deep abyss. It was over. Standing beside Zhao, she said that she was giving her two options. First, she was hiding nearby and waiting for her to finish, and then she came out as a witness, confirming everything she had seen. And second, she hadn't met her tonight, going to her patron, and she would pretend not to know her. The girl gritted her teeth when she heard this. She began to move forward rapidly. The swordswoman closed her eyes. She drew her weapon from its scabbard. The butler threw open the door. The guy turned sharply. Holding the flower in his hands, he said that he had finally met her. She was the most beautiful lady he had ever met, and the most talented. He was ready to recommend her for admission to the best university, even ready to sponsor her studies. Smirking, the student thought that this is Mr. Han. He is not like on the internet. He has very human taste. And then said that thank you very much for his kindness. She doesn't even know how to thank him, what to do with Shin. Looking at her, the young man replied that there was no need to worry about him, to which she asked that there was no need anymore. He would not take revenge, and he said that she should not worry as long as he was around. He could not harm her. A strong wind blew from the window. Hugging the guy's hand, she said that it was so cold. The young man began to take off his jacket. Putting the jacket on her, Han said to be careful, and then thought that a very powerful blade energy was coming from outside, directed at him. Going forward, he added that it seemed that someone was after him. It was necessary to speed up the process. There was no way that this romantic meeting should be ruined, and then said that she not only had talent but also a kind heart. He decided to recommend her for the entrance exams to the top 3 universities. A view of the palace opened. Looking up, Zhao thought that the top 3 were very famous and talented people. She couldn't even dream of this. If she managed to enter one of the 3 institutions, she would be able to advance her career and no longer associate with ordinary people. Walking beside the guy, she asked that he was telling the truth, to which Han replied that he had made a huge contribution to archaeology that year. Kunlun had given him the secret code. Once it was used, his staff would be able to qualify for the entrance exam to the top 3 universities. Smirking, he added that he would hand over the quota to her, to which the girl replied that but her strength, and the young man said that don't worry, he would help her become stronger. She only needed to enter her information into the phone, and then thought that great, there was still time. The student was holding the phone in her hands. Resting her head on his chest, she thanked him, to which the guy asked that she was happy. Zhao shed tears and replied approvingly. Looking down, Han thought that this harvest moment was approaching. He took her by the face. The young man kissed her. Holding her head in his hands, he said that he was also very happy for her. Looking up, the guy thought that they had done it together, a magnificent masterpiece. On his knees, he said that as soon as he looked at her, he was ready to weep with happiness. Such a perfect, such a touching person, in his prime. Suddenly, a blue ray appeared in the air. Smiling broadly, Han said that he was looking forward to tasting her flower. An explosion thundered in the palace. The girl was standing in the smoke. The swordswoman froze in front of the apprentice. Looking at her, she said that she was too late, and then thought that she suspected that if she had the will of the dagger, he would be more restrained, did not expect to be mad. From the smoke came cries that no, let him not touch her. Jumping up, the demon shouted that she was his. The swordswoman looked away. She pointed her sword towards the girl. Hanging in the air, the guy said that enough was enough, he would do whatever he asked, just let him not touch it. Standing in front of him, Xiao replied that she should stand still, otherwise she would get rid of the corpse. Let her answer who his boss was, to which the young man said that he was a master of the blade technique. There could be no mistake, she was a legendary swordswoman. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that his threads surrounded her. Let her believe it, she would not be able to break through them. Lowering his gaze, Han said that he should bring Zhao back and then release her. Suddenly he shuddered in amazement. Raising the weapon up, the girl said that it was good, let him give him a try. Frowning, she added that they would see which of the two of them could withstand the blow. Tears appeared in his eyes. Clutching his head, the guy asked that they had just met, but were about to part. A beautiful work of art, he hadn't even had time to try it out. A creature appeared behind him and he added that well, Xiao is also very pretty, she will taste her, she doesn't care about this Xiao. How can he get her? She already imagines touching her flesh with her tongue. Isn't this true happiness? No, she was perfect. His eyes lit up and the demon said that it was bad, it didn't matter, he would devour them. Watching him, the lady thought that it seemed that even the threat of death could not bend him. Holding the weapon in her hands, she said that why don't they make a deal? Looking at her, the monster asked again, to which the swordswoman replied that if she said who was behind it, she would not only bring her back, but she could also try to kill her. Han looked at her furiously and said that even if this deal didn't happen, he would still be able to get her body. Lowering her head, the girl asked what her power felt. Of course, he might be able to defeat her, but it was not a fact that the body would be whole, and she guaranteed that no matter whether he succeeded or not, she would not rely on the power of the family and would not allow people to take revenge on him. Red rays flew around the guy. Gritting his teeth, he asked that she was telling the truth. Standing in front of him, Xiao replied that of course. Putting his hand to his face, the young man said that a continuous headache, betrayal of the puppeteer is tantamount to breaking the rules of the League of Assassins. In the future he will also face persecution from the League. Looking at him, the swordswoman asked what he was afraid of. Closing his eyes, Han replied that yes, how is it possible to get her? He is willing to make such a sacrifice. The mere thought of being able to hug her tightly, give her countless passionate kisses, fills him with excitement. He bowed when he heard that her blade would cut him. To which the boy replied that even her voice turned him on. A truly wonderful night. Surprised that he would be able to collect 2 beautiful works of art, let him thank her. Taking the girl in his arms, he added that the moment he said the name of the puppeteer, their feelings would begin to fade. Before that happened, let him send her to safety, then he would devote all his time to her. The hero was standing on the roof. Putting his leg back, he said that he wondered how she was doing. He could not get through, he was definitely not her rival. But what if she was in danger? Looking down, the protagonist asked what he thought Xiao had a chance against him. To which the skeleton asked that he wanted to hear the truth. A view of the city opened. It was heard that she would not be able to cope, and he could kill them. To which the MC replied that it could not be. He saw her blade. It is capable of splitting the sky. And the monster said that she would not be able to dodge his blows, although he does not understand the killers of their world. But this person is a worthy opponent. His experience and strength are superior. Frowning, Shin said that he was right, she was in danger. To which the creature replied that it was enough to think and go to bed. Leaning against the partition, he thought that at first he wanted to rely on Xiao to find out the truth. But in the end, he only got her into danger. Her brother died, Chin too, and the witness. Lowering his head, the hero thought that how many more people should die. She was the only one who was trying her best for this cause. He couldn't let her die. Looking at the phone, he added that the unfamiliar number was not her. Picking up the phone, the protagonist responded. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl said that her mother said that if she could not contact her, she should find him and contact the police. To which she was asked who she was. MC frowned upon hearing that her mom was the nurse who saw him encounter the ghost that day. To which he asked where her mom was, and then wondered that it was the daughter of the witness. She had left her contacts at the reception. Exactly. He walked to the motorcycle, listening to her say that she would go to the mausoleum in the west and wait for her there. But she could not get through to her. To which Shin asked where she was, and the girl replied that she was in a cafe near the mausoleum. And he added that it was fine, let him not leave there, he would be there soon, let him call the police. The hero frowned when he heard that he wasn't going to go there, let him be careful. To which he replied that the girl's mother might already be dead. He didn't want her to feel alone. Whether it was true or not, he had to see if the motorcycle was put in storage first. Holding the blade in his hands, he added that it was a gain in time, a loss in eternity. If things went wrong, he would just take out a motorcycle and ride away on it. To which the skeleton said that it was very dangerous there, that if he died, what should he do? Going out to the roof, the protagonist replied that he should not worry, he would not die. He would only be able to get information with the help of force. In other words, if he wanted to get to the bottom of the truth, he had to rely on himself. Walking to the edge, he heard that it was useless. There were 105 floors. Nothing would come of it, what he was doing. Suddenly, MC jumped up. Standing on the edge, he listened to the fact that he was not going to fly away on a motorcycle. It would create so much noise that the whole house would hear, and he said that all the characteristics were for dexterity. Green lightning appeared around him, and the creature asked that he was not going to jump off. He warned, even if his agility reached 30, jumping from such a height would still be fatal. Looking up, Shin said that he had to do something, and then thought that this sky full of clouds and lightning was his best cover. Suddenly he jumped down. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that the cold wind was howling. Being in free fall, he added that it would rain at night. The protagonist was rapidly falling down. He frowned when he heard that if he died, he would use the powers of the necromancers to resurrect him and make him a mindless corpse. Stretching his hand forward, the MC activated the gate. Running down the corridor, he did it again. Shin fell down, thinking that as long as he opened the gate at a safe height when falling, he could use the nightmare world as an aerial platform to unload his power. He flew through the portal. As he landed down, the hero thought that by repeating this over and over again, he had essentially created countless points of support in the air. He looked around, hearing the monster's words that he was sick, almost lost his life because of him. To which the protagonist replied that although he swears, he understands that in fact he is shocked by his power. Today they have business, they need a motorcycle. He rode swiftly forward. Holding the steering wheel, the MC said that there was one corpse every 10 steps, to which he was told that the password had been successfully confirmed. He drove past city buildings. After stopping, Shin said that he was here. Entering the room, he asked that it was she who called him, to which he was answered approvingly. Standing in front of him, the girl asked if he had seen her mother. She could not get through to her. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero replied that he was going to go in search of her. By the way, she called the police, to which she said that the phone was on, but no one answered. The child looked at him, hearing that no one answered. It was strange how this could be, to which she asked that her mother was alive, would help find her. There was a view of the city, and the girl said that her room number was 707, but she was afraid to go there, to which the protagonist asked what and where her dad was, and she replied that he had died a long time ago. They lived with her mother alone. to which he said that then he would first take her to a safe place, and then go in search of her mother. Looking at the motorcycle, he said that he should take her to the organization, and then return to him, to which the answer was that the route was being replanned. Now he would clarify, they would arrive in 5 minutes and 40 seconds. MC smirked when he heard that she was scared, wanted to go to her mother, to which he replied that she should not worry, the place where he would take her was very safe. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he would find her mother, and then take her to her, and in the meantime let him wait in the organization. The girl looked at him through her tears and answered approvingly. Fire appeared from the exhaust of the motorcycle. Shin waved after her. He gritted his teeth when he heard that the truth would look for her. It was a waste of time. This little girl had nothing to do with him, and she would most likely become a burden for him. He did not understand why he should help her, to which the hero replied that of course, her mother had nothing to do with it, it all happened because of him. He froze when he heard that he hadn't noticed anything strange in the area, to which the protagonist asked again and said that now that he had said so, he really felt uncomfortable. Walking down the street, the MC listened that this girl had distracted his attention, didn't notice anything, he could feel the energy of life, but since they entered this area, apart from this girl, he hadn't seen a single living soul, to which he asked what he wanted to say. He froze in the middle of the street, the words flashed by that there was not a single living person in this area. Shin looked to the side. Turning his attention to the palace, he asked if the skeleton could hear it, to which the monster replied that the battle noise was coming from the Fonlin Hotel. It seemed that they were having a fierce battle, and he added that he couldn't wait any longer. The hero rushed forward and said that he was heading to the hotel. Let him cover him. If something happened, then let him immediately warn him to escape. He walked around the room. Grinning, the girl asked what he had booked, and the skeleton said that he should not worry, she was dead. Grabbing his weapon, the protagonist asked how she died, and what she was doing here. The employee's eyes lit up and she replied that the master had killed them to satisfy his desires. He had used special silk threads to bind their bodies, as well as magic to control their souls, ordering them to perform various actions. Standing in front of her, the MC asked why she didn't attack him, to which she replied that they were set up as puppets to provide services to the guests. When the host faced a powerful enemy, they would fight until they received new instructions. Taking a step forward, he asked how many other people had died here, to which the girl replied that they were, and Sheng added what and how to understand it. Smiling, she said that everyone in the area was dead. The hero looked frightened when he heard this. He abruptly raised his head up, and the skeleton said that they were fighting on the roof. This was a great chance for them. They needed to get to room 707. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. Looking at the door, he said that he had found it. MC knocked the door out of his foot. His eyes widened. The whole room was filled with corpses. Walking forward, Shin said that how could it be? There were so many corpses here. Damn, would anyone recognize him? There were still living people here. And the creature said that he could feel corpses. Other rooms were the same as this, even denser. The eyes of the dead suddenly lit up and they said that no one survived. The hero looked at him in surprise when he heard that she knew him. Lying among the corpses, the undead said that when they were on duty, they saw him talking to ghosts. He looked at her in fright. Standing in front of a pile of corpses, the protagonist said that he would excuse me, she died because of him. To which the undead replied that she was already dead, so it didn't really matter, by the way, if he didn't mind. Blood poured from her eyes and she said that she asked for revenge for them. Gritting his teeth, the MC said that he should not worry, he would definitely do it. As for her daughter, he would do everything possible for her to grow up healthy. Let her rest in peace. Gritting her teeth, the undead asked. Looking at her, Shin said that she was the one who called him. Suddenly, shrapnel flew in front of him. An explosion thundered in the building. Covering his face from the smoke, the hero asked what was wrong, to which the skeleton replied that the building exploded. Judging by the explosion, it was from above. He looked up when he heard that someone dared to ruin his plans, and the monster said that there was very little energy among the two fighters upstairs and one of them, and this person was moving towards them. Standing in the middle of the smoke, the man said that it was now. Jumping up, the protagonist thought that it was the voice of a man, as well as a falling man. He abruptly caught the girl. The swordswoman looked at him and asked what he was doing here. Holding her in his arms, the MC replied that it took a long time to explain. He came to save her, to which she replied that even given his negligible strength, he still came to the rescue. Well, what an idiot. And he added that he had enough talking, but she was safe. Closing her eyes, Xiao thought that she had to suppress her strength in order for that guy to fall for it. Defeat or victory depended on this counterattack maneuver. She hadn't expected that the boy would suddenly save her. A man would assume and God disposed. But even so, she was not without a trump card. Biting her lip, she said that it was okay, for his sake. Suddenly, Shin slapped her. Gritting his teeth, he apologized and thought that she was a great swordswoman. He needed to give her all to knock her out. Rolling her eyes, the girl mumbled. Landing on the shard, the hero said that he should forgive me. He just didn't want her to know about his secret, and then called the gate. Walking forward, the guy asked if she was missing or hiding. Sticking out his tongue, he added that he was playing hide-and-seek. Funny. Han walked slowly forward, saying that they probably didn't know, but the entire hotel was littered with his eyes and ears for a good time and started counting down. The doors suddenly swung open. Holding the swordswoman in his arms, the protagonist said that he was still a garbage man, let him find the right armor for her, to which the skeleton replied that he was a collector from the battlefield, not a scavenger, and he added that he should only look at all his treasures, isn't it garbage? They abruptly moved to another place. MC gritted his teeth tightly. Rushing forward, he asked what the hell, didn't he have any other equipment? How did he even manage to find such equipment on the battlefield? To which the creature replied that there are only these clothes for a girl. Let him better ask people who take such things on the battlefield, he stole it from the corpse of a man. People looked away, hearing that someone should help, she would die soon. Pointing his finger at him, the man said that he was a guy who had survived trouble, to which Shin thought that nicknames were becoming more and more inappropriate. People lined up around the swordswoman. There were phrases that she should put the wounded woman on the bed. She was seriously injured, and she exuded powerful energy. She was wearing a holy rabbit battle suit. She must be a very experienced assassin. Holding the bag in his hands, the hero said that he had money. Let them just help her, and then thought that these were the coins that the king had given him last time. That should be enough, right? The man looked at the bag in surprise and asked that he was sure that it was not the money that the king had allocated as tuition fees, to which he asked how he knew. Frowning, he replied that there was a special seal on the bag of money with the coat of arms of the royal family. It was proof that it belonged to the king. The bag itself was worth a lot of gold, not to mention it. The protagonist looked at them angrily and shouted that enough of talking nonsense, here is the money, let them treat her, suddenly it will get worse. Smiling broadly, the healer replied that all right, they would do everything possible to cure her. People raised their hands up. MC looked happily and thought that everyone was helping her. It turned out that she could rely on them. He shuddered when he heard that after the battle, changeable, but with his calmness and absence, he had ceased to attract attention. His nickname conditions were gradually disappearing, but now he would be famous for returning unexpectedly to the field again, saving a comrade, sacrificing everything he had. People performed a ritual of treatment. It was said that the royal gold coins he gave were 100 times more valuable than ordinary ones. In other words, he did not consider the costs and invested in amounts several thousand times higher than the usual medical expenses to save the girl. Shin looked down at his hands, hearing that from now on, people would be discussing his noble and lofty morality, congratulating him on acquiring the new nickname of the Undying. With his eyes wide open, he wondered what he had done. Turning around, the man said that the treatment was completed. Looking at him, the hero asked how things were, to which he replied that excellent, they used the best medical technology. Her body recovers quickly, she will be able to wake up in a few minutes. And the skeleton said that yes, he feels it. Her life force is extraordinarily strong. It is not for nothing that it is human medical technology. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was good that he spent the money to save her, and then thought that it was good, but they still had an unfinished mission. As he left, he added that he needed to wake her up in the main world, and the knight said that it was great, so this girl was his beloved, of course, otherwise he would hardly agree to leave such a large amount. But if he had so much gold, he would marry all the beauties in the world. The man opened his eyes. Looking down, Xiao sighed. Looking at her, the MC said that she was finally awake. Suddenly she swung her sword. The swordswoman put the blade to his throat and asked what he had done to her. Raising his eyebrows, Shin replied that this is a kind of healing technique. It is only effective when stunned. The girl looked at her in surprise and thought that her wounds had healed. Lowering her head, she said that she was mistaken about him, to which the hero replied that he should apologize for hitting her so suddenly. That guy would be here soon, he could still fight. He widened his eyes as he heard the approving reply. Putting her hands behind her back, the swordswoman said that she would finish him off. His healing technique is very powerful, she had never felt so revived. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered what the sufferer was, what the effect was. Perhaps the healing she had just received gave her a special stat boost. Taking a step forward, he said that he should not forget to find out who the puppeteer was, to which she replied that she already knew, and the MC asked what and who. They looked at them angrily when they heard that they had found them. Walking forward, the guy said that it was just in time. Lowering her head, Xiao said that if he didn't have any strong skills, he could leave, and then thought that she had already watched him before. Perhaps he had some hidden strength. Waving his hand, Shin replied that she was right. It was better for him not to fight. Good luck to her. The door slammed shut behind him. Going to meet her, Han said that she could not run away with him, because he had come specifically for her, to which the swordswoman wondered what his talent in healing meant. Okay, she could handle it herself, after all. Suddenly the girl grabbed her weapon. She sharply struck a blow to the opponent's head. The wave from the attack rushed forward. The thought arose that it had already surpassed all the peaks. Lightning struck the building. The debris of the roof was falling down, and the man said that it could not be. He looked at her in bewilderment, and said that she had also been seriously injured. Frowning, Xiao thought that she had found out. Standing in the smoke, Han said that this is how it is. Shin first released his power, then demolished half of the tower to help her heal. The conspiracy and repeated attacks failed. Now it was clear that he was far from an ordinary boy, to which she thought that he had demolished half of the building. No. Raising his head up, the guy said that okay, it's not so important. Nothing attracts him as much as his fish. Its resilience, and will make him burn. Let him see. The wound it gave him is now furiously jubilant. His eyes lit up and he added that let them continue the intertwining. A view of the camp opened. People stood in a circle, Among them there was talk that the ruler treated him very well, since he had given him so many gold coins. He was also very generous. All the money that was given to him, he gave them for the sake of his friends. I was sure that they did the right thing, whether it was too impudent on their part. The man closed his eyes and said that they should not worry. During the treatment, he put a few coins in his girlfriend, and took only 1/10, and he also added a blessing of power to his girlfriend for 3 hours. This expresses his respect. The healers looked at him in surprise and asked again. A view of the sky opened up, phrases flashed by that he had given a blessing to dexterity. He had added a resonant blessing, and he had also given it to her. Standing in front of the tent, the man asked what they wanted to say. This girl had collected all the blessings, to which he was told that when all the blessings are applied to one person, it becomes the supreme enhancement magic. The man looked up. He abruptly told them to shut up after hearing that it was magic that could only be used by members of the royal family. Illegal use was a serious crime if others found out. Smiling, the healer said that it was rare for them, the members of the holy medical team, to get together during the war, so it was necessary to release a full set of blessings. It could be assumed that they had befriended this undying boy, and then thought that fortunately, he had hidden some of the gold coins, hoping he wouldn't tell anyone about it. The girl swung her weapon. She deftly dodged attacks. Red rays emanated from Han, and the thought appeared in the swordswoman's head that the speed and strength of his silk threads had become stronger compared to how it all began. His attacks had become twice as fierce. How could he increase his strength? There was a continuous sound from the beginning. She had to carefully study what kind of sound it was, and how it related to the increase in his strength. She looked away in surprise. Shao waved the weapon and thought that it was coming from here. A pile of corpse heads appeared in front of her. She knitted her brows. All the corpses were smeared with blood. Putting his hands behind his back, the guy said that this was how she had already found the gift prepared for her. Grinning, he added that let him listen. They were singing for them. Holding the ring in his hands, the young man said that it was their wedding song. The undead opened their mouths wide. The hero ran swiftly forward. Going down the stairs, he heard that he had become smarter, since he decided to run away from the building to a safer place. To which he asked that it was a joke. He almost got to the place he needed, and the skeleton asked again that he was running to the stairs. He didn't want to run away. Kicking the door, the protagonist shouted that he should look back. The corpses began to cast spells. It must be the tricks of that guy. She needed to help her. To which the monster replied that a battle of this level was too much for him. This bastard relied on the spells of the blood demon to increase his strength. Let him better listen to him. Opening the doors to the rooms, he told the skeleton that he was right. He would die if he got into this battle, but they could at least help. To which the creature asked what, how, and what he was looking for. MC stretched out his arms to the sides and said what he found here. He walked into the room, and the monster asked what he was looking for, and why. Taking the microphone in his hand, Shin replied that it was time to test their skills. The heads of the corpses made sounds. Raising his hand, Khan said that he should allow him to tie it with a thread. The threads were tied around the swordswoman, and he added that to weave an exclusive wedding dress for her. Her eyes lit up green. The girl made several sharp swings of her sword. She looked away in surprise. Looking at the weapon, Shao thought that the blade was entangled. Taking her hand, the guy said that he should let him kiss her hand and put a wedding ring on her, to which she thought that how quickly. He held out the ring to her finger. Suddenly, her blade was released. The swordswoman swung her weapon sharply. Turning his head, the young man asked that there was another blade in the blade. She frowned when she heard that it was a pity. Smirking, Han said that in this endless curse of the blood demon, he was invincible. Sitting on the floor, he added that let him fight. The more body movements, the sweeter the fruit would be. The outcome was already predetermined. Waving her weapon, Shao replied that it wasn't a fact. A glow appeared around her swords. She stretched them out to the sides. Smiling, the guy mumbled. A bright sphere appeared in the air, and he said that he used twin blades that had the energy of the emperor, and they were called the sun and moon. He did not expect that at such a young age she would so easily comprehend this incredible swordsmanship skill. It was not for nothing that he loved it so much. It was a pity that soon her blade would not be in her hands. Tonight she would lose her life. Crossing her arms, the swordswoman told him to die. Suddenly she rushed forward. The lady ran swiftly towards the villain. Han's eyes lit up and he thought that yes, like this, let him attack. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that the great dark blood two-headed serpent, using tens of thousands of innocent souls as sacrifices, let him answer his call. Zhao's eyes opened in surprise, and the thought that yes, like this, arose in his mind. Looking at her, the demon thought that he should sleep soundly in his arms. Crossing her weapons, the girl thought that it was bad. He summoned a demon. With her eyes wide open, she added that she would not have time. Raising his hand up, the hero asked how they were doing. The Khan abruptly raised his head up. The swordswoman froze in bewilderment. The undead's eyes lit up green as they heard that whoever hears his call, let them answer. The guy stretched his arms to the sides, listening to the fact that it hurts. Despair, it hurts her very much. The demon began to evaporate. Looking at his hands, the young man asked what, why, who had interrupted his curse. Shao swung her sword at him. She swung both blades. A lot of blows flew into the guy. Putting the sword in its scabbard, the girl said that it was the end. She looked away when she heard that she wasn't. Sitting on the floor, Khan said that she would not kill him. Gritting her teeth, the lady thought that her powerful blade strike couldn't kill him. He had some kind of armor. Blood spurted from the mouths of the corpses. And she added that it was bad. The corpse began to murmur curses again. Taking a step forward, the demon's servant said that he didn't care. The snot interrupted them. They would continue. Closing his eyes, the protagonist shouted that they could sing a happy birthday song, and then offered to sing together. Khan froze when he heard what he could do. And who did not know it? Everyone knew this song. To which the MC replied that then they would start. Let them throw away their worries. Sing all together. Raising his hands, the guy asked what the hell, this is a curse. The girl grinned as she listened to the song. A view of the palace opened. With his eyes wide open, the young man shouted that damn Shin, he would kill him. Suddenly he kicked the ground. Shielding her face from the smoke, Xiao thought that it was bad, he was going to find him. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard that faster, he would soon get to him. He grabbed the headphones abruptly. Rushing forward, the protagonist asked that they remember their favorite songs, let them sing them for him, do not stop. The eyes of the undead lit up and they began to sing songs. Suddenly, the guy jumped right in front of the hero. He looked angrily and said that he had found him. The ceiling began to collapse. Frowning, the girl said that she would detain him, let him run, to which the protagonist replied that she was fast, good luck to her. Gritting his teeth, Khan said that he should listen, if he dared to run away, he would kill his parents. Looking at him, the swordswoman replied that she should not pay attention and run, and he added that it was good, he would finish off his family, eat it right in front of his eyes. MC showed his middle finger when he heard that he would rip the skin off them, and do it immediately. Circling in the middle of the room, he asked what to do. Shin furrowed his brows, and the skeleton said that he understood that he was angry, that he was not trained in any fighting styles, he would not be able to wedge himself into battle, if he took part, he would simply be killed, the whispering of darkness was just an accident, let him not think much of himself. He sighed and replied that he was right. Lowering his head, the hero asked that if he became one, he would be able to defeat the enemy, to which the monster said that if he were in the prime of life, he would slap him with one hand. Looking at him, the creature added that it was pointless to talk about it now, he was too badly injured, he couldn't use his hands, it was better to figure out how to escape. Smiling, the protagonist said that okay, then it looks like they can talk about another matter, to which he asked what he was up to again. Looking at the skeleton, he asked that he had an agreement with him. Yes, he wanted to make a deal with him. Gritting his teeth, the MC said that he would help him regain his strength, and he would help him deal with him, to which the monster asked. A glow appeared around the skull, a phrase flashed that last time on the battlefield outside the secret room. He told him about the method of healing their spirits. They used special spells to materialize the sacrificial city, and then encase the spirits, or life forces in it, extract the power from them so that they can recover, to which Lu said, which yes, but this method requires a lot of energy. He looked at him in surprise and asked if he really wanted to use the dead in the hotel. Raising his head up, Shin asked if the dead were able to satisfy his healing conditions, to which he was told that the souls here had been shackled by that guy with the help of magic and corpses, that higher power could be extracted from them, but he had lost his power, and he couldn't make these corpses sing his sacrificial speech, to which he added that he would come up with something. The hero frowned upon hearing that the whole process of casting a spell takes time. Once this guy notices it, he will interfere with him, to which he replied that well, he will stall for time. The protagonist rushed forward, and the skeleton said that he definitely intended to kill him, he was just afraid that if he died, to which he replied that if he died, let him use the magic of the dead to turn him into a slave, and the monster added that he would have said before, he agreed, they would make a contract. Looking at the contract, the MC said that it was on the deal. Looking down, he said that it was good, and now let him say his curses, he would write them down and let the spirits listen to them, to which Lu replied that they usually sing, and he wanted to use this soulless and emotionless method. Shin made a face when he heard that he understood that he was angry, but let him believe that it was better not to get involved in the battle, otherwise he would die, to which he replied that recording was the safest way, and the monster said that it was okay, in order to regain strength, he would endure everything. He turned on the recording on the phone. The hero frowned when he heard that it was good, looked at his performance, to which he replied approvingly, and then thought that the characteristic was distributed to dexterity. He rushed forward, and it was reported that according to his wishes, the stats had been distributed, and his agility had reached 10.1. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist shouted that they should calm down. He was going to play the song. Let them listen carefully and repeat word for word. It was impossible to make a mistake in a single letter. The undead's eyes lit up. A phrase flashed through that the whispers coming from the depths of the underworld, with the help of souls such as skeletons, would help him overcome the barrier between life and death. The girl turned when she heard that at this great feast of souls, merging with the bones into infinity, invoking the mercy of the Almighty, the mother of dark bones, the king of the corpse eaters, the Lord, may he bless him and may his power resound in every moment of his life. MC closed his eyes and shouted that the recording was over. Everyone had memorized. Now they would say it all together. The undead began to pronounce the words. The Khan looked at him in surprise and said that the curse, he controlled the corpses, he needed to do away with him. Running forward, Shin heard that it had happened, the spell was working, to which he asked that he should wait until he finished casting the spell. Yes, and Lu replied that yes, this was the first but most important step, Now he had to dodge the Ripper. He would try to stop it at all costs. As he climbed the stairs, he heard that he should run after the dead to the top of the stairs. This is a place of souls. Rushing after him, the guy asked what he was doing, to which the hero asked what he was doing so quickly. The young man's eyes lit up, and he said that he would not escape. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ceiling. The girl swung her weapon. The demon turned his head. A blow flew to his back. He spat out the blood. Frowning, the swordswoman thought that damn, he was obsessed with killing him. The demon swung his hand, and she added that he was approaching quickly, using blows to close the distance. The young man looked furiously and shouted that he couldn't escape. The hero ran into the room. The Khan abruptly flew into the room. He froze and asked where the damn kid had gone. The guy lowered his head, listening to the spell. The protagonist ran out of the room. Turning his head, he said that he was relying on him, to which Xiao replied approvingly. Standing in front of her, the young man shouted that when he dared to deceive him, he would tear him to pieces. The souls began to rise up, to which Lu said that it had happened. Now let the dead voluntarily direct their willpower to him, and he would be able to restore his true power. Raising the ring up, the MC said that the moment of revenge had come. They only had one chance. Let them give him their power. Jumping up, he added that let them get ready. Shin turned around as he heard the warning. Holding the weapon in her hands, Xiao said that in order to kill him, he wouldn't even think about the consequences. Waving his hand, Khan shouted that he should die already. He struck a blow at the hero. Frowning, the girl shouted his name. The demon's subordinate looked at him in amazement. He raised his hand and asked if it was an illusion. Flying into the air, the hero said that let them hear his call. He looked at him angrily and added that they would kill him together. The undead raised their heads up. Their eyes glowed with a bright green light. Souls flew in the air. Phrases about revenge were heard. Waves flew around the ring. Waving his hand, the guy asked what to kill him. This is such a joke. He thinks he will succeed. Let him die. Suddenly, a blow flew on his back. The skeleton pierced him with a sword. Standing in the smoke, the swordswoman asked. The weapon was stuck in the creature's body. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that he was not joking at all. If he said to kill him, he would kill him. It was his fault that he was late for the day. Gray smoke emanated from the palace. Standing on Lu's shoulder, the protagonist said that now let him die. With his eyes wide open, he added that he was in front of everyone he had killed. Lying on the ground, Han shouted that it was a disaster. It could not be that he had such power. Standing behind them, Xiao thought that calamity, so that was his trump card. Frowning, the MC said that it was time to end. The monster raised his weapon in the air. Lying on the ground, the guy replied that let him dream. Red threads rushed upwards. Lu's eyes lit up and he asked that these were the threads that he considered to be his proudly worthy abilities. Holding the sword in his hands, he added that it was a worthless blow. Looking at him, the young man asked again. Looking down, the skeleton said that a pathetic ant like him did not deserve to get his hands dirty. A glow appeared around the sword and the creature said that countless souls were praying for it. They had been imprisoned for too long. Cracks appeared on the ground, and he added that it was time to give them back their freedom. A huge cross appeared in the air. The eyes of the dead lit up. They rose from the ground. The girl turned around in fright. Lowering his head, Lu said that it was time for revenge. Looking at his hand, Han said that damn it, he couldn't control them. He had stripped him of his power. He stretched out his hand to the side and exclaimed. Suddenly, the guy flew up. The monster looked at him viciously and asked that he wanted to escape. A bright flame flew out of his mouth. The young man looked frightened and said that his body. Turning his head, the skeleton replied that he shouldn't worry. It was just a spell to suppress the soul. It could cause the soul and body of a living being to vibrate, temporarily making it impossible for him to move, but would not cause him any harm. Han began to fall down. It was heard that after all, they were just like him now. They were hungry for his body. The dead pounced on his body. They began to devour him. The zombie tore off a piece of flesh. The undead jumped up furiously, and the monster said that people think that killing the culprit can put an end to hatred, but they do not know that the wave of revenge will not recede. The dead will drag him into the abyss with their own hands. The zombies ran swiftly forward. With his eyes wide open, the guy shouted that he did not want to die. Let them save him. He was ready to give them everything he had. The hero looked down in surprise. Red rays flew upwards. Black smoke was in the air. On his knees, the young man said that he was grateful for the possibility of existence. Let him come and take everything. He looked at his hand in amazement. With his eyes wide open, Khan asked why he was rejecting him. The protagonist frowned and shouted that he was using magic. Let them detain him quickly. He stretched out his hand. Jumping down, the MC said that let him accept his death. He would personally avenge him for Chin. Raising his head up, the demon thought that the bastard, although the Great One himself had not come, his shadow was still protecting him. Striking the blow, he added that he should die. Standing on Lu's shoulder, Shin shouted that he was an idiot, falling for the same trick twice, to which he replied that damn, clones again. Pointing the gun, he said that it was pleasant. A shot flew into the head of the undead. The hero put his hand to his face. Frowning, he shouted that he should forgive me. He hadn't trained to shoot, so he missed. But it didn't matter. Go ahead, let him use a fire attack. The monster held out his sword in front of him. The blade rushed towards the demon. His body began to incinerate. Lowering its head, the creature shouted a warning. Suddenly, he used the white skeleton hugging skill. Turning around, the creature said that the moment the Ripper was suffocating, something obscure burst out of his body. Something unknown wanted to attack him. If he hadn't used this defensive magic in time, he might have died. Swinging her sword, the girl shouted that she should take a look. Black smoke appeared around the body, and someone said that these dark shadows wanted to take the corpse of the Ripper. A shadow shattered the window. Rushing after her, the swordswoman shouted that she would not escape. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero said that he should wait, and then asked what the hell, why don't they run? Looking straight ahead, Lu replied that he was running with all his might. He couldn't drag him. If he stayed here, what if this thing came back and killed him? He couldn't come and save him. He had to save his life first. To which the protagonist said, okay, what are these dark shadows? Could it be someone from the manor, or someone else? Gritting his teeth, he added that no, he was with the Ripper, so it was definitely not from the manor, because the people from there were helping Xiao. A view of the palace opened up. It was heard that there was really another person here. Looking at him, the monster said that there was no need to worry. Apparently, the mysterious man was helping Xiao. He had no ill intentions. How about using a whisper and asking? To which he replied that it was a good idea. Standing on his shoulder, the MC said that he should help him. Standing at attention, Lu said that it looked like this person didn't want to appear. Shin looked at him in surprise. Looking at the motorcycle, he asked what was wrong. The girl was taken to the martial arts hall, to which he was told that the task was not completed, the goal of the task was lost, and the hero added a question about what happened. From the motorcycle, he heard that the target left him halfway and fell into the street, and then disappeared. He does not know where it went. Frowning, the protagonist asked again, and the skeleton said that the motorcycle was going fast, but this girl was able to jump off it in the middle of the way. This shows that she is an unusual person. He warned him before, not to help the stranger. It's good that she didn't attack him. Suddenly, a notification was received on the phone. Taking it in his hand, the MC said that it was a message from Xiao. He opened his eyes in fright and mumbled. People were standing behind the girl. Looking at the palace, she heard what kind of guy she would like to find in the future. Leaning against the railing, Qin replied that she had never thought about it, and she had been told that it was time to start. She would soon be 18. Many young men could not wait for her to grow up. She lowered her head down. Standing at attention, the lady said that when she was little, they went to the Shin family's house for New Year's Eve. Then she and her sister were attacked by a dog, and her brother saved them. He was always very kind, can't forget him. Turning around, she added that if she had a boyfriend, she hoped it would be like him. Suddenly the recording was interrupted. The man stood still. The question was heard who he was. A crowd of people appeared, and someone said that this is a mediocre guy. There are no connections with her. He can deal with Qin. Whether it is possible that she will go look for him. People clenched their fists when they heard that they should deal with this problem. He did not want him to appear in front of his beloved. Standing behind him, the men replied that he should not worry. It was a trifle. They would not have to interfere personally. The man smiled and said that he should hire someone to make it look like an accident. It was very simple if he had money. The recording was suddenly interrupted, and the unknown man said that they should deal with him, teach him a small lesson. The hero looked at the phone in amazement. He lowered his head down. The protagonist froze, thinking about the fact that he imagined countless situations. Once he even thought that someone was targeting his family, or someone wanted to attack his parents, and he found out some secret and became a target. Even thought that someone knows that another soul is imprisoned in this body, so they want to get rid of him. But he could not have imagined that the truth would turn out to be so ridiculous. He looked to the side as he heard the words of gratitude. MC turned around, hearing that thanks for his help, he killed the demon. They were no match for him. They were all killed. Only he avenged them. They saw his death with their own eyes, but they are very interested in why he killed all of them. The zombies were staring at him. Gritting his teeth, Shin mumbled and thought that the assassin was clearly aiming at him, which was why so many people were involved. Standing among the undead, he said that he hoped that they would all be successfully reborn and be happy, hoping that in another world they would finally find peace, cast aside their despair and helplessness, and their relatives would not suffer. Looking at him, the zombies listened to that he was asking them not to hold on to this world. One day, when he had enough strength to investigate everything, he would track down the customer and kill him. Clenching his fists, the hero said that he promised he would do it. Lowering his head, he was immersed in thoughts that he was too weak to keep up with Zhao's speed to chase the black shadow, and he had to drag the large skeleton that protected him behind him. The dead man stretched out his hand to the side. He put it on the hero's shoulder. Smiling, the butler said that in any case, thank you for willingly reviving them to take revenge. Let him take care of himself. Standing around him, the zombies were talking about how yes, since the demon was already dead, they could live peacefully. He should live happily ever after, and avoid suffering. The undead stretched out their hands to him, saying that they hoped he could gain more strength and destroy the customer. They would guard him in hell. Suddenly, their eyes stopped glowing. The dead began to fall backwards. The protagonist froze, looking at them. Standing behind him, Lu said that the spell had ceased its activity. It had returned to hell. The girl jumped on the windowsill. Looking at the hero, she asked what kind of shadow it was, to which he replied that she was still there. Frowning, the swordswoman said that she had escaped. Her strength is beyond imagination. It is not a person, suspects that it is related to the disaster. If provoked, the consequences will be unimaginable. The power of the disaster can easily destroy the city. This shadow emits an unusual field of power. Looking at the monster, she added that she was the same as his friends. Smirking, Xiao said that his power left on her had brought her a lot of realization. Thanks to him, after it was over, she would find a safe place and start to increase her strength. Looking at her, the MC thought that the sacredness would be active for a while longer. Hopefully she could break through, and then said that he was watching the video she sent. But some things are still not clear. Could she explain? The swordswoman lowered her gaze. Looking down, she said that she found out everything. But the situation was difficult. It was better for them not to interfere. Frowning, Shen asked who these people were. Turning away from him, the girl replied that she should hurry up. She would not tell anyone that he was coming, to which he repeated his question. Her gaze froze on the spot, and she said that the children of influential people did not know anything else. The hero looked at her angrily and asked that she was also from a noble family. Didn't she know them? Standing in front of him, the swordswoman replied that there are also differences between noble families. Their families are fundamentally different from each other, to which he asked that he really didn't want to investigate, and she added that she had already solved this case. So many people had died, they had to present the result, and the protagonist asked what was the result. They would be punished according to the law. He asked again in surprise when he heard that no, they would be punished. Looking down, Xiao said that they would scold her a couple of times, forbid her to leave the house, something like that, and then maybe show their family respect. Gritting his teeth, the MC asked that she was mocking. They had already attacked, he had not been killed. But her brother, yes, she needed to figure out how to destroy them legally in the name of avoiding problems. Closing her eyes, the girl said that this was the price of truth, but it was the power of the most powerful families in the world that would eventually attract everyone's attention. She alone could not do anything, the family would not help. The demon held the disciple in his arms, and she added that in fact, they should be grateful. This time they had met an assassin like a ripper. He was more focused on the feeling of self-satisfaction rather than his tasks. If they had replaced him with any other assassin of the same level, they would never have known the truth. Standing among the corpses, Xiao said that in general, the entire assassination team is dead. She thinks this is enough to comfort her brother's spirit in heaven. She says goodbye. Let her take care of herself. She began to walk away slowly. Looking at her, Shen asked if she had the strength to kill all these kids. Would she do it? The girl froze when she heard the question. Looking ahead, she said that she should not joke like that. Their families are incredibly strong. They are the cornerstone of the civilization of the entire human world. If she does anything at all, then her family. The hero frowned with anger and said that they were not talking about this now. What would she answer? Corpses lay on the ground. A phrase flashed through that his friends were dead. Her brother was dead. Tens of thousands of people in the area were also dead. Each of them had parents, friends, and even brothers, sisters and children. They were supposed to live their lives, but were brutally killed. After their bodies were turned into corpses, they are still exposed to the pain of necromancy. All this, according to them, is a small lesson. The swordswoman trembled upon hearing this. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted that what do they even take human lives for? He can't accept it. He will make them pay with blood for blood. Suddenly, Xiao grabbed her weapon. The beam from the impact pierced the buildings. MC shielded his face from the smoke. The girl stood silently in place. Tears flowed from her face. Stones fell down. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the skeleton asked what he had done, brought the lady to tears and forced her to run away. Jumping down, Shen said that it was over. It was time for them to go back, to which he asked what he was going to do about it. Upon landing on the ground, the hero replied that he thought someone was deeply covered in blood. It turned out that they were just having fun, so there was nothing special about it. To which Lu said that he didn't believe it, and he added that the most important thing in life was to be happy. Standing behind him, the monster said that he did not believe his words, to which the protagonist replied that he did not understand them. They believe that life is very difficult, so you need to try to be happy. This is their desire to be human. He will seek this happiness day and night, and try to fill his life with it. And he added that but he cannot leave them happy. How he will search. Getting on the motorcycle, the MC replied that it was simple. Let them play until he killed them and their souls were at rest. He could not be happy. Only after revenge would his heart be at peace, and only then would he understand that he did not live in vain. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that let him put on the ring. Its size frightens everyone. Looking around, Shen said that although he was hiding his face, he was very helpful. No matter who he was, thank you anyway. The man was watching him. Blowing the bubble, the girl said that he had grown so much. She stood on top of a huge tower. A glow appeared around her body. Suddenly the girl was reincarnated. Smirking, Qin said that he had become even more stupid than he had been when he was a child. The girl looked at the city, standing in the rain. She looked ahead, listening to what a fool he was. Qin wore headphones around her neck, which clarified if she would be suitable. The lady was soaking wet in the rain, saying that it was not yet time. The headphones were repeating that he had saved her and even given his motorcycle so that she could get there safely, and that it was all because of her sister Qin, who was hiding while she ran like a madwoman, almost opening them. Qin lowered her head, begging her not to grumble, because she had almost been caught herself when she heard him in response that if he showed up in broad daylight, they would see how she would extricate herself, again telling her not to say that, then she would treat her to beef noodles. The eye looked up into the earpiece. saying that he wanted an egg and a glass of good wine, asking what she wanted from him. The girl raised her hand, sneering that he had seen through her, asked to help her cover all tracks, because she didn't want anyone to know that she was here, especially her sister. It was also necessary to erase all traces of Brother Shin's fight so that no one could track them. Someone in headphones reminded me that there was also a girl with a blade, and if she told, the lady smiled, assuring that she would not give away her brother. The headphones glowed with magic, agreeing. Big eyes appeared above the girl, saying that it was time to get to work. She was standing on a tall pipe. A powerful red energy was spreading around. The beams of energy spread far. Magical eyes towering over her, the monster announced that everything was ready, hurrying, because he really wanted those noodles. Chin looked at the phone in which her sister was asking where she had run to, because they had another party in the evening, so let her come back quickly. Someone noticed that it was Chin again with her messages, wondering what they would do, go to the party, or buy noodles. The girl adjusted her hood, reassuring that, of course, for noodles, because she had already promised. The monster said that he was very happy, wondering if there would be any problems. The lady put on a hood, claiming that her sister was like a fish in water at such events, and she was no match for her, and after all, everyone knew that Chin was Sister Chin. The lady jumped from the pipe, saying that she was just garbage who could not do anything. The monster asked again, said that this was the funniest joke he had heard. Drops of blood fell into the container. A symbiote of several people hovered over the bathtub of blood. A big bubble was blowing up there. The guy got out of the bathroom, screaming. He was broken when he wondered if he was alive. A thin young man walked away from the trough with blood and turned to the great god, wondering if he had resurrected him. The guy looked at someone's words about garbage with surprise. The freak fell to his knees before the spirit, addressing himself as an ineffably great existence, thanking him for not abandoning his faithful servant. He raised his head in the air, continuing to say that according to the agreement between them, he had already paid the appropriate price, asking about the fact that he could come downstairs. Why was he still upstairs? The huge monster looked down, asking the mortal if he doubted him. He was all over his body, blood pouring out of his mouth, replying that there was no way he would dare to doubt him, and just a little. The demon threw the guy to the floor, explaining that there was a certain scout hiding in the dark, and it was uncomfortable for him to manifest. The resurrected one buried himself in the ground, apologizing to the great god for not feeling the presence of the alien. The monster explained that his power was like a spark, and it was completely normal not to be detected. The guy was frightened. Looking in front of him, he listened to the fact that he initially felt that their world was weak and insignificant. It was not even worth mentioning, and who would have thought that one of them would take over his body and take away his strength? Moreover, he had now been defeated, and it was clear what meaning lay in his world. The resurrected one was sitting on his knees, with his back to the bathtub, when he added that even other similar creatures had come down here and were hiding in the darkness. The guy looked around, having lost the great god. The door in front of him clicked when someone grabbed the handle. A girl walked into the room. It was Zhao. The resurrected one was on his knees, asking how this was possible. The lady was straightening her hair when he realized that she was a great god. The young man fell to the floor on his face as Zhao said that he had done a good job this time. He insisted that it was the greatest honor for him, bowing down before the great and eternal god, saying that he sincerely listened to the instructions and would serve forever. The demon lowered her head, saying that a servant should lead them to their world, let him show him and what secrets he was hiding. The resurrected one bowed his head, listening to the request that she needed that Shin boy. Zhao put her hands behind her back, asking how he managed to defeat the guy, why he didn't capture him, and added that she had been gathering this power for years, so she wanted to return what belonged to her. The freak trembled as he stared at the floor and listened to the demon travel too far to come down here and resurrect him. Now she needed some souls to make up for the losses, and he must feel it too, because his soul was in indescribable pain. Zhao looked at the guy, explaining that it was a puppet's punishment, and she used it as a shell to resurrect him. A large mouth could be seen from the young man's body. The demon explained that as soon as it was hungry, it would immediately begin to absorb his soul. With his current soul strength, it was not worth keeping him hungry for a long time, otherwise the boy's soul would be destroyed. Zhao's pupils became large when she ordered to go hunting, kill 1,000 people to absorb their souls. If she kills more, then let her take the power for herself. The freak's eyes flashed red as he thought of 1,000, replying that he was obeying. There were exclamations that it was great, and finally you can frolic to your heart's content. A beam of energy radiated from the roof of the building. The hero was braking on a motorcycle. The soldier behind the doors asked about what the noise was as Shin raised his palm, answering that he had arrived, and the noise was because of the motorcycle. The fighter looked at the guy, making a remark that it was too noisy, and there was no need to do it at night, because it was not safe. The young man apologized, assuring that this would not happen again. He sat down under the canopy at the entrance, exhaling. The hero leaned on his knee, reasoning that he didn't think that the reason for everything turned out to be that in childhood he helped 2 girls. And so many people died, and for these guys it's just a game, just a bunch of garbage. The phone in my pocket rang. He stared at the screen, wondering if this was a call from the Shin family. The guy picked up the phone, leaning the phone to his ear, where he was told that it was his uncle. The young man looked down, introducing his relative, reasoned about how the uncle from the Shinshoming family was in charge of the daily affairs of their family, and every time the hero returned, the uncle looked at him with a cold gaze. He never paid attention to his mother and boyfriend, and sometimes even scolded his father, asking why he was calling after saying hello. The main character was sitting at the entrance. When his uncle was talking about what he heard, he was sick, and his mother came to them for medicine, and he was just absent. But now he returned, explaining that he could come for them at any time. Shin replied that it was not necessary, he had already recovered. A relative said that it was good, and in fact, he wanted to talk to him about something. Wondering if the guy remembered when they celebrated the New Year, other families came to the family house to visit them. The hero said that he remembered. The young man opened his eyes wide as he listened to what was good that he remembered. In the past he did not understand much and had caused a lot of trouble. When the uncle settles everything, in a few days he will return and apologize to all the young masters from noble families. Shin gritted his teeth as he asked about the apology. The uncle explained that it was for his own good. He had made a lot of mistakes when he was little, and now he needed to apologize publicly to get the forgiveness of others, and so they could raise the reputation of the family. The guy thought about how it seemed that the consequences of Xiao telling everything had already begun to manifest. The hero imagined standing in front of a crowd of people, thinking that if he goes to apologize, it will mean that he admits that he is wrong. Tens of thousands of deaths are not related to young gentlemen from other families. He will become a scapegoat. The men held glasses of wine as he continued to think that only then would the Shin family be able to gain the favor of these young masters, and the uncle might receive rewards and benefits. The guy was lying on the ground in a pool of blood, thinking that the hunt for him would not stop. Death would be justified. Perhaps it would harm his parents, Xiao. The young man held the receiver to his ear, thinking about what they were calling for his own good, replied that he did not remember anyone offending, asking his uncle if he could give some examples of who this person was, how he could have offended him, and when it happened. The hero got to his feet, hearing that he didn't need to know much when the time came, just need to do as his uncle says. Shin thought about how if he didn't know the truth, he might think that the truth offended someone, told the relative that there is one problem. If he doesn't solve this problem, he won't be able to follow his instructions. The young man understood that the family wanted to sell him to make a profit. He put his hand on his waist, listening to the questions about whether something had happened, whether it was due to the fact that his mother had come to get medicines, whether he wanted to thank him, saying that at such a young age he had not learned anything, except how to get benefits quickly. Wondering what he wanted, the young man noticed that it was not that he had doubts. These doubts always prevented him from obeying his uncle's orders, who specified what doubts they were. Shin looked at the smartphone screen, asking what the hell he was doing. The hero was standing with the phone in his hand, listening to his uncle warn him not to force him to use force. The guy noticed that he seemed to be very confident. If he was so strong, then why didn't he go suck up to these people? Wondering if the uncle really wanted to lick the asses of these people. The guy looked attentively at the screen, listening to his uncle's cries with questions to stop, or he thought that he could be self-willed. Hung up the phone without finishing. The hero said that he had not even finished yet. The young man was standing with the phone when there was a call from an unfamiliar number, and also a video call. The three swimsuit girls greeted Shin, saying that they were the mistresses of the Xiao family from Fenghuang Island, asking if he would like to attend their bikini-style party. Blood began to flow from the hero's nose. The ladies were standing in the water. One of them noticed that the young man was handsome, and they would like to meet him. Shin scratched his head, replying that he wouldn't be able to today. It was too late, and he wouldn't be able to get out. The girl smoked a pipe, saying that it was a mere trifle, she could send people to meet him. The hero looked with surprise at the smartphone screen, claiming that this is not allowed. They are not allowed to go out at night. They need to take care of themselves. He was told that he simply does not respect his sister. This is a great asset. Shin stood at the entrance, answering that no, there were just too many of them. He was afraid he would get drunk, and he wanted to sleep. The ladies hung up. The young man came into the room, saying that the news of large families spreads the fastest. They have already found out for sure, and he is afraid that there will be more such calls. Everyone wants to see what kind of person once dared to save a girl from an influential family. The guy lay down in bed, claiming that the calls would soon start to get annoying, wondering that if he had been hotter, they would have looked down on him as well. The messages said there was a special reminder. There are 10 minutes left until midnight. The next day he will receive a grade at the entrance. There is currently an opportunity to obtain a special hidden ability. The guy opened his eyes, clarifying about a special one. It was reported about the conditions for achievement. The third time need to get a grade on his own. Since he has already received 2 such scores, he will receive a new message soon. This is his only chance to get a hidden ability. Shin sat down on the bed, reasoning that he was sorry. He couldn't just sit at home, and the enemies themselves would be destroyed. Whether it was to settle the affairs of the family, or the destruction of the guys from high society, to avenge all the innocents and for himself, he needed strength. He stared forward, thinking of the force that swept away everything in its path. It was 12 o'clock on the clock. The hero was thinking that he had to fight, and he needed to find a way to get a hidden ability. Doors appeared in front of him. He shouted about the gates. The young man was walking through a dark forest. A skeleton teleported not far from him. He looked at him, asking why he had come out. The skeleton stared into the distance, explaining that the hour of parting had come. The hero looked at him, confirming that he was now free. Lu stared deep into the forest, saying that he had to return to the undead clan. He still had a lot of unfinished business, and couldn't continue to sit out. Shin offered to part ways here. The hero accepted the magic ring, listening to the words of gratitude for helping him regain his strength. He saw that the guy didn't even have an item to keep. Let this ring be a keepsake. The young man thanked him, adding that it was a pity he had not prepared any parting gift for him. The skeleton replied that there was no need, because it helped him regain his strength. Lu went into the woods, saying goodbye. The silhouette of the skeleton dissolved in the fog. Shin clenched his fist, saying that he hoped he would be able to find a place to survive. The guy raised his head questioningly, seeing the birds in the trees. A powerful energy spread over the forest. The young man fell to the ground, not understanding what was happening. Exclamations could be heard from afar. The hero understood that it was the voice of a skeleton. Shin clenched his teeth, wondering if he had met an enemy after a few steps, and silence. The skeleton couldn't withstand even a single blow. The guy headed in that direction, saying about this power, concluding that he had never seen such a terrifying reception, asking himself if he had come here in vain. It was better to solve the problem rather than avoid it. He headed up. The young man looked intensely ahead. It was said that the reminder had worked, that he had been discovered. If he stepped back now, it would affect his grade, and he would not be able to get a third independent record. The guy blushed, reasoning that, as they say, when it comes to problems, you first need to reach out to your family. And in the end, there is nothing more important than loved ones, even evaluation. Spikes crawled out of the ground around the hero. Huge bones imprisoned him in a cage. A demon descended on the structure from above, saying that it was not bad. The young man called Feluin. The cage with the young man was surrounded by scoundrels. He asked what they needed from Brother Feluin, reasoning that it was all over. They needed to put on armor and see what would happen. The demon asked again, saying that this was the first time he had heard people call the undead brothers. Shin looked out of the cage at the skeleton's head, thought that the last time he helped him in the assassination mission in the elf village, he not only failed all his tasks, but also left several undead graves there. The undead come to settle scores with him. It's disgusting. The young man put his hand on his chest, thinking about what they had understood and thought of, began to exclaim that Fai Long had saved him. That's all. He decided to join him and overthrow the vile people. The monster held a magic ball in his hands, asking if they thought the two of them could overthrow the empire, and if they really thought they were idiots, wishing them dead. An object appeared in the hero's hands, which he actively tried to show, saying that he and Feluin had almost penetrated the upper echelons of humanity, and this was proof. The object passed into the hands of the demon, who asked to be shown. He looked at it attentively. It was said that it was a hero badge given to the last survivor in the manor, and the badge holder had a holy effect. Shin looked up with a smile when it was explained that he had received as a boy who survived death from the prince of the empire, a candidate for emperor. The creatures on the sidelines noticed that it was the prince's badge, not thinking that this person was telling the truth. The monster approached the hero, asking where he got this thing. The demon was shrouded in magic when talking about the Death Star. The young man clenched his fist, reasoning that it was not surprising. As expected, having a title made him more influential. Replied that he and his brother had already decided everything. They needed to find a way to kill the king. The monster towered over the protagonist, calling him a scumbag. Asked that even though the medal was real, did he think that they would be able to kill the human king? The hero looked at him attentively, reasoning that at the moment he had already seen 3 entities with tables, the great priest, Shao, and the leader of the undead, and although the Skinning and Feluin did not have tables, they are also strong, even stronger than Shao. Wondering what these tables mean, Shin held the paper in his hands, claiming that they had a channel to get into the upper echelons of human society, knowing that if he continued to lie, perhaps they would believe his words, and most importantly, believe his crazy words himself, think that he was really going to kill the emperor. The monster picked up the paper, starting to read about the letter of recommendation from the Imperial Military Academy, or the recommendation from the prince himself, replying that it was a fake, an imitation of the prince's signature. The young man put his hands on his belt, wondering who he was. Let him first say why he attacked his brother. The demon looked down, saying that he was not hiding it, and would say that in the mission to kill the head of the elven village, everyone was caught. Only he abandoned the task and escaped. Such behavior should be severely punished. Shin closed his eyes, laughing. The monster grabbed his face in an instant. He approached the hero's face, clarifying what was funny about it. The guy replied that he was laughing at his naivety, because it was obvious that only he knew about the elven trap, so he fled the scene of the murder, and even saved him, and he wants to kill him. The skull to the side said that the leader of the village had not been to the village, and the one who sat in it, the great priest of the elves. The demon asked if he had any evidence. The monster squeezed the hero's face as he asked why they didn't check it themselves. Everyone in the human camp knew about him, and everyone knew that he had appeared in the elf village, and he was in the place where the great elf priest was sitting. The monster let the guy go, asking about what everyone knew. He had come to the elf village, and whether he was so famous. Shin replied that the prince had personally written him a recommendation, and called him a guy who had survived death. The two creatures on the side were talking about whether this was true, and whether Feluin was the only one who knew about the impending danger. The demon instructed his subordinate to check this, warning the guy that if he lied, he would die the most horrible death. The young man crossed his arms, afraid that he would not even believe the truth now. The evil spirits asked if the hero thought that they would believe that one boy had become very famous and could destroy all of humanity. The guy wrinkled his face, stating that he had survived the founding day of the tribe, so yes. The demon looked inquiringly, not understanding what Foundation Day was. The protagonist clenched his fist, saying that he was the only person who was able to survive the development phase. He needed strength to survive the founding day of the tribe, and needed to demonstrate strength to increase its value. Only then could he survive. The evil spirits looked at me in surprise. He looked around, asking if everyone understood. The subjects checked with him. The demon replied that since he was the head, it could not be otherwise. Beads of sweat appeared on the monster's face as he clarified how he could pose such a big threat. Could he really deal with everyone? Shin shouted about 996. The monster was frightened, asking what else 996 was. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, explaining that coming to work at 9 a.m., leaving work at 9 p.m., a lunch and dinner break of at least 1 hour, a total work time of more than 10 hours a day and work 6 days a week. The monster was dumbfounded, saying that it was cruel. The young man closed his eyes, adding that he later experienced 007. The critters began biting their nails as they listened to the 0.00 to 0.00, 7 days a week non-stop, known as 007. The monster hugged Shin, offering to hug him. The guy thanked him. Looking down, he said that he seemed to understand him. Let him tell him how he managed to survive in such a cruel environment. The protagonist shed tears and said that he remembered that day. He was walking with a basket in his hands. A phrase flashed by that snow was falling from the sky. He was both frozen and hungry. He had only 1 box of matches with him. MC looked surprised when he heard that the undead had decided to promote the atrocities of humanity, and he would become a key figure in this propaganda. He had a new nickname, the boy who sold matches. Frowning, he thought that he didn't like a boy who had survived and now had to go with an even more infamous nickname. No way. The skeleton hugged him. It was heard that when he almost froze, Lu had saved him, so he was his savior. There was no way he would let them hurt him or treat him badly. Putting her hand to her head, the undead said that she was reporting. He was telling the truth. The skull was lying on the ground, and he added that the high priest of the elves was indeed in that village and was ready to destroy all their killers, to which the zombies replied that it seemed that he was not to blame. He had not only escaped the traps of the elves, but had also gone over to the side of a man who had a national hero medal and would soon be sent to the Imperial Military Academy. This is a huge achievement. The creature looked at him in bewilderment and thought that it seemed that he would not be able to carry out the order to execute him. If he dealt with him, it would mean that he did not care about the merits of the soldiers. Sooner or later the top would come for him. Looking to the side, he added that the superiors would always be respected, but only a pawn in their hands. But because of him, Lu only had a head left. It would take a lot of funds to save him, and no matter how you thought about it, this purchase was not profitable. He had no intention of spending his savings. The monster closed its eyes and sighed. Stretching out his hand, he said that great. It looks like he is a brave undead warrior, and he has not forgotten his mission. This medal is awarded to him personally for his merits. Giving a thumbs up, the monster said that from now on, they would call him the boy who sold matches. This nickname would help hide his identity. To which the hero thought that damn, at least he could hide. Smiling, he added that he was proud of them. As he was leaving, the creature said that it was time for them to report everything, leaving things to them. Leaving, to which the protagonist asked that they would really leave him in such a state. Taking a step forward, he said that the devil had disappeared in the blink of an eye. To which the skeleton replied that he had said that usually the undead were just thrown away. Standing in front of him, the MC heard that fortunately, he had not lost his strength. As soon as his skull recovered, he would also gain strength. To which he replied that yes, he didn't even have a body now, and Lu asked what the pills were left, and Shin said that he had bought them with money. Of course, he would give them to him later, but definitely not now. Looking at him, the skull said that thank you very much. By the way, they really do have such terrible capitalists. To which he replied that yes, but not in their world. Why does he care about people's affairs? The skeleton's eyes lit up and he said that he did not quite clearly understand the situation of their world. All races are very fond of learning something new from people. If there are capitalists among them, then they will soon appear among the undead, and this is very scary. The hero looked surprised when he heard that they had been discovered, to which he thought that the undead had returned. He froze when he heard the command not to move. Walking forward, the knight said that he was a traitor to humanity. He was caught on the spot for secretly collaborating with the undead. Looking at the hero, the guy asked that it was him. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise when he heard his nickname. Norton frowned and asked what he should say. What was going on here? Let him not try to lie. All lies would be exposed sooner or later, and he would kill him personally. Smiling broadly, the MC replied that let me introduce him. This is his informant, the trophy collection officer of the 5th Battalion of the Skeleton Army. He does business with him, providing information about the undead. They have a contract. Gritting his teeth, the prince asked that a pact was possible. How could a person make a pact with the undead? The old man closed his eyes and said that he wasn't lying. He was tracking his words. The knights froze in bewilderment, saying that who would have thought that the boy would have such abilities. The elf put her hand on his shoulder and asked if he had really received information from him, to which Shin replied that yes, he had transmitted everything to the shadows. Smirking, she said that she believed him. She specialized in soul magic and was very sensitive to the souls of the fallen. His soul was filled with emotions of anger and firm faith. He couldn't be an undead puppet. Standing in front of him, Norton asked why he had made a deal with him, to which the hero replied that he had been treated unfairly among the undead and was living in a terrible state. The skeleton's eyes opened in amazement. Looking at the prince, he said that 996. He was exposed to 996. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked again. Lying in front of him, the skull said that he had been treated unfairly. Perhaps people didn't even know that there were capitalists living among the undead, to which Norton asked that capitalists were a new kind of undead. Skeletons clattered with hammers. A phrase flashed by that yes, let it explain. He is a poor undead, having no means of production and tools for enrichment. He is forced to transfer his labor power to the owners of the means of production, that is, the capitalists. In the process of real labor he is completely expropriated by the capitalists. This is the only way he can survive. The old man raised his hand and said that the undead do not die or get tired. For the manufacturer, they are the best objects to exploit. They don't even need to eat to work, thus the capitalists save a lot on labor costs. Frowning, the prince asked what 996 was then. Lying on the ground, the skull said that work from 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening, with interruptions for lunch and dinner less than an hour. A total of more than 10 hours of work, 6 days a week. Gritting his teeth, the young man replied that it was cruel. Looking down, Lu said that he had even survived 007. People closed their eyes when they heard that from 0 to 0 hours, 7 days a week without days off, the so-called 007. The prince hugged him, to which the skeleton thanked him. Looking down, he said that he seemed to understand him. Let him tell him how he managed to survive. Tearful, the skull replied that he remembered that day. He was following the hero. A phrase flashed by that the sky was covered with snow. When he ran away, he saw him, a boy who survived. He was cold and hungry. He had only 1 pack of matches. Frowning, the hero said that they should not pay attention to these matches, but the skeleton said that they should not. They were setting by the fire, and it was heard that he was the one who had made a fire with them to save him, and he had shown him how kind people could be. Lu raised his hand up and said that was why he had decided to resist. The protagonist looked in amazement when he heard that he and his friend rebelled against the capitalists, so the nickname of the boy who sells matches begins to take hold more and more, but already together with an unbending guy, to which he thought that who is being congratulated here are these normal nicknames. Standing in front of the skull, the prince asked how he would prove his identity, to which he replied that he had an order. The sage cast a spell. Looking at the skeleton, he said that only the owners of the order can kindle the fire of the soul. They do not lie. Gritting his teeth, Norton thought that the undead had betrayed their people and allied themselves with a famous person. Such a thing had never happened in history. How glad he was to witness all this. Placing his hand on the hero's shoulder, he said that the boy who survived would one day be seriously injured and had forgotten his real name. Being the royal prince of the Roland Holy Empire, he was obliged to give him a name. The knights shuddered in surprise, and there was talk among them that it was a great honor to receive a name from the heir. After receiving a name, as long as he lived in a human kingdom, he would have no problem with food and clothing. He was still so young, and if he did not achieve any merit, he was afraid to even think. Smiling, the guy said that his name would be Hallie. Opening his eyes wide, the hero replied that no, let him choose another name. In no case does he start with Ha. This is his most sincere request. Looking at him, the young man asked what Raleigh could do, to which the protagonist thought that the past was better. Lowering his gaze, he said that it seemed that he did not like it. In the history of mankind there are 2 legendary children. They say that as soon as trouble strikes, they will appear in the world to save all sincere subjects. A statue appeared, and one of them was called Raleigh, the other Pika. MC gritted his teeth as he heard that if he didn't want to be called Raleigh, then it would be Pix. He looked at it in bewilderment, and thought that this was the brand of his old Blue Star hairdryer, which looked like a pig. A glow appeared around the soldiers. Putting his hands behind his back, the prince said that he should take an oath that from now on he would never betray humanity. If he violated it, his soul would be torn apart. As soon as he took the oath, he would immediately become a hero respected by everyone. In the future, if he performed a feat, he would be able to receive the title of saint. Shin looked at him in amazement, and thought that he meant he was a young saint now. Okay, such a suggestion was quite suitable. Putting his hand to his chest, he shouted that he swears here and now that he will never, under any circumstances, betray humanity. A bright light appeared around them. The hero looked at his hand in surprise. The sage closed his eyes and said that he congratulated him. The ceremony was over. From that moment he was no longer a Piki, to which he asked what it meant that after the ceremony you could get a new name. Which one? Let him say. People smiled and replied that it was St. Piki. The protagonist froze in bewilderment. He frowned and thought about the name. Standing in front of him, Norton said that there was no incident today. He and his partner should be careful not to show weakness. In the future, if something was needed, let him tell him. If he accomplished a feat, he would not spare a reward for him, to which the MC replied approvingly. Holding out the envelope, he added that let him take it, it was for him. Frowning, the guy said that this is a magical letter, Everything that is written on it is immediately synchronized with another magical letter that he has in his hands. This is intelligence material. In the future, if important information or events appear, you can contact him through the letter. Putting his hand to his temple, Shin shouted that he swore to be faithful to humanity to death, and then thought that everything was clear now. The undead intelligence must be full of information. Turning around, the young man said that they were leaving. Let him be careful. Grinning, the girl said that in fact, his name keeps one secret, to which the hero asked what it was. The image of a warrior appeared, a phrase flashed by that, according to legend, the weapons of the god pike change unpredictably, now a sword then a long spear, a bow and arrows, and sometimes turns into a strange weapon incomprehensible to people. People with this name often become better in handling weapons. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that Pika's weapon is very unusual, which must be why he is called that, to which the elf replied that it was not for nothing that he was called Saint Pika. He immediately understood everything. Let him remember, he also needs to try to become a master who is excellent at different types of weapons. She put her finger to her face when she heard that many people bore that name, to which she replied that there were many, knowing 5, and they were old, small, red and big, and fat peaks. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the girl said that of course, he was special, a saint, personally bestowed by the royal family, to which the MC replied that he was very grateful, and then thought that it was a good thing that he was not the only one with such a name. They waved to each other. Shin gritted his teeth when he heard that it was time for them too, to which he replied that he wanted to die, no less. Stretching out his hand in front of the gate, he added that he shouldn't call him that. Stop talking, to which Lu asked why he was angry. Entering the gate, the hero said that he was finished, he would not give anything. Suddenly he froze abruptly. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He turned his head to the side. The skull lay in front of him. Looking at him, the MC asked what he was doing. He looked in amazement when he heard that he had coped, survived being surrounded by undead and humans. The undead had stopped feuding with him. Humans too. Memories appeared. There were reports that the undead had left him a white bone badge. The prince of the empire was giving him a holy name and performing a sacred rite, which meant that both great peoples considered him their own. A glow appeared around the hero. The words flashed that being a weak person, being surrounded by enemies. With the help of wisdom he was able to change the situation, turning enemies into friends, successfully coping with difficulties. This is the basis for getting an assessment. He received an independent assessment for the 3rd time. Standing in front of the gate, the hero listened to the fact that he was an ordinary person who received the same grade 3 times in a row. It was impossible, but he did it. His gate received a hidden ability. He looked at his watch and asked, and the unknown person said that the time flow, the initial level, when he passes through the gate, they can freeze time on one side for 3 seconds, without the other side being affected. After each use of the ability for a week, it cannot be activated again. Looking at the skull, the protagonist asked if stopping time for 3 seconds once a week was too weak, to which he was told that in addition, the next time he increased his grade, when he received a blue or higher grade, the gate would gain a new ability again, to which he added that it could be upgraded, so there was a way to make it more durable. The skull began to be sucked into the ring. It was heard that this was only a trial version, it did not count. Lowering his head, MC asked that it was already the end, as fast as it felt. Going forward, he added that come on, he was just joking, and then thought that he was absorbed in the assessment of his own. Lying on the bed, Shin said that it was already 6 o'clock, enough for today, tomorrow they would continue. It was time to go to bed. He gritted his teeth and asked who else was there. The hero sighed when he heard that it was him. Chien. Let him get up quickly, go on a flying ship to the exam. The airship flew through the air. The protagonist slept on the couch. He gritted his teeth and said that no one would let him sleep. A photo of the girl appeared. There were reports that she also got the opportunity to pass the entrance exam to the 3 best institutions. They will see each other again. Looking at the phone, the MC thought that where did she get the right to take the exam? Looking at the photo, he added that why she looks so strange is because her hair is dyed purple. Sitting in front of the man, Shin asked that there was another girl in their school who had qualified for the entrance exam to 3 high schools. He was aware, to which he replied that her name was Zhao. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, he added that he had just learned, they say that this girl has an amazing talent that has been hidden for a long time, and today it was finally revealed, to which he was asked who was hiding her, and he replied that it was an archaeological association. A view of the ruins opened up. The idea arose that the Archaeological Association is a very important organization in this world. It is responsible for excavating various ruins, searching for the past of mankind, as well as for finding and preserving knowledge, weapons, martial techniques from ancient times, having great power. As the ship flew forward, Xiao thought that Zhao didn't look like a person associated with the association, and Xiao had been chasing after her and investigating the matter, so she must know something. He lowered his head down. A memory appeared, and the thought arose in his head that last time he had brought her to tears, whether she would communicate with him. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist thought that okay, he would dial. If he was still angry, he would apologize. He smirked when asked what it was, to which he replied that he wanted to know something. She knew Zhao. MC's eyes opened in fright when he heard that he knew she had died. He had come too late, so he hadn't seen her. Raising his hand, He asked again and said that she had just sent him a message, said that she had also received admission to the exam and even made an appointment with him. To which the girl asked where he was, and he replied that he was on the plane, preparing for the exam. Shin turned his head when he heard that she was also going to participate in the entrance exam. They would talk when they met, to which he replied approvingly. Looking down, Chien said that in 10 hours, and from the receiver he heard that it was good, let him remember her words. The hero furrowed his brows when he heard that even if he never met Zhao one-on-one, she was very dangerous, to which he replied that he understood that they would see each other at the exam. Holding the book in his hands, the head asked that it was Xiao, to which he replied that it was. Lowering his gaze, the man said that today at 3 hours and 25 minutes at night, a sword flashed over the Baijiang River in the city, aimed at the sky. After the investigation, it turned out that this sword was created by Xiao. The artificial intelligence confirmed that she had achieved a breakthrough in the art of the sword. The protagonist's eyes opened in surprise when he heard that after breaking through, she had performed 7,749 sword moves at a lonely peak in the Yujiang River, walking through the water with a sword and rushing into the distance. To which he thought that it seemed that she had managed to successfully make a breakthrough using the patron saint's strength. A room inside the ship appeared, and he asked how she had mastered the art of the sword so early, while they were only learning the basic methods of physical training in middle school. To which he was told that she was from a noble family. The family indulged in sword techniques. She had been practicing since childhood. MC gritted his teeth and said that that's it. Ordinary people don't have such a chance to learn martial arts unless they pass the exam for the old school, and the children of noble families start practicing from an early age. A real jackpot has been hit. Looking at the book, Chien said that from childhood, the heirs of noble families begin to train in the comprehension of nature and harmony, and they will only encounter such subjects in high school, not to mention family secret teachings, elixirs, artifacts, sacred objects. They are meaningless to them. Smiling, Shin said that the gap was too big, and he still had to take the exam with these monsters, to which he replied that he didn't have to worry, he was also special. Looking to the side, the man said that although he had never received the slightest benefit from his family, had even been persecuted by them, he had a martial arts organization. They would do everything possible to help him pass the exam. The martial arts organization was his home. Looking at him, the hero thanked him and thought that this old man was afraid that he would leave the organization and return to his family, so he said so. The ship flew through the air, and the head said that after the breakthrough, Xiao was able to walk freely on the river. It seemed that she had also made a breakthrough in martial arts, to which he replied that enough was enough, go to bed, let him call if anything. The protagonist grimaced when he heard the notification. Looking at the phone, he thought that Xiao again. When she was already dead, let him sleep well, let him not think that he could deceive him with old photos. His photo appeared, a message surfaced that let her go herself. He is in Jiangbai, he will be only tomorrow. MC lowered his head upon hearing the notification. The girl sent her photo, writing that what a coincidence, she was also in Jiangbai, and where was he? He opened his eyes in amazement and thought it was a coincidence. A photo of him appeared in front of the palace, and there was a message that he and a friend were going to the Nanshan temple. A notification was received on the phone. Zhao took a photo in front of the temple and said that she was also going to burn incense there. She was almost there. They would have dinner together in the evening. Gritting his teeth, Shin pondered that how was it possible? The Nanshan temple was 100 kilometers away from Jiangbei. She replied very quickly. How did she manage to do it? He rolled his eyes slowly. Falling on the sofa, the hero thought that to hell with everything. He was too tired. He would lie down and sleep. Then they would talk. In any case, now she did not threaten him. The ship flew over the temple. The girl looked at the phone. The demon was lying on the ground, and someone asked what he thought he could leave. Blood spurted up. Standing at attention, Zhao said that she would definitely return what was hers. A view of the snow-covered building opened. Fireworks exploded in the air. The protagonist held a sparkler in his hands. He looked away in surprise. The children ran forward at a rapid pace. A huge beast was catching up with them. MC rushed in their direction. He stretched out his arms to his sides. The creature opened its mouth wide. A large amount of blood spurted. The man opened his eyes when he heard that they were very lucky. There were dozens of bites on his body. If there were more wounds, he would definitely die. The parents looked at their child. The children smiled as they looked at him. Shin looked in amazement when he heard that the card was for him. Thank you for saving them. It was time for them to go home. But they were very happy to play with him. Smiling, he replied that he had also prepared a postcard. Here, he was giving it to them. He suddenly woke up when he heard that it was time to get up. He needed to eat. Rubbing his face, the protagonist replied approvingly. He frowned, thinking about 10 years, what had happened to them in all these years. The ship flew through the air. The dishes were on the table. MC looked at the food in surprise and asked what was so rich, to which the head replied that it was nonsense. It was the most advanced and luxurious large airship. He began to eat, thanking him for this, to which Xian said that he should eat more slowly. He would not be so greedy, otherwise it was as if he had never seen anything in his life. Shin put his hands on his stomach and said that he was full, he would not fit anymore. He looked to the side when he heard a sound. Smiling broadly, the guy asked what he should excuse me, and what about these meat kebabs, you can eat. Sitting at the table, the hero replied that he could take it if he wanted. Looking at the man, he asked if the organization didn't even feed people, let him see how hungry the child was, let him not be so stingy. To which the head replied that there was no need to underestimate their organization. This airship brought together the best of the 10 provinces. In addition to their organization, there was also a hunting equipment research institute. And new people selected by the United Society of Eternal Life. Raising his hand up, the young man greeted him and said that he was from the United Society of Eternal Life. He turned around abruptly when he heard how he got there. Putting his hands behind his back, the old man asked that it was Chien. He even took a newcomer this year. Frowning, Chien asked that he had taken 7 at once. The master lowered his gaze. The head looked at him. Stretching out his hand to the side, he said that they should play here for now, and they would go away to talk, to which the hero replied approvingly. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he should go with him. There was an interesting place on the airship. He would show it to him. Stretching out his hands to the sides, Anai introduced himself and asked what his name was, to which the protagonist gave his name and asked that he wanted to play bowling. And he replied that he did not, he just wanted to stretch his legs. Holding the card in his hands, the young man said that he was not looking for it for food, but to fulfill it. A glow appeared around the card. Standing in front of him, the MC asked what it was, to which Anai replied that if he didn't know, then it looked like his parents were not professionals. It's okay, he would tell him. Let him come here and give him his hand. He handed him the card. Another one appeared in the hero's hand. Smirking, he said that it was not bad magic, to which the guy replied that it was not magic, it was a set of cards of 3 high school rookies from the Tarot Tower, telling because he helped him complete the task. A task was written on the card. Shin looked at him in surprise and said that he also had a task, to which the young man replied that as soon as he completed it, he could become a permanent member in the card set. Looking at him, he asked what was the use of it, to which Yuni replied that it seemed that he really did not know anything, but he came to the exam, admiring it. He can get a lot of exclusive information about the exams through a set of cards. The cards will randomly release assignments like now, and completing the assignments can improve his grade. The cards flew up, and the guy said that if his rating and rating were in the middle, then it would only do good. The hero began to pose, and he added that he could not only get additional points on the exams, but also get constant attention from large organizations. If he was active in other exams, he would be able to gain great popularity, even find sponsors and become a new star. Smiling, he said that the Tarot Tower, interesting. Anyway, he needed to figure out a way to complete this task and become a rookie. Wide-eyed, the protagonist said that without making any direct requests, find at least 6 applicants to volunteer for the event he was hosting. He looked around. MC turned his head to the side. Raising his hand up, he asked that he saw that ventilation, to which the young man replied that he did. Standing behind the guy, Shin said that just standing here is boring, so they will know who can reach this ventilation, to which Yuni replied that he would do his best to reach it, which he would say if he got to it, and the hero said that he was cool. The teenager got ready to start. Suddenly he rushed forward. The guy began to climb the wall. He stretched out his hand up and exclaimed. Anai stretched out his hand to the ventilation. Falling to the floor, he said that damn, almost, to which the protagonist replied that it was not even close, and the young man added that he would try again. Rushing forward, he said that let him wait, it was his turn. The guy replied that it was good, everyone once. MC jumped up and exclaimed, to which the young man said that he was far away. People looked away. Hearing that the first attempt does not count, he will give a standing ovation. If someone succeeds the first time, enough already, let them better look at him. Watching them, the student said that he should take a look. It seemed that they were trying to reach too high. It would not work, to which the girl asked again and replied that it was so stupid. Crossing his arms, the young man said that it might be too high for them, but if they let him, he thought he could reach, to which he was told that touching with his fingertips did not count. He was talking about touching with his palm. Smiling, he added that touching with the palm of his hand was also not a problem, to which the guy said that he was a braggart. No one would believe him, and the student said that he did not believe, but that year they had a similar training. He smiled when he heard that if he said that he touched with his fingertips, then it was still possible, but touching with the palm of his hand definitely not, to which the teenager said that he would prove it now. Grinning, the young man said that this was a challenge, to which the girl asked that he was also going to. Pointing to the side, he said that he would reach higher than them, to which he was told that he could not reach higher than him, he would be the first. People jumped towards the ventilation. Holding the card in his hands, Shin asked that men's fun was as simple as that. He looked surprised when he heard that they were congratulating. He had successfully made the 6 students come out without any requirements to take part in his event, and now let him complete the second test. The hero put his hand to his face. Raising his hand up, he shouted that they should come here. They, the martial arts organization, had prepared a bonus for them. Stretching out his hands to the sides, the protagonist said that they decided to protect everyone so that they would not suffer from deception and harm in the most wonderful years of their lives. The head of the organization asked him to conduct a free lecture course on recognizing deception. Holding the notes in their hands, the guys asked what kind of lecture it was, and what was written here, to which he replied that it was a conversational technique between different sexes. Frowning, the young man asked that he really had cubes. He did not believe it. A girl like him said, to which the MC asked that he showed her the cubes, and he replied that yes, he was a fool, he showed it. Then she could not lag behind. Now she regrets. He did not know how to react to this. With his eyes wide open, Shin said that let them remember, girls are not simple. Let them be careful with such conversations. They don't reveal everything at once. The guys looked frightened when they heard that they should be careful that she did not film them on the phone, to which they replied that she had filmed many times. Clenching his fists, the hero shouted that let them remember the lesson. Their body is a very valuable treasure. If it is exhibited on the internet, who will protect it? Does he really want to be called all his life he has a part of it? Putting his hand to his chest, he added that precisely because he is a master, he has such experience, and they have already stood out from the crowd, so in the future, be sure to pay attention to all these remarks, let them take care of themselves. The protagonist stretched out his hand when he heard that professionally, and if she molests him, I don't want to spoil the relationship, they correspond online, to which he replied that let him say these phrases all the time, to which the guy asked what and what if it doesn't work. The students looked at him in amazement when they heard that he should just say that he was going to take a shower, and the conversation would end by itself. Looking at him, the guys asked what and how to answer this, what to do if she said that it was too late, she could not return, and what if the ex hurt him, how to react to this. Raising his hand up, the MC said that let them remember, be sure to distinguish whether she likes them or not as a person, or she just wants to get their body, and even if he takes a step forward, let him definitely keep the evidence, otherwise, if she accuses them, they will never wash themselves, they are boys, and they must be responsible for themselves. The students exclaimed happily and shouted that it is well said they should stick together. He thinks their name gathering is not cool enough. What do they think? While as for the name, the collection of heroes, excellent, powerful and impressive. A glow appeared around the people. A phrase flashed that they congratulate him on the completion of the test. He became a member of the recruitment. Putting his hands behind his back, the old man said that these snots, why don't they rest, but do some nonsense, to which the head replied that let them play. When they get to their destination, they won't have time for fun anymore. Thinks it's the task of recruiting newcomers in the Tarot Tower. Misses the times when they were young and also went through this. The hero was standing in front of people. A phrase flashed by that all thanks to his snot. Judging by his animate appearance, he had to complete the task. He was still smart. You lowered his gaze and said that he remembered that among the newcomers they led, the tallest had reached 4 stars in the tower. Didn't think that he would also start leading beginners like this boy. To which Chien replied that there was hope of surpassing his 4-star disciple. Let him better say how he recruited so many beginners at once. Closing his eyes, the old man said that in the 8 regions of the southeast, there had been an explosion of A-rank disaster, many masters had died, and only he had barely sealed the disaster. All the 7 newcomers he had brought were outstanding students, and all had a powerful force. The government had decided to let them try, and even if they didn't succeed, they would at least get government support. Looking to the side, the head of the association said that those who can participate in this exam are the best students in the world, and many descendants of influential families are black horses. Although it is not allowed to kill students in the exam, there have been accidents in past years. What if they? Gritting his teeth, the master said that he understood what he meant, but it wasn't something they could interfere with. He was just acting according to the circumstances. To which Chien replied that it was the right thing to do. The airship flew forward, and someone said that let them have fun. He would go to breathe while he did. Leaning against the railing, the hero asked that an image had appeared on the map. A skull appeared on the map. The protagonist was holding the skull in his hands. The question was heard why he looked so much like the villain. He gritted his teeth as he heard that all newcomers on the first entry received a spare card. In the future, depending on their activity, the rating increased, and when they reached 1 star, the card became official. The current advantage, it was possible to view the basic information about the newcomers. Holding the card in his hands, the MC asked why the official rookie card was needed. A message appeared that the official rookie card retains its status until the end of the exams, after which enrollment in one of the 3 universities is guaranteed. He looked at him in surprise and asked what was guaranteed to be credited. It was a guarantee. Wouldn't it be fought for? How many official rookie cards in total? To which he was told that there were 54 cards. Looking at the sky, Shin said that 54 cards meant a total of 54 guaranteed places. How many people were in this exam? How many were participating in the card system? To which the answer was that there were a total of 3,579 people. 1,708 people had spare cards, of which 1,603 were heirs of families. The usual candidates were 105. Looking down, he said that the gap between people is too big. 54 cards is a very tough competition, afraid that 105 ordinary candidates will never be able to break through the heirs and get an official card. Looking at the card, the hero said that exactly, the heirs of the families, so she too. The sword woman was standing on the boat. She crossed her arms, her characteristics appeared. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked that it was 5 stars, why did it have such a cool map, and he had some nonsense. Holding the map in his hands, he added that he could add him as a friend. An image of a girl appeared, notifications appeared that he was added as a friend. Now by holding the card, you can contact this person, and Xiao asked that he was also included in the new deck. Putting his hand in his pocket, the MC replied that it was boring on the plane. A friend taught him how to play this game, to which the girl said that this is an item from the Tarot Tower, has many useful properties. By the way, his portrait on the card looks villainous. The hero's cheeks turned red and he said that he did not know the reason himself. I wondered if it was possible to change it, to which he was told that the map was created automatically. He recommended to look at the rating of newcomers in order to understand the level of others they would contact later, and Shin said that it was good, then he would look at the rating, see you later. He furrowed his brows and asked that the ranking was the ranking of the 54 official rookie cards. Looking at the list, the hero asked that Xiao was only in 5th place, the first is Nangong, he would take a look. A boy's card appeared. It was said that he was a hereditary representative of the Nangong clan, a 6-star, the first this year. Grinning, the protagonist said that 6 stars, now such girls are unreal, each of them is so strong, beautiful. He looked at me in amazement and asked what the hereditary representative was. MC's eyes bulged out and said that the Nangong ancestral representative was a guy. Closing his eyes, he added that why would a man look so beautiful? He is in an old Chinese suit, holding a fan and surrounded by beauties. 6 stars is no joke. Looking at the rating, Shin said that damn, he is amazing, the only one with 6 stars, the rest of the 5-star and 4-star are also heirs. He needs to find a way to improve his ranking. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he knew him well, because every day he tried to find a way to raise it. After all, he had an unfinished technique of freezing the lunar sky. Going forward, the hero said that he needed to try it out. He lowered his head down. A purple glow appeared around him. The protagonist used the technique of freezing the lunar sky. He struck with his foot. MC moved from side to side. Blue and green rays flew around him. Standing on the edge, he used the deer under the moon technique. Shin smiled when he heard that despite the shortcomings and uncertainty, it seems to be a long-lost technique. If this legacy reappears in the world, it will add a lot of uncertainty to the exam. To which he replied that it worked. The airship flew forward. A phrase flashed by that he had become an official member of the deck, received the privilege of 1 star, could refuse 1 challenge per hour. The hero's card appeared. Looking at her, he said that the smile was too provocative. Only 1 star, and he was already so self-satisfied. Holding the card in his hands, the hero heard about 2 friend requests, to which he replied that these are the same 2 accepts. With his eyes wide open, the guy said that he had become the owner of 1 star so quickly. Cool. The young man looked admiringly and said that he was just a monster. As soon as they arrived, they would go for a walk together. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it was good, but he still had a meeting. He would contact them later, to which he was told that when they got off the ship, they would be waiting for him, and the thought arose in his head that this was just 1 star, why be so happy? Sticking out his tongue, the head asked that he had received the 1st star. Looking at him, the MC replied that yes, 1 star is worth such admiration, to which the man said that of course. As soon as he got into the rating, he immediately attracted attention, and he asked what he really thought. He was so easily knocked down. Throwing his hand over his shoulder, Qian said that the fact that he had achieved 1 star so quickly surprised him. He was great. It was not for nothing that he took him under his wing. Stretching out his hand, he said that he should take a look. They had arrived. Shin opened his eyes in amazement. Islands appeared in the sky, and he asked where it was. He had never heard of such a city. The airship flew past the city, and the master said that it was a port of clouds. Pointing to the island, he said that it used to be the outer part of the ancient ruins. After excavations it became a port city. Let him look there. These are not excavated ancient ruins. They are full of unknown dangers. It is very difficult to work there. One of the 3 most prestigious universities in the world is Jialan. It is in these ruins. A flying island appeared, and the hero asked that the university was in the sky, in ancient ruins. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, Jian replied that yes, otherwise how could it be called one of the top 3 universities? Jialan teachers and students explore the ruins in the sky to find heritage and history. The elite of humanity are responsible for uncovering history. One day history will tell them the truth about the world and their origins. Stars shone in the sky. The rays rushed towards the ship. Looking at the hero, the man said that this is a pass. As soon as he enters the cloud port, receives a pass and falls under the supervision of the examiners. The observation lasts until the end of the banquet, after which it will be evaluated based on the results. Those who receive a high grade will have help and rewards in the exam. Turning his head, the protagonist thought that the score was similar to his gate ability, and then asked that the help and rewards were true, to which he replied approvingly. A view of the banquet hall opened. A phrase flashed through that after the banquet tomorrow night, they would be teleported to the exam. So he needed to find a way to get a high grade in order to get a reward and achieve better results in the exam. With his eyes wide open, the MC asked what was the form of the exam, how long it lasted, to which the head replied that it was difficult to say exactly. The forms and times changed every year. In 1 year there was a written exam that lasted only 45 minutes. Students were sitting at their desks. The man was standing on a ledge of a mountain, and the man added that in another year, an exam for survival in the wilderness, which took 3 months. Frowning, Shin asked that it was too cruel, wasn't it? To which Qian replied that he should be optimistic. At least he was already one of the newcomers. He would definitely be given additional advantages in the exam. But it was difficult to say exactly what these advantages were, because every year was different. The hero looked at the map, hearing that it was discovered that he was one of the newcomers. A fusion was taking place. A glow appeared around the card. He opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that he had received the first task. Let him take the green dragon to the southern sea to ride on the clouds for 100,000 li, to which the protagonist asked again and said that it was nonsense to make a beginner ride a dragon for 100,000 li. It was too much, he was overrated. Putting his finger in his ear, the head replied that this is a task of the Tarot Tower, there is no need to worry about it. Although they promise a very high grade for completion, the vast majority simply will not be able to complete it. To which the MC asked what it means that most of the tasks cannot be completed, only a part of it is possible. Lowering his gaze, he replied that such tasks could only be performed by representatives of noble families. They had powerful resources and could complete some of such difficult tasks, which would increase their grade. Frowning, Shin said that it was unfair for ordinary examinees. Okay, he would change the task. He glared angrily when he heard that to exterminate the demons, to return in 10 years, to copy 800,000 volumes in the repository of sacred texts, to taste the droppings of 1,000 demons, to which he asked that there was not at least one task to be performed. The hero smiled when he saw the task that let him fight until victory, quickly increased the rating of the stars. This task cannot be rejected unless you use the power of the stars, to which he replied that it seems to be possible. Looking at him, the master said that he shouldn't think so. This is a task for representatives of noble families. They get the best equipment and specifically hunt them to get a grade from their bodies, to which he asked that representatives of noble families again. Closing his eyes, the man said that let him see for himself. The warrior stepped on the guy's body. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had just stepped off the ship, and he had already been beaten so badly that his mother would not know. A glow appeared around the guy and he said that he did not even consider himself a beginner, and the rating was still not growing. It was so infuriating. The head stretched out his hand to the side, hearing that why he was being beaten, but no one was interfering, to which he replied that it was calm. The doctors were ready to help. Usually the wounds healed quickly, but they hurt for some time. Doctors were sitting next to the young man, and he added that if a person died, the situation would change. He would be deprived of the right to the exam and possibly imprisoned. Looking down, the master said that so there was no need to hope for any justice. In fact, the exam had already begun, and only the strongest would break through and earn respect. Watching the city, he added that he hadn't planned to call him here so early, but since he's being hunted, it's strictly controlled here, so it's safer than outside, to which the MC replied that he understood. Looking at the map, he heard that the drowning man had been evaluated. On the map it was written that he was in danger, he could die at any moment, but he himself did not realize it. This is called a drowning man. Wide-eyed, Shin thought that wasn't it said that the exam site was strictly controlled and murder was prohibited. Why was this card given such a grade? Standing beside the master, he thought about what could be killed at any moment. Who wanted to kill him? Were they members of noble families who had come to play with him? Could they really bypass the guards at the exam and attack him? Or were they new assassins who had mixed up among the examinees? The hero shuddered when he heard that someone was challenging him. Zhao's opponent. He couldn't refuse. He looked at him in surprise and wondered why she had challenged him. Raising her hand up, the girl said that she was here. She smirked as she looked ahead. Waving his hand, Qian said that he would not turn off the light. They would contact later, to which the protagonist replied that there was just friendship between them. Standing in front of him, the swordswoman said that she was grateful to him for healing her wound during the battle. This power remained and helped her make a breakthrough, to which he replied that he should not thank her. She had become much stronger, and then thought that her energy was indeed different. The patron saint's assessment had disappeared, but the sword master had become blurred and seemed to be transforming into a new grade. Smiling, the MC asked why she challenged him to a duel, to which Xiao replied that if they found a place to talk, let him follow her. A view of high-rise buildings opened up. A phrase flashed by that they rent a small quiet place. Let him go straight, then to the left to Hall 9. Walking behind the girl, Shin asked what this place was for, to which she replied that it was a training room, suitable for meditation, stone cutting practice, good conditions and good sound insulation. Suddenly a man flew into the wall. The hero looked at him in amazement, and asked what was happening. Ducking, the girl asked that since she knew that she was much stronger, and the weapon was much more powerful, why was she fighting her? The girl's eyes lit up and she said that she was raising her rating, she didn't care about her, and the young man added that let him not hit hard, he would leave it to him. He knew how hard it was to find a person with 1 star. Watching them, the protagonist thought that he had seen her in the rankings. She is a rookie with 4 stars, ranked 17th in the rankings. The student looked to the side. Smiling, she said that another one with 1 star, today she was very lucky. Suddenly, a blade flew in front of her. Xiao pulled her weapon to the side and said that he was busy. The soldier gritted her teeth and said that okay, she would let her pass, the next one to her. The swordswoman looked at her angrily and asked what she hadn't heard. Swinging her fist, the fighter said that she wanted to frolic with him herself. She would definitely not hold out. The girl sheathed the weapon. Bright rays appeared around her opponent. Suddenly her clothes were torn. People looked at me in amazement. The fighter trembled and said that she was 5th in the ranking, and the MC thought that the clothes were torn to shreds, but the skin remained unharmed. After breaking through, Zhao's sword became more flexible like a surgical knife, sharp and precise, even the slightest bending he could avoid without damaging a scratch. Closing her eyes, the swordswoman said that she should go away. Smiling, Shin asked if they were really going to fight, to which she replied that she should not be afraid, she would not let him get hurt. At most, she would shine like her. Turning around, Xiao said that she was joking, The real reason was that as long as she fought him, no one else would be able to challenge him. The hero lowered his gaze and thought that it was a complete disappointment. Holding the card in her hands, the girl said that she should look at her card. It says in battle, if the fight does not end, the others will not be able to challenge him to a duel. Smiling, the protagonist asked that this was not a loophole. If everyone did this, they would be able to defend themselves. Holding a weapon in her hands, she replied that this was not the case. Others could also forcibly interrupt her fight, but only if they defeated her. Putting his hand behind his head, the MC said that then he was calm. If there were 2 of them, they would rise to 6 stars. No one would dare to disturb them. But what would anyone dare to call her? Turning her head, the swordswoman said that it was unlikely. She thought the clans would only be happy if everything was as it was now, to which he replied that she would not score points either, and she added that as far as she knew, leader Nangong did not resort to it, being too proud. Smirking, Shin asked what if someone scored more points than them. Looking at him, the girl replied that it was not easy, that person would just be persuaded to give up the glasses. Giving a thumbs up, he said that strength was the best argument. The 9th room appeared. Standing beside him, Xiao said that this was an indoor training hall. No one would hear what they were saying. Such advanced gyms were only available to clan members, professionals, or beginners with 5 stars, to which the hero replied that the conditions were very good. Next time he would also apply, and she added that ordinary people like him would simply be thrown out of here. Frowning, he shouted that it was infuriating. Could it be that the whole world was only around the clans and was spinning? To which the swordswoman replied that enough was enough, they would get down to business. Frowning, she said as for Zhao, gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that yes, she said she was dead, but she had sent him a message. Looking at him, Xiao said that she had taken her to the Skinner, and then died. She remembers the shadow that took the body of the Skinner. About 80 or 90% of the disciple's body was also taken by her. MC looked at her in surprise and asked if she had been resurrected. Wouldn't she be the Ripper? Raising her eyebrows, the lady replied that it was quite possible. Besides, Zhao was also going to participate in this exam. The girl's eyes lit up. A phrase flashed by that he should be very careful. Stay away from her. She is no longer a person. The swordswoman smirked when she heard that wasn't the matter serious. He needed to inform Kunlun. Aren't there super A-rank people who deal with such matters? To which she replied that she had already reported, but there was no answer, advising him not to wait for help, because no one cares about the death of an ordinary person. Putting his hand to his face, Shin said that by the way, the police didn't listen to him yesterday either. Looking at him, the girl replied that someone had made a pact with the Skinner. Everything was turned off, just to take his body. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked that the patron of the Ripper had so much power, to which she said that by the way, several clans got to her, they wanted her to get married. The image of a man appeared. It was heard that the groom was one of the influential uncles from a large clan. He was over 50. His wife had recently died. Frowning, the protagonist told her not to agree. Lowering her head, Xiao replied that she had said that she needed a couple of days to think about it, to which he asked why she didn't refuse. With a smirk, she said that because she wasn't strong enough, it would take time, she wouldn't get out until she went to one of the 3 schools and stopped being afraid of them. Closing his eyes, the MC said that okay. The man held the swordswoman in his hands, and the thought arose in his head that his family was forcing him to apologize. But who would have thought that things were much worse in her family? Standing at attention, Shin thought that they wanted to enslave her. She had been trained in swordsmanship since childhood and had reached such a level of swordsmanship, and they wanted to suppress her, and he didn't even have a single auxiliary skill. He looked at the girl, having heard the question that he had chosen the university, to which he replied that no, he did not understand them at all. Holding the weapon in her hands, Xiao said that then let him not think and give some instructions. He should understand that ordinary people cannot master special skills before entering. Smirking, she added that but she could teach him her clan's skills. The hero looked at it in bewilderment and asked again. She began to brandish her weapon. The protagonist froze in shock. Turning around, the swordswoman said that this blade method is called Lingbo. She wants to learn, she can teach him. MC looked at her and asked that Lingbo, and she wouldn't be affected in any way by handing over the clan's technique to him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Turning her head, she said that in fact, their technique was highly valued outside the family. Countless people were trying to get their hands on it, and he was still worried about it. Smirking, Shin replied that he didn't want her to get into trouble. The swordswoman turned her head away. Closing her eyes, she said that she should not worry, nothing would happen, and then she thought that he had already suffered so much. But even now he did not stop taking care of her, a real fool. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero said that he would like to learn, but he did not have a blade. He smiled when he heard that didn't he have a blade yesterday when he fought the Skinner, to which he replied that it was a souvenir that had been picked up by chance at the inn and had already been lost. The protagonist frowned when he heard that it was true. Where did he get the blade from? If she knew, she would have taken it from home. But it was too late. Returning would be a real risk. He did not want to which he replied that they would think that he had stolen more, and then they would definitely finish him off. Smiling, Xiao said that of course, she wouldn't go far with the blade technique alone. Fortunately, she had other techniques as well. Combat techniques appeared. It was heard that there are 10 more techniques, such as Gongwa, 7 deadly hands, thunder fist, 16 ways of close combat, if he wants, can show. MC gritted his teeth and asked what she had just said with a thunder fist. Looking at him, the swordswoman replied that yes, the thunder fist technique is as fast and strong as thunder and lightning. Only 7 families keep the secrets of this technique, and their kind is one of them. Shin froze, thinking that wasn't the thunder fist a secret technique that would allow him to level up the technique. He had already mastered the deer under the moon, the ghostly shadow, and the frost wind. All that remained was to obtain the thunder fist. But that person had said that the thunder fist technique was an ancient technique for awakening the world from where she knew it. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked where the thunder fist technique came from. Flying islands appeared. A phrase flashed by that she had been found in the ruins of celestial space. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that allegedly their ancestors, when digging the ruins of heavenly space, found her in an abandoned tower. It seems that he also heard about the thunder fist technique, to which he asked that it was a well-known technique, and she added that it was very difficult. Without sufficient awakening, it was difficult to manifest the true potential of the technique. Standing in a fighting stance, the swordswoman said that she had previously studied her techniques and movements. He seemed to be very interested. He could show one move, let him watch her movements carefully. He needed to activate his awakening. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied approvingly, and the unknown said that since he had never trained his awakening, he only had 1 point. He had received stat points. The current value was 11. Xiao stretched out her hand. She began to reproduce the technique. Looking to the side, the girl asked that he was impressed. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that this technique didn't look powerful. Let him say it wasn't wrong anywhere. The swordswoman was embarrassed and asked what it meant not to look powerful. If an ordinary person mastered it, he could use it without thinking about food, by the way. And where did he think it went wrong? With a wave of his hand, the MC said that she had just said that this technique involved the meridians. The duodenal pulse was connected to the left wrist, and the energy went through the 5th forbidden seal. But let him see, the technique was indeed powerful. But the energy reached the wrist, not the joints of the palm. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he was not sure that this was correct. Lightning appeared around his arm. The girl watched him. She froze in shock. Holding the book in her hands, the swordswoman said that she specialized in working with a sword, not palm techniques. To show him techniques, she had familiarized herself with several techniques during the journey. She did not expect that he understood and identified mistakes so well. Apparently his level of awakening was quite high. Let him hold the book The Secrets of the Thunder Fist Technique. Flipping through the pages, Shin thought that green is a high level. Getting a technique of this quality is a real luck. She is a very good mentor. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that this is what awakening affects. It is not surprising that in families, heirs learn higher techniques early. They begin to develop awakening from childhood. As he struck, the hero exclaimed. A phrase flashed by that he was congratulated. His level of awakening was very high. He had mastered the low-level Thunder Fist technique. Withdrawing her hands behind her back, Xiao said that it seemed that the Thunder Fist technique was very suitable for him. He learned quite quickly. After taking out a tarot card, he would see how his strength had changed. A hero card appeared. There was a message that he mastered the technique very quickly. It seems that he has a high level of awakening, which will increase his rating. He has become a rookie of the 2nd star. In addition to basic knowledge, now he can get personal talismans, hairstyles, clothes and signs. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked that you can change hairstyles and outfits. Great, he will try. His altered card appeared. Throwing it on the floor, he asked what the hell it was, to which the girl replied that the card laughed at him. When it reaches 4 stars, the stats will increase significantly. The swordswoman smiled when she heard that the card was idiotic, to which she said that she shouldn't worry like this. If she continued to say so, it might affect his grade. Taking the map in his hands, the MC apologized to her. He looked at him in surprise and said that damn, 11 o'clock, Qian asked to come to him in the evening, to which Xiao said that let him go, and while she practiced here, when there was time, let him drop by. Looking at her, Shen asked if he would continue to investigate the Skinner. Waving her hand to him, she replied approvingly, and he said goodbye to her. A view of the building opened, and the man said that here is his card from the room, let him pass. Standing in front of the door, the hero said that the company even had its own skyscraper. Surprisingly, excellent, since Mr. Qian was not there yet, it would be possible to try the Thunder Fist technique. Raising his hand up, he added that he did not expect that he could master several techniques that mysterious voice spoke of so quickly. He wanted to learn about all the mysteries, but first master everything. A glow appeared around the protagonist. He began to apply the technique. Stretching his hand forward, the MC thought that nothing had happened. Looking at his hand, he said that apparently the Thunder Fist technique wasn't from the nightmare world. Shin looked in surprise when he heard the skeleton's words about what and why he always thought about such stupid training. Only the most flawed skills and mastered, to which he asked again. The monster looked to the side. It sounded that the shadow technique was a skill that even the undead refused to learn, let alone humans, beast humans, and elves. The guy stretched his leg forward. A phrase flashed by that the frosty wind was unable to cause damage, so in a battle with this skill, he was unlikely to last long. The elf rushed forward, and Lu said that a deer under the moon was a common skill of an elven fighter, but spirits with combat talent learned more advanced hand-to-hand techniques. The monsters looked at them angrily, and he added that the beastman's Thunder Fist is very rarely mastered by humans. It is inconvenient and traumatic, and the beast men are naturally afraid of thunder. The hero froze in bewilderment when he heard that he lived a long time, and had never seen that someone like him, mastering so much nonsense, could try to get into a military academy. There he would definitely be shown good techniques. Lowering his head, he asked what he wanted to say, that he was using the thunder fist of the beastmen from the nightmare world. But how did the techniques from the nightmare world end up in this? To which the skeleton asked what and what of that, and how could he know? Holding the book in his hands, the protagonist pondered that it was strange. According to Lu, this was the real beastman thunder fist technique. Why wasn't anything happening? He had done everything right. He had also taken all the vulnerabilities into account. Suddenly he opened his eyes in amazement. MC looked down at his hands. He knelt down and wheezed, to which the monster asked what was wrong with him. Shin writhed in pain and exclaimed, and then thought that what the hell was wrong. He couldn't breathe. Rolling his eyes, he added that his consciousness was becoming cloudy. It was a feeling of death. Lying on the floor, the hero thought that he was dying. He began to fall down. A bright glow appeared around his body. A bright beam emanated from his mouth. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and asked again. Looking at the beam, he thought that the cold energy had saved him. It was the breath. Falling down, the MC added that he had learned a new technique. Cold breathing helps to avoid darkness. You need to maintain your breath, otherwise he will die. He closed his eyes. Shin bent his knees. He gritted his teeth tightly. The hero flew over the waterfall. The thought arose that this is a new way of breathing, and it sets in motion every organ of his body. He feels the heart, blood and nerves. Everything moves. He twisted in the air and thought that this was the unity of man and heaven. The protagonist was hovering near the moon. Raising his hand up, he reflected on the fact that it turned out that his breathing had always been erratic. It only maintained basic bodily functions, but had no other effect. Opening his eyes wide, the MC added that these views were strange. He was definitely here for the first time, but a voice was heard in his soul. Looking at the planet, he thought that one was telling him that it was a magical world. Shin was lying on the floor. His eyes lit up when he heard the congratulations. He had mastered the divine light under the moon magic world technique. The hero looked at him in amazement and asked what was going on, and the unknown person said that this visual technique was considered an exclusive skill. All its basic stats were increased by 3 points, and the basic resonance level was increased by 8 points. Looking at his hands, he said that his body had recovered. His overall stats had increased by 3 points. He was full of strength. What a resonance. He had also grown by 8 points. The protagonist froze, hearing that he had opened a magic eye. A notification was received when he upgraded all the stats to 20 points. He would receive an evaluation of a true person, to which he replied that a true person, what does it mean? And the magical world that he saw in his mind, how many mysteries. A bright glow appeared around him. There were reports that his heavenly frost thunder had evolved into a perfect form, and could now use the true heavenly frost thunder. Raising his hands, the MC asked what the color purple was. He struck from his foot. A phrase flashed by that the frostbite, the kicking technique, kicks enemies, is perfect form, has an element of ice, slows down the speed of the target. Shin ran swiftly forward. It was said that the current moon is a body technique, a combination of dashes and throws, basic techniques that can be decomposed into a series of ghostly images similar to the flow of water when moving. The hero stretched out his hand in front of him. A phrase arose that a thunderclap is a blow with a palm, has a huge destructive power. He was standing behind the demon, and the unknown person said that the heavenly shadow was a magical technique. He could hide in the shadow of a person or an object. He would be discovered if only the opponent had the ability to see through the shadows. Clutching his face, the protagonist said that he had not known how to fight before. He could not even dream that one day 4 techniques would fall into his hands at once. Thanks to the divine light under the moon, he had tripled his strength. Clenching his fist, he added that purple-colored secret techniques drop once every 10,000. It wasn't for nothing that he spent so much time transitioning between worlds. It was worth it. But where did all these powerful techniques come from? Walking to another room, the MC said that okay, there are no clues anyway. There is nothing to bother with. The world is too complicated. It will go until the blood is washed away. He began to wash his face. Looking at his reflection, Shin said that surprisingly, the wounds were fatal, but after receiving the new techniques, he still managed to resurrect. A little more and he would believe that he was sleeping. The visual technique, coming out, there would now be something unusual in the eye. 2 inscriptions appeared above it. The hero looked at them in surprise and thought that now he could see all his assessments. This was the power of the divine light under the moon. His gaze froze in place. Gritting his teeth, he asked what it was. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked what his neck was when this thread appeared. A red thread was tied around his neck, and the unknown person said that a divine technique from another world. When he appeared within a radius of 250 kilometers from the enemy, he could sense his location and teleport to him. A view of the casino opened up. The chips were lying on the table. People were sitting at the table. There was talk that he was lucky in this party. They would lose. After all, he was the highest-ranking VIP in the Assassination Alliance. Who knew that they would dare to attack and send assassins? They would seize power and destroy the entire leadership of the alliance. Throwing down the cards, the guy said that they were weaklings. Their affairs were unimportant. He passed. Let them consider it an apology. Looking to the side, the man said that the sins of the Assassin Alliance were not their fault. let him call the Alliance headquarters. A hologram appeared above the table. The man smiled and said that good evening, he was the head of the Assassination Alliance, they could call him Zai. Sitting at the table, the man asked what was going on, why his killers had discovered the informant. Closing his eyes, he replied that he would excuse me, this assassin was the strongest in their alliance. But he was too carried away with the search for art and forgot about the mission. He had already paid his price by parting with his life. Lowering his gaze, the young man said that Shin had already arrived at the port, the exam would begin soon, and then asked that he would not let him down. Zai bowed and replied that he was giving a guarantee, he would disappear forever. If he made a mistake, he would cut off his own head with his own hands. He evaporated when he heard that they had agreed. The young man gritted his teeth when he heard that let one of their specialists come and control everything. He needed to keep an eye on the killers. They were too unreliable. To which he replied that he would ask his patron. He supported him, he thought he would definitely not refuse. Lowering his gaze, the villain asked what patron, no problem, and then thought that he would no longer harm the family. Ordinary people should sit with their tails between their legs, and the dissenters would be killed, the inferiors were destined to die. The ship was floating on the water. The man put his hands behind his back. A red thread appeared in front of his neck. Closing his eyes, the demon said that it tasted bad, the killer was old and sick, and the wounds would not heal. Turning his head, he added that the heirs of noble families are completely different, they are tempered from childhood in body and will, given medicines, their flesh is fresh and tasty. Corpses lay on the floor. Zhao took a step forward. Standing in front of her, Khan turned. Looking down, the girl asked that he had just made a promise to someone. The guy lowered his head and replied that he had said it without thinking, except for her. Her eyes lit up and she said that there was no need to explain. Her followers should believe their promises, even when they lie. You need to understand that sincerity helps to manifest the flexibility of the situation. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that yes, he would send the old man's head to Yunshan port to fulfill his promise. Looking down, Zhao replied that those people had said that Shin was in the port, and that the place would become their hunting ground. The demon smiled when he heard the question that he wanted to devour the heirs of noble families, to which he replied that very much. Looking away, the girl said that the old rule, his flesh, her soul, she would also take part in the hunt, she needed more souls to regain her lost strength. The Khan looked at her frightened and said that he was grateful for her generosity, she didn't have to act, he could deal with it himself. Raising her hand, Zhao said that he had discovered her techniques, which meant that there were not only undead beings next to him, but also another strong being. Her gaze froze and she added that in order to prevent pursuit, she had dispelled the spell. With his current power, if she encountered him, she would immediately turn to ashes, even she would not be able to resurrect him. Standing at attention, the girl said that it was necessary not only to take Shin's soul, but also to find out who was behind him. The hero looked away in surprise when he heard that the magic had been removed. He flinched when he heard that if the enchanter used his technique again, he wouldn't even understand it, to which he replied that this thread belonged to the Skinner, he had been resurrected. Holding the map in his hands, the protagonist said that this is why the map rated him as drowned, changed again. An updated card appeared. A message arose that the new assessment is a victim going into a trap. He knows his fate, he has claws and fangs, but can he escape death? Gritting his teeth, the MC said that he was no longer drowned. Could the card really be so smart? He could even feel his condition. The map began to be updated. Its modification appeared. With his eyes wide open, Shin said that he had jumped from 2 to 5 stars. A box appeared. It was said that the advantages of 5 stars are that the final grade before the exam will give special power to use in the exam. A mark appeared on the map. A phrase flashed that he could hide his level, show only 2 stars. Smirking, the hero said that the 11th place, so among the many participants, his technique will be more powerful. To begin with, it will hide the level. You need to be careful, the enemies have not gone anywhere. A blue light appeared around the card. Lowering his gaze, he added that the cards are not for show, even if no one threatens him according to the rating, the number of enemies does not decrease. And in battle you cannot rely only on the rating in the map. There are many examples when the weak defeat the strong. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that Zhao's skinning agent could also attack at any time, so he had to continue to look for ways to ascend. A notification was received on his phone. MC looked frightened when he heard shouts that he was doing what he was doing at all. He couldn't get through to him all day. If it weren't for the recordings from the cameras, he would have already been looking for him with the dogs. Putting his hand behind his head, he thought that he was missing for the day, and then said that he should excuse me, he was busy with his family. To which the man replied that it was good that he was fine, let him come to the martial arts hall on the 63rd floor, tell him something. The entrance to the martial arts hall appeared. Holding a cigarette between his teeth, the master said that his goal was to get into one of the top 3 academies, so he would tell about each one. There were only 3 academies, Kalen, Gitu, and Shuetu, each with its own bias. 3 academies appeared, and he said that Kalen valued combat strength, was on the ruins of an air island, Gitu was studying the history of mankind, was at the depths of the sea, and Shuetu was deep in the earth. Raising his hand in the air, Shin asked if the 3 academies were the strongest in the world, or if there were others, to which the head replied that these 3 academies were the heirs of ancient clans, with deep traditions and strength, no other was comparable to them. Flying islands appeared, and he added that Kaylin was considered the most powerful. People conducted a ritual. A phrase flashed that she studies the magic of spirits and the world, revered. Most of the students are from noble families. An underwater settlement appeared. It was heard that Gito is inclined to secrets and archaeology. The fish swam underwater, and the man said that there were breaks in history in the past. The civilizations that existed before their days lie underwater, so the students of this academy are the most erudite. People stretched out their hands to the sides, and he added that students are taught ancient knowledge in it, and many become students of various churches after graduation. A huge castle appeared. A phrase flashed by that in the Shiotu Academy, located deep in the ground, there is a huge underground tomb. The origins of the study of the history of mankind are there. The style of the academy is a combat direction, since there are many terrible monsters in the dungeons. The undead's eyes lit up. Precious items appeared, and the head said that this was the most expensive academy. Great wealth could be obtained from the bodies, fur of monsters, rare underground minerals and herbs. Raising his hand, Chien said that you can also find ancient techniques and equipment there, but few people can use them, more value in research, to which the hero asked why there are so few people who use them. Looking at him, the man replied that it was about resonance, from ancient traditions. In addition to techniques, there are divine armor and secret arts. A glow appeared around the objects, and he added that in order to use them, you need a strong resonance. It is also called recognition. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again, to which the master replied that everything is true when he receives recognition. Then, touching his finger to his temple, he added that he would become one of his own in the magical world. Having received the right to use, objects would worship him. MC frowned and asked what the recognition of the magical world was. And then he thought that when he awakened the technique, he had also seen what is commonly called the magical world. Holding the textbooks in his hands, Chien said that the magical world is the realm of the source of power, which is also used to divide everyone's sphere of power. Okay, it's too early for him to talk about it. When he starts studying at the academy, he will find out about everything, and in the meantime, let him not know. The organization has prepared several techniques for him. Shin twisted his face and asked what it was, and what was the secret art of screaming, the secret technique. Raising his finger up, the man said that the technique excites the opponent, making him lose his temper, to which he asked what and what about the treasure of the chrysanthemum. The guy stretched out his hands to the flower, and the head said that the chrysanthemum is used as a weapon that can attack enemies. It is said that when this skill is exalted, the chrysanthemum can change the smell, causing the opponent to hallucinate. Frowning, the hero asked what about the divine fist of the northeast then. It had something to do with the constellation of the Big Dipper, to which Chien replied that no, they just found this technique in the ruins in the north, hence the name. The miner looked away, and he added that during the excavations of those times, one day the workers were about to leave, when one of them heard a voice, and all because he could not sit alone, he continued to excavate until he heard. The man shuddered when he heard the question what he was doing. A phrase flashed by that he thought that someone he knew was mocking. Stretching out his hand forward, the worker asked what he was. The book fell to the ground, and the master said that, and then the technique fell out on its own. In fact, this is also a kind of form of resonance. That's how spontaneously he managed to get the technique. Smiling broadly, the protagonist thought well. Stretching his hands to the sides, the man said that the thing was that if it suited the object, then there was no need to strain, he would choose it himself. So some people have great power and strength, but still they could not get their object. Standing in front of the hero, he added that so resonance is only the first step. The most important thing is recognition. Let him choose one book. At the exam you don't need to be ready for everything that the MC thought about. What kind of name this northeastern fist has. He opened his eyes wide when he heard about the quality of the technique. Smiling, Shin thought that all the other techniques were ordinary grade white level. Only an excellent grade green level divine fist. Could it be that there was something special about it? Holding the book up, he said that the divine fist looked good, he would take it. Putting his hands in his pockets, the master replied that he had an eye for such objects. This is the strongest technique presented, in a good way. He should not give him this technique, because the more difficult it is, the harder it is to master it. But if he learns it, his strength will increase significantly, to which the hero asked that a person can grow from 2 stars to 5 in a short period of time. After hitting him on the head, Chien said that he shouldn't talk nonsense. He had never heard of such a thing, to which he thought that apparently the divine light under the moon and the heavenly thunder of frost were indeed strong techniques. Swinging his fist, the man said that he should not be upset. He had increased the number of his stars quite quickly, so everything was still ahead. Okay, let him see the divine northeast fist. If he mastered it, then he could cope with anyone in the exam. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that now all his stat points are invested in awareness. Their value reaches 14. With such a level of awareness for him, this fist seems like child's play. Fortunately, this technique can be used without much strain. His eyes lit up and he added that he would be able to hide his true strength in this way. Wiping his face from sweat, the head said that well, enough for today, let him study, for more than 4 hours, let him rest, in the evening let him not forget to join the banquet, to which the MC replied approvingly and thought that this would be enough. Without a high level of awareness, he would not have succeeded. He looked at the card when he heard a sound. Walking down the street, Shin saw a message that she had found information about the Ripper. They would meet in the arena, to which he replied that okay, it was already coming out. he shuddered in surprise. The man was standing against the wall. Closing his eyes, he asked for a serve. The hero lowered his head. Throwing a coin, he said that he had only change. The protagonist began to leave. He looked at him in surprise when he heard a click. Suddenly, a shot pierced his head through. Raising his hand, the old man said that he was useless. MC used the current moon technique. Looking at him, the clan leader said that he had managed to dodge. Frowning, he replied that he was not an old, lazy, shameless man, he only knew how to attack on the sly. Shin used the divine light under the moon technique. Watching the old man, he thought that he had an invisible blade. If it wasn't for the new ability, he wouldn't have seen it right away. The man exclaimed in bewilderment. He began to draw his blade. The hero jumped to the side. Pointing to the weapon, the opponent asked what he saw it. Sitting on a pole, the protagonist replied that he gave alms. And he attacks like this, you shouldn't do such dirty things. Looking at him, the clan leader said that he was young. But he didn't train at all he did was cling to the daughters of noble families. To which he asked what he was talking about. Xiao, there were not many influential families in Jianghu. MC opened his eyes wide and said that besides, their relationship was a matter of life and death, not something that could be thought of. A bright glow appeared around the old man. Looking down, Shin said that he had already realized that he was a member of the Xiao family. Their family members were pathetic cowards. They were not only willing to part with Luo, but also to give up on her dreams. They were so strong. But why didn't they make any effort for the well-being of the family? The man closed his eyes, hearing that a 15-year-old schoolgirl was killed because of him. He is not surprised that she wants to leave the family. Lowering his head, he replied that it was interesting. He did not think so. Looking straight ahead, the old man said that their family would be disgraced by such a weakling. The hero looked at his hand in surprise. The opponent grabbed him by the face. He turned and exclaimed. Lightning appeared around the hero's hands. He used the thunderclap technique. They landed on the ground. Looking at his hand, the swordsman said that it was not bad. Smiling, the protagonist replied that of course. Suddenly he was behind the enemy. Closing his eyes, the opponent thought that he knew how to hide in the shadows. MC used the frostbite technique. The man turned his head. They stood in front of each other. Lowering his head, the master thought that it was strange. He should not have pushed him away so easily. His body froze. A red glow appeared around his face. Taking a step forward, the man asked why his strength and agility were sometimes high and sometimes low, what characteristics he had. Looking at him, Shin replied that he let him guess, and then thought that the triple techniques had no effect on him at all. Walking towards him, the opponent said that the change of strength into agility, so many strange techniques, even the magic eye, to which he asked what he was muttering there. He was under the tutelage of Kunlong, so he should not dare to touch him, and then thought that as soon as he came closer, he would immediately open the gate and escape in 3 seconds. Raising his hand, the swordsman said that yes, it seemed that they were mistaken. Bright rays flew around him. Closing his eyes, the old man said goodbye. Suddenly it evaporated. The hero froze and asked that he really left, and who he was anyway. The airship flew in the air. The master was approaching him. Landing on it, he said that he was going to the Golden Coast. He wanted to relax on the seashore. Let them tell everyone. From that moment on, they did not do business with other families. The man frowned and said that let him wait. The Zhao family is in a hurry. If they don't hand over the mistress to them anymore, no one will take responsibility for the consequences. It will not only affect the relationship between the families, but also their business. Suddenly, a blow flew into his face. The head clenched his fist tightly. People looked frightened when they heard that since they began to manage, to take care of family affairs, the family began to join like ants. Looking at his hand, the old man said that now they were targeting even a smart kid. They would not only destroy Zhao's future, but also the entire clan. Suddenly he jumped up. The master landed on the roof of the airship. Standing at attention, he said that a 15-year-old boy with a magic eye appeared among the mountains and the sky. All glasses were over 10, and the fighting style was also always different. Looking ahead, the elder added that in the last 500 years such people had not been met. It was very interesting. He snapped his finger. The flames dissipated in the air. The phrase sounded that he would look into the distance, watching the rising sun, and then watch the greenery glow. Raising his hand up, the head of the family said that it seemed that he needed to support his granddaughter. Looking to the side, he added that they were from the Luo clan, so they shouldn't let anyone look down on them. A view of the city's buildings opened up, a few minutes before the mysterious man launched the plane. Leaving the door, the hero said that sounds were constantly heard from the arena. What was there? The girl brandished her sword. The protagonist slid across the floor. Frowning, he thought that what a terrifying energy of the blade. No, its technique, although powerful, was too heavy, and it wasted too much energy, which gave the feeling of a desperate struggle. The swordswoman stood still, and the MC thought that there were no changes in her stats, so her strength had not yet increased. The increase in sensations gave him the opportunity to see so many details. She lowered her gaze, and the stranger said that as a swordsman who had already overcome limited thinking, she still doubted her path. Recognition in the magical world would only be gained if she found her true path. Shin gritted his teeth and thought that the recognition of the magical world, these terms come from there. This is a confirmation of power. What kind of magical world is this? Standing in front of him, Xiao said that he should excuse him for keeping him waiting, wanted to tell her what she had learned about the Ripper. The guy turned his head to the side, and she added that he used to be a high-ranking member of the Archaeological Society. Because of him there was a major incident during an important archaeological expedition. People ran away in fright. A phrase flashed that the place was sealed due to a magical ritual. During archaeological work, he broke the seal, freed an unknown creature, which led to numerous victims, after which the Ripper disappeared. The Khan held the man's head in his hands. It was heard that the next time he appeared in the role of a murderer, to which the hero asked why he became a murderer. Images of girls appeared, and the swordswoman said that nothing was known about his biography. It was only known that he had a wife and a daughter. Before the sealing ritual, both died under mysterious circumstances. The documents indicate that the bodies of the mother and daughter were found in the sewers. There is not a single living place. The whole body is covered with scars. They experienced cruel treatment during their lifetime. A view of the castle opened up, and she added that the sewers, where the corpses were found, not far from the continent, in a small town ruled by the petty nobility. Later all the nobles and residents of the city died. The protagonist gritted his teeth upon hearing that he thought it was all interconnected, to which he asked what and what kind of sealed creature it was. Lowering her head, Xiao replied that the seal ritual was of the highest level, so she couldn't access the archives. That's all she managed to know. Frowning, she added that anyway, let him be careful. They would soon know that he was taking the exam at Yunshan Port, so they would come to his heart's content. Nodding his head, the MC replied that he understood and thanked her. A notification was received on the girl's phone. She picked up the phone and answered. Looking down, the swordswoman said that she understood. Gritting her teeth, Shen asked what it was, to which she replied that her relatives were calling home, saying that an uncle from that family would come to conduct the engagement, to which he added that what about her parents. The man was lying in a hospital bed. A phrase flashed by that her mother had died a long time ago, after the death of her older brother. Her father was furious, fell into a coma and did not regain consciousness, to which the hero asked that she was not going to drag it out all this time, to which the girl replied that all excuses were exhausted. If she continued, her relatives could turn against her. Clenching his fists, he said that damn, they seem to be educated people, but they act like idiots, to which Xiao said that relatives do not want to take the wrath of other noble families. Her father is in a coma, she has no choice. Frowning, the protagonist said that okay, if he didn't mind then let her go out to dinner with him. He would introduce her to the head of the martial arts organization. Let her go to them, then she wouldn't have to listen to her family anymore. Looking at him, the lady asked that she was not afraid to incur the wrath of the nobility. Even her relatives hated him. They would definitely try to kill him. Standing in front of her, the MC replied that he was not afraid. Those who push people to jump into the fire should burn themselves. He recently met an old man from her family. He not only fought with him, but also said a lot of nonsense. Let him go with him, and renounced his family. The swordswoman froze, thinking that he was clearly an ordinary guy with no power. But why then was he so bold? The same as during the battle with the Ripper. Now she seemed sympathetic to him. Shin furrowed his brows. Grinning, she said okay, where they would go, what they would eat, and then thought that it was still very gentle. Putting his hand behind his head, he replied that he did not know. Qian did not warn, then they would decide. Crossing her arms, the girl asked that she did not know the place, but was already inviting her, to which the hero replied that he was very sincere. Everything would work out. Looking at him, she replied that she was not someone who went on dates with just anyone. Taking the phone in her hand, the swordswoman saw the message. Gritting her teeth, she thought that her grandfather was in trouble, so he had met him. As she was leaving, Xiao said that she should not come out, she would be back soon. Watching her, the protagonist thought that she ran away so quickly. He invited her too abruptly. He had so little experience in communicating with her. The girl raised her head up. Rays appeared behind her. Suddenly, the flames hit her. She looked in surprise when she heard that he was still ready to help her, to which she asked again. Standing still, the lady said that the techniques were floating into her mind. It was the blade of the divine Luo. She looked at the airship. Watching him, Xiao said that she was grateful for her faith. MC looked at her in amazement, and asked that she was fine, why her body was on fire. Turning her head, the girl replied that she shouldn't worry, just her grandfather came to look at her. He passed on the blade technique. Putting his hands behind his head, Shin said that it turns out that there are still people from the family who love her. He opened his eyes wide and thought that wait, that old man was her grandfather. Putting her hands behind her back, the swordswoman asked that he was inviting her to a banquet, to which the hero replied approvingly. Tears appeared in her eyes. She laughed, and said how stupid. Frowning, he asked what was wrong. He said something was wrong. Looking at him, Xiao replied that everyone was obliged to attend the banquet. They would go together anyway. The protagonist made a face and thought that he definitely shouldn't have invited her. He wanted to help her so much that he completely flew out of his head. Raising her hand up, the girl said that they would go. Looking at her, the MC thought that well, okay, after all she was still young, so her age was characterized by such an expression on her face. A view of the sky opened up. Sitting on the motorcycle, the swordswoman exclaimed. They were flying towards the island. I heard that she should be careful. Stopping in front of the castle, Shin said that here was the venue. He didn't expect that there would be such a building on an empty island. Raising his hand, the head greeted and asked that she had come with him, to which the girl replied approvingly. Hugging the hero, he thought that he was good. He was already inviting him on a date. to which the hero replied that this was not what he was thinking about. Standing in front of the entrance, the master said to put jokes aside, let him be careful, to which he asked what was why. They entered the banquet hall. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The people's eyes lit up red. Looking ahead, Chien said that today is the last chance to improve their grade. The heirs of noble families are going hunting. MC furrowed his brows. Gritting his teeth, he asked what if he killed them. Smiling broadly, the man replied that he should not make such a fuss. The heads are also here. He loves to fight so much. Even at the first meeting he waved his fists. Suddenly, something fell in front of them. The man froze in front of the hero. Smiling, he introduced himself and said that he was challenging him to a fight. Suddenly, a blow flew through his hair. The lady sheathed her weapon. Frowning, she said that she was fighting him now, so let him defeat her first. The young man's eyes opened in amazement, and there was talk of how fast the blade was. He had seen something. No, he had even missed a moment when she drew the sword. Smiling, the guy said that okay, I don't care about him. Pointing to the screen, he added that he should look at the rating. He did not expect that a newcomer with 2 stars would be under her wing. A pyramid of the rating appeared, and someone said that it was one of the 5 strongest, on the same rank with him. Suddenly, Ziqiang struck at the disciple. Shin looked at him in surprise. Smiling broadly, the guy said that it would be better to look for someone more interesting. Midges are also meat. Turning around, the young man added that they were leaving. Frowning, the hero said that he should have aimed lower. He looked to the side when he heard that he wasn't Shin. Grinning, the girl said that she had heard about him. She saw that the rumors were true. The protagonist looked at them angrily and asked who they were, and the master said that let them introduce him. This is the newcomer he brought, and she, covering herself with a fan, the lady replied that it was not worth presenting in response. His uncle had recently talked to her about a certain matter. He did not know if he remembered. Standing in front of her, the MC asked what was the matter, to which the mistress replied that he had said that since childhood he loved to tame dogs. Previously their family members came to their house, where they were almost bitten by dogs. The girl opened her eyes wide and shouted that urgent news. The sisters of the Song family were almost bitten by the dog Shin. Grinning, the hero thought that he saved them, but he is accused of allegedly letting him out, and then said that he should apologize, but he does not remember anything. Closing his eyes, he added that his family had been expelled. They lived poorly. They could not afford dogs, much less vicious beasts, to injure people. He had recently fallen ill. His father had asked his uncle to give him a healing pill, but they had been kicked out. Unlowered her head and asked that he was sick. Why no one told them? There were no such problems in their family. They could afford pills. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist said that he almost died of an illness, and she didn't even know. Apparently she didn't know everything about him. Looking to the side, Chien thought that he was great. The mistress didn't know about the disease. How could she claim that he still trained dogs and injured people? Covering herself with a fan, the lady asked what it meant that he had left the family and was going to take the high school exam on his own, to which the MC replied that yes, he had signed a contract with a martial arts organization. He smiled when he heard that he could give him a pass. They could provide him with all the conditions. Their family was very influential, but there was one condition, to which Shin thanked her and said that he should speak, gritting her teeth, and said that from now on, she should not mess with Chin anymore. The hero lowered his head down, listening to the talk about him. His eyes lit up and the protagonist asked why not communicate with Chin. And that's it, okay, for a pass without any problems. Closing her eyes, the lady said that it was fine, let him pass. Stretching out his hands to the sides, he said that he needed her help in the matter of distancing himself from Chin, to which she replied that he should speak. Sticking out his tongue, MC said that he could give him her photo. He did not know her. He did not even know her face. People froze in bewilderment. Writing in a notebook, the girl asked that he also had Alzheimer's. Stretching out his hand, Wang asked that he did not know her. Let him not lie. They had met at the age of 4, to which Shin replied that he had an excellent memory, and he could not remember what happened at that age. Gritting his teeth, the head thought that he did not remember. It turned out that he could not set the dog on it, or contact it afterward. He did not even remember who it was. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked that he said something wrong. Let him excuse me. Maybe they will forget. Since he is not familiar with her, then he does not want to accept any benefits. Looking at him, and thought that since he says this, then he either forgot the truth, or is just pretending. The reason why he behaves this way is either memory loss or a disregard for it. It's funny that while people make various plans, he doesn't do anything. Frowning, she asked that he really didn't want to keep the right to support, not to remember Chin. She was the eldest daughter of the family, and she was her aunt. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he did not know them. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding, so he could not accept her support. Raising his eyebrows, he added that but he had one request. She had a high reputation and limitless opportunities. Could she help him? Lowering his head, the MC said that he asked. He was seriously ill recently, but survived. A policeman named Luo said that he would protect him, but he died. His best friend also died. He doesn't know why, but several people died in the hotel. Misfortunes come one after another. He is very worried. Smiling broadly, he asked that she did not know who was the cause of all the troubles. Putting his hand behind his head, Shin said that a person of her caliber was probably better than him. A simple schoolboy. She should know something, whether she could help. After all, 1,000 lives counted. Frowning, the lady thought that this guy, he was using the situation to incriminate her, and then replied that she did not quite understand. It seemed that the policeman's sister was investigating this case. Looking at the swordswoman, she added that by the way, she was congratulating. She had heard that she was already engaged. But why was he with this guy? Closing her eyes, Xiao replied that she was not engaged. The hero stretched out his hand to the side when he heard that they were talking, to which he said that all she did was believe the rumors, that it was better not to discuss the engagement in public, wasn't it? But the mistress was right about something. Turning his head, he added that they were investigating, and there were successes. Smiling, the protagonist said that the truth was not the time to speak, and looked at him in fright. The man froze in bewilderment, and thought that he knew that he was playing with fire. Let him not wait for forgiveness. Did he really want Xiao to renounce her family? They stood in front of each other. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the daughter of the Luo family is very noble and wise. She won't talk to just anyone. Going forward, he added that before important matters, she was still young. Perhaps she did not know the family routines, but she was really engaged. Lowering her gaze, the lady asked that it was Erlin. What fate? Standing near the swordswoman, the man said that he had told him to return and agreed to the engagement. Why she did not return? To which she replied that she was preparing for the exams. There was no time. Gritting his teeth, he said that the engagement was a family matter, so don't let him be angry and don't contradict Mrs. In. Xiao stepped aside and asked which was where. Clenching his fist, Erlin said that he would agree to the engagement. Looking at him, the girl asked what her grandfather agreed, and her father, and what about? Looking down, she added that she did not agree. They stood silently in front of each other. Frowning, the swordsman said that the head of the family would soon find out about everything. As for her father, he was still unconscious. But it was for the best. He would be happy when he found out about everything. Looking at him, Xiao asked that she was glad. He would rather die of anger. Let him tell everyone how old his fiancée was. Grabbing her hand, Erlin replied that he had stopped doing stupid things. Lowering her head, the swordswoman said that her grandfather did not agree, nor did her father, so who then asked to be in charge of her fate? The hero looked at her in surprise. Purple rays appeared around them. The girl furrowed her brows. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that her recording had changed, which meant that she was confidently following her path and no longer strayed from it. The magnificent skill of swordsmanship was the holy blade. Grabbing the weapon, the man said that he should get rid of his fighting spirit. See this blade of falling water? This is the symbol of the head of the clan, a sacred weapon. If she dares to resist, he will be forced to apply the family charter. Use it. His hand was cut off. The man bounced off the ground several times. He was flying towards the wall. The swordsman crashed into her and wheezed. After putting away the weapon, Xiao said that the greedy and vicious type who wielded the sacred weapon, who couldn't even parry a single blow, married for the sake of kinship, but without the knowledge and consent of the parents and the clan head. Lowering her gaze, she added that he was not worthy of using it. Looking at the weapon, the swordswoman asked if he wanted to go with her and become her ally. A glow appeared around the blade. He flew up. The girl took it in her hands. The students looked at the rating scale in amazement. The pyramid has been renewed. The guys looked at them angrily. There was talk that she had climbed to the top. Together with Nangong they were in first place. This is the power of the sacred weapon. Her strength is similar to theirs. She only rose thanks to the sacred weapon. Looking down, the MC mused that no, it's not that simple. If she hadn't reached the Saint Blade record, the sacred weapon wouldn't have recognized her. This ranking doesn't just depend on personal strength. The swordswoman took a step forward, and he added that equipment, resources, potential, and even willpower would all affect the evaluation of the card. Looking ahead, the master said that the fact that the blade recognized her meant that from now on, the reins of the family were in her hands. She was now the head of the family. So young, she had a limitless future. Hitting the hero on the back, he added that there is nothing to envy. They have good resources in their family, and he himself, thanks to his own efforts, rose to 2 stars. This is a real example of the success of an ordinary person. Looking to the side, Shun replied that it was all thanks to Master Qian's teachings, and then wondered if he knew that he had 5 stars, what would be the reaction? Standing in front of the people, the swordswoman said that they would speak openly. The hero looked at her after hearing that what he had said earlier was about their investigation, and frowned as she heard that the culprits in so many deaths were none other than the members of the large families led by their clan. The students looked at me in surprise and asked again. The mistress's eyes lit up and she said that she advised me to watch my expressions. Holding the phone in her hands, Xiao replied that of course, according to her investigation, it was all Qin's fault. She walked among the sons of powerful families, was not engaged, and said that she loved Qin, using it as a cover. Conflicts flared up between the families. Everyone wanted him dead. Here was all the evidence. If she lied anywhere, she could deal with her. Frowning, she added that they spared no means and effort. People's lives are nothing for them. She believes her investigation was carried out very thoroughly. Jumping in front of the crowd, the protagonist said that yes, she hit. Xiao brought them to the surface. If they are afraid of blood, then it is better not to look. Smiling broadly, he added that quickly, let him point the camera. He needed to expose Qin. Throwing the camera into the fireplace, the man replied that his camera had fallen, did not have time to record, and the reporter added that everything burned down. The mistress looked angrily when she heard that their equipment had failed. The records were lost. let her not punish her. Stretching her hand to the side, she said that the lies, their photos and videos are fake. Jean did not harm anyone. She is known to everyone as an angel, the chairman of the New Generation Student Council, and many families will confirm this. The disciples looked at her and replied that yes, he is an ordinary guy. How could she fall in love with him? If there is no power, lineage, and money, he won't achieve anything. MC closed his eyes and said that even such ironclad evidence did not bother her. The influential people of the families had long learned all the techniques, trained awareness and resonance in order to seize even more power. Standing at attention, he added that it was true that the world was ruled by power and resources, but they did nothing but oppress the poor and infirm. Turning his head, Shin said that he thought they were not worthy of being called humans. Looking at him, the man asked how dare he express himself like that. Walking forward, he said that he was from the Zhao family. She was a noble lady, she shouldn't stoop to his level. Let him help her. Suddenly, a blow flew into his face. It flew into the ceiling. Closing her eyes, the swordswoman said that Shin hadn't finished speaking yet. They didn't have any upbringing. The young man clapped his hands. Walking forward, he said that he had heard about Lady Gao's skill for a long time. The rumors were true, congratulating him on obtaining the artifact and successfully taking second place, and then introduced himself and said that he wanted to practice a little. Frowning, the hero thought what a name was, and the girl asked that she knew that she was in second place, but still wanted to fight. Putting his hands behind his back, Ziqiang said that of course, the heirs of noble families are not afraid of difficulties and are ready for challenges, and by defeating her, he will be able to get a higher grade. The protagonist looked at him angrily. The young man smiled, and the thought appeared in his head that there was a poisonous snake on his body. The creature was wrapped around his body. Stretching out his hand to the side, the MC said that he should wait until they had a duel. He could not challenge her, and then thought that it seemed that no one could see the snake anymore. She would lose. There were so many important people at the banquet. Was it possible that only he could see her? No one would help them. On the contrary, everyone was just waiting for the spectacle. The lady watched them. The guy smirked and asked that she didn't even dare to fight him. Why make a fuss then? Let him better apologize to her. Shin looked at the card. An updated card appeared. There was a message that he was a suicide bomber, committed crimes against several influential families. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that even the sign cursed him. He would admit defeat. A notification appeared about the end of the battle. Smiling, the student said that he was smart. Let him move away, otherwise he would get hit by one of the residual waves during the battle. Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked what and who said that he would allow him to fight against her. The swordswoman looked at him in surprise and turned around. Putting his hand to his face, Ziqiang asked that he had not misheard. A rookie with 2 bracelets, challenging a person with 5. Smiling broadly, he added that he would say so. Such scum were not worthy of fighting him. He would even scare him away with energy. The snake rushed forward abruptly, to which the MC thought that he was talking a lot, but in fact only the snake attacks. If he did not see it, he thinks that he would really be frightened. Suddenly, he used the thunder fist technique. Looking at him, the students asked what he was doing, using energy. The men looked at me in amazement, and said that it could not be. The guy looked frightened and asked what he saw, but how? Shin stretched out his hand in front of him. Opening his eyes wide, the master said that it was a magical gaze, so he woke him up. Lowering his head, the young man thought that he saw a serpent. It could not be. Only those with a magical gaze could see it. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that it was time to attack. Even he could only roughly determine his location. Based on the experience of being with him for a long time, this kid must be too scared, so he was acting at random. Suddenly, the young man jumped up, thinking that the snake was attacking from behind. He would not give him a chance. Swinging his weapon, he asked how he would take his next blow. The hero deftly dodged the attack. Looking at him, the guy asked again. The protagonist used the frostbite technique. The young man opened his eyes wide and asked what was happening to him in general. He did not understand anything, to which the fighter replied that he did not understand either, but he thought the opponent was doing badly, because the faces of the scions of noble families had turned pale like those of the dead. The guys looked angrily ahead. Shao looked at her in surprise and thought that he had awakened a magical gaze. No wonder he didn't let her come out. She didn't see the spirit. If she went to fight, she would definitely lose. Raising his leg, the MC asked what he could do without his snake. Ziqiang looked at him viciously and replied that he was arrogant. Brandishing his weapon, he added that he was ranked 4th among the 5-star rookies. And who was he? People looked at me in amazement, and said that such a powerful energy sucks in. Suddenly the student rushed forward. He began to strike. An attack flew into the hero. Frowning, the girl turned to him. Shin stood still. The young man looked at him in surprise. The hero stopped his weapon, and the unknown man said that according to his will, all points were added to strength. Standing in front of him, Ziqiang said that he had put all his strength into the punch, but it was no use. As it was, his strength reached 8 points. Beginners below 5 stars could not have more. Opening his eyes wide, he said that he understood. The protagonist grabbed him sharply. Waving his fists, the guy said that he should let him go and not touch him with his dirty hands. Looking at him, the MC replied that one more step and he would rip his head off. The teenager looked frightened when he heard this. Looking at the snake, he asked that he was here, let him bite him. Smirking, Shin said that apparently he couldn't see his kite himself, It seemed that the fourth number on the 5-star list was thanks to his family's resources. Holding him by the clothes, the hero heard that forward, he would not touch him in front of so many people. Suddenly, a blow flew into his face. Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked what anyone said this blow for the girl before him. Frowning, he added that he should not move. He did not want his master to die. He thought he did not want to lose. He had just not played enough. Zicheong looked at him angrily and shouted that as a despicable commoner dared to look at him with such a look, let him wait. He would finish off all his friends and family. MC froze, hearing that the special conditions were met. His northeast fist was getting a boost, to which he thought that he had such abilities as well. As he struck, Shen asked what he was doing, and then thought that activating keywords increases the power of the punch. Not bad. He began to deliver many blows, repeating the same phrase. Watching the battle, the guys said that it was cool. He avenged them. The young man made sounds in pain. He began to cry, thinking that no, things were bad, he would kill him. Smiling, the hero asked that he had rested, then they would continue. Raising his head up, Zicheong shouted that let them help him, he didn't want to die. People froze, looking at him. Hanging in the air, he shouted for help. People's eyes lit up, looking down, and thought that if he killed him, the 3 leading academies would unite to severely punish this malicious murder, and then regardless of Qin's reputation, or the heirs of the families hiring assassins, or even the fate of millions of people, including today's scandal, all of this would be dispersed like a fog. The young man looked to the side. Tears appeared in his eyes, and the mistress thought that she should not worry. After his death she would support his father, he could become the head of the family. Smiling, she added that his most important mission was to die at his hands. Lowering his head, the protagonist sighed. He closed his eyes and laughed. Smiling, the MC asked that he was a complete idiot. Let him not be afraid, he would not kill. He sees, they left him, they only played a little. But no one said anything against his death. Zicheong's eyes widened as he listened to the fact that because if he killed him, they would have a legitimate reason to get rid of him. And then there would be no trace of the disgrace of the great families. Frowning, the lady said that enough was enough, let him not say more. MC jumped to the side. Holding the guy by the scruff of the neck, the man said that okay, he teased and that's enough, he is from the Kalen Academy, he fought well, he believes that he will get a good result. Looking to the side, Shen asked that it was really thought that he would kill him. There were notifications that the duel was interrupted. He would not be taken into account in the evaluation. Throwing a pill into her mouth, the lady said that let him eat it, he would get better soon. The exam was about to begin. A glow appeared above the castle. A phrase flashed by that time was up. All final grades and rewards for newcomers were distributed. People looked at their maps. The swordswoman frowned when she heard that the 5-star rookie would receive the final grade, the image of the holy blade. People held hands. It was said that she was granted the power of the team captain. With him 3 effects were given. They were activated and would continue until the end of the exam. Looking at his card, the hero heard that he had received the final grade of unyielding. He became the prey at dinner. But his unbending will is the reason why he survives every time. So he is granted the power of the flesh. Pieces of meat appeared. It was said that before the killing blow, he could receive up to 3 blows before dying. The effect was activated and lasted until the end of the exam. The students looked up when they heard that all the examinees would receive the subject necessary for survival in the exam, a blazing fire. The fire above the hero's head disappeared. The protagonist looked up after hearing that his fire had been stolen. The opponent had taken the light from him. He would not be able to see anything at the exam, to which he asked that the exam had not yet begun, and his fire had been stolen. Smiling broadly, he added that they could throw him off at any moment and waste all his efforts. They were born at the top, and he was just an ant at the bottom. What could he do about it? Let him wait. His family and his loved ones will not save anyone. They are pathetic lambs for a hairpin. Resistance and struggle are pointless. MC stood silently in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said that the noble knew fate and was not afraid of it, persistent, and did not break his path. Holding up the card, Shin said that let them apologize for revealing the truth about the upper families ahead of time. They always think about how to enslave, kill, and take everything away from others. This time they targeted him. The next time they targeted anyone present. The guys frowned when they heard this. Standing in the middle of the hall, the hero said that it was true. They did not have the resources that they had. No natural talents, no family skills, no divine weapons. Looking ahead, he added that but did they not have enough courage? They were not inferior and should not endure this oppression and oppression. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that the final score of his card is unbending. Looking at him, the disciples heard that he was not afraid to be alone. He would follow this path to the very end. Ziqiang stood silently in front of him. Smiling, he said that he would do as he wanted. A notification appeared that the exam was about to begin. Rays appeared in front of the palace. Looking to the side, the MC asked that this was the exam venue. Frowning, he added that he needed to find Xiao, damn. But without fire, nothing could be seen at all. The disciples rushed in his direction. Xin used the flowing moon skill. Grinning, he asked that the whole crowd had decided to attack. Piercing it through, the guy said that it was his own fault that he had lost his fire. Now let him reap the fruits. The hero turned his gaze to the side. He used the frostbite technique. Swinging his weapon, Ziqiang said that this was what trying to resist them would lead to. The skull appeared abruptly in front of them. The guys looked frightened and said what kind of deadly energy it was. Let him be careful. Perhaps he still had trump cards up his sleeve. MC furrowed his brows when he heard Lu say that he should come up with an escape plan. His strength would not be enough. At most, he could scare them away, to which he asked again. Looking down, he heard that he had received an invitation to join the team from Xiao. He accepted the invitation to be part of the team. Suddenly, Shen teleported. Looking at him, the girl asked that he was wounded. Lowering his head, he replied that a few scum had just attacked. His wounds had healed, as if it were the effect of the map. Standing in front of the girl, the hero asked what was the way. How did he end up next to her? To which she replied that this is the effect of her card. When she forms a team, the members go to her. There is another effect. After the formation of the team, the combat capability doubles, to which he said that she has a very strong card. Suddenly, the darkness dissipated, and the protagonist said that finally, at least something was visible. What kind of place it was in general? To which the swordswoman replied that they were on the same island, but the environment had changed, the cloud port had disappeared, and now there was the place of the second round. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he could see it, to which she said that yes, according to the first stage of the exam, they needed to figure out a way to get there. Looking at him, Xiao asked that by the way, he had awakened the magic eye, to which the MC replied that so the fact that he can see hidden things is called a magic eye. And what is it? Looking down, she replied that the magical world is the source of the universe, the power of all things comes from it. There are many mysterious powerful things that can only be seen after the magic eye awakens. The knowledge of the magical world is very confusing, she has not yet reached perfection in cognition. Gritting his teeth, Shen asked what it meant that the magical world he had seen last time was the source of the universe, and then wondered that a secret voice had caused him to collect some weak techniques, and in the end, they were so strong. Smiling, he asked what it meant that he was not a weakling after all, to which the girl replied that he was not at all. The hero opened his eyes in fright. In the distance, he saw two people. Grabbing the swordswoman's hand, the protagonist said that it was faster, follow him. Jumping down, he added that he had to run. Xiao opened her eyes in surprise and asked what he was doing, to which the MC replied that there were two people behind them. Flying in the air, he added that he felt threatened by them, so it was better to escape. After all, the goal of the first round was to get to that island, and the girl said that he had to get there alive. Snapping his finger, Shen said that naturally, they would not leave a trace. They rushed forward on a motorcycle. A notification appeared that two participants had passed the first round. Standing in the middle of the smoke, the man said that he should apologize, seeing Xiao could no longer hold back his energy. To which he was told that he should not blame himself. He himself did not expect such a turn of events. This guy is not a simple slacker. It seems that he uses the power of curses. Lowering his gaze, the young man added that but when they almost attacked, he felt that his energy was running out. It was time to go down. The students looked at them in surprise when they heard that 4 people had passed the first round, to which they asked that in just a few minutes, there were already 4. Smiling, the teenager said that it was interesting. It turns out that the first place was almost taken. Standing at attention, he added that he would have to try. A glow appeared around him. Sitting on the throne, Nangong heard that he should sit down comfortably. They were leaving. He flew through the air, and someone said that even with his retinue, like a god. Standing on the sword, the disciple said that it turns out that the island is below. They are moving forward, to which the young man said that these rich people have already shown themselves. And what should they do, who do not know how to fly? The guy began to transform, saying that let him sit on him, he would let him down. Looking at him, Xiaoi said that he could transform into a wolf. Cool, to which he asked that he called it a wolf. Suddenly they jumped up. People rushed towards the island. Sitting on the motorcycle, the hero said that everything was shrouded in a thick fog, to which the swordswoman replied that it was necessary to illuminate everything here with flames. They stopped in the middle of the forest. There were notifications about the transition to the second stage. A fog was flying around them, and there was a message that they were acting in a team, so it was enough to find only one statue of the deity. Looking at the head, Xiao asked what these statues of deities were, how they could get their protection. The protagonist exclaimed as he looked at him. Opening her eyes, the statue said that if she wanted to get his protection, let her help him remove the curse and restore his divine powers. She should drink her partner's blood with him, as well as undress and dance for him. Standing in front of him, the girl asked if it was possible to replace the task, to which he replied that no, the wave of sorrow is extremely cruel, and they want to save their lives, to which the MC thought that the god of sorrow, it turns out to be an evil god. Thrusting his blade into his eye, he sent him away. Writhing in pain, the statue shouted that if they didn't agree, then why did they come at all? To which Shin replied that drinking his blood and forcing her to undress and dance was completely crazy. Turning his head, the god of sorrow said that the damned people, let them face the wave of sorrow themselves, to which Xiao said that he was running away, and he said that he should not pay attention, they would look for another one, there are many of them here. Looking at him, the swordswoman said that they shouldn't touch them so easily, after all, they represent deities, to which the hero replied that these gods are already dead, only a statue remains, it's not a fact that they are good, at his house such gods are turned into pigs after people get tired of them. Pointing aside, he added that let him see, dirty horse, he likes such simple gods. Putting his hands on his side, the protagonist said that soon a wave of grief would be able to protect them, to which the horse replied that to be honest, He is just a horse and only knows how to eat grass. If they want protection, they need to find his rider. Lying on the ground, he added that she was just right up to convince him if they showed respect, he would definitely help, to which the MC asked what was so simple, and where was he? Suddenly, a blow flew into the statue. Standing in the smoke, the young man said that he had not seen each other for a long time. People clutched their faces when they heard that they were the ones who had stopped them again. Why were they chasing them? Suddenly they were reincarnated. Frowning, Shin asked what the Skinner and Zhao, they had already decided everything with them. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. She started crying and said she was dead. Shaking her head, the devil said that damn, the ability of the undead. Opening his eyes wide, the hero said that it was not her, to which the swordswoman replied that faster, they became stronger. Raising his hand, Han asked what they thought would let them escape again. Grabbing the hero's face, the demon said that now let him return to his master. With his eyes wide open, he thought damn, he couldn't move. Xiao looked at her in amazement. Suddenly it flew aside. Xiao turned her head and asked again. After looking at the sky, Han turned to the ground, and there was a notification that this round was a non-combat type test, and it was forbidden to conduct a personal battle. Turning his head, he said that he did not think that such rules were on the exam. In any case, they did not have long left. Entering the portal, the demon added that they could come again at any moment and take their heads. The protagonist looked at the threads. Frowning, he said that damn, this technique again, to which the swordswoman asked what happened. He was injured, and the MC added that she couldn't see. Zhao had just put a thread on him. She could track his location with it, and could move at any time. Looking down, he added that at this stage, fights are prohibited, they are safe for now, but the next stage may be different, to which Xiao replied that it means they need to advance to the next round as soon as possible, and he asked why. Shin rushed forward after hearing that if they wanted to attack first, they would still have to follow the rules and go through the round to get permission to fight. The places and rules of each level were unknown. If they got to the next round first, get the advantage and be able to prepare. To which he replied that then they would find the statue that the stallion was talking about. The hero turned when he heard the address. Looking at him, the girl said that she would not allow him to be wounded. He smirked when he heard this. Running forward, the protagonist said that he asked to protect him. A view of the dark forest opened up. Raising his head up, the guy asked if the requirement could be changed, and the young man added that they were only 15. Sitting in front of them, the statue replied that no, everyone has 2 eggs, you need 1 from each. Looking ahead, he added that there were originally 4 of them. He had already made an allowance. Reduced to 2, he must use these items of their youth, the pure springs, to regain strength. Otherwise they would not receive his protection and would be buried as a result of the wave of tribulation. Gritting his teeth, the student said that damn, and all for the sake of getting a place in one of the 3 high schools, the family is head over heels in debt, he can't fail here. To which the guy added that in order to please the sponsor, his sister married a second man. This exam is the only chance to change fate. Holding the knife in his hands, he said that they would go to the bank, 1 each. In the worst case, they would then call themselves lone warriors, to which the young man replied that okay, he had heard about the secret book. They say that the fewer pieces, the stronger the power. If they practice according to it, misfortune can turn into good. The student lowered his head and said that he could not do it himself. Let him help, and he replied that it was okay, and then he would help him. The deity looked at him in amazement. Delivering a blow, the MC shouted that he should die. Putting his hands on his side, he said that these heretics were becoming more and more insane. They needed human flesh, and they had gone mad. Shin jumped up, hearing that it was faster. It looked like she had found a statue with a sword. Sitting on the ground, the guy asked how he dared to do this to the deity, to which the young man replied that it was strange. Apparently they were not expelled from the arena for such actions. It seemed that he understood something. The essence of this level was not to fulfill the absurd requirements of the statues, but to find a suitable statue. Looking to the side, the girl said that she should take a look as soon as possible. A statue appeared, and she said that it was the only one associated with the sword. Perhaps the stallion was talking about it. The bird sat on the sword. Lowering her head, Xiao said that she asked to protect them so that they could survive the wave of tribulation. Let her say what needed to be done for this. There was silence in response. Looking at him, the swordswoman said that she did not answer. There was a light around the weapon. Stretching out his hand, the hero said that she was talking about the wrong thing. Let her turn to the blade, to which she asked that she was sure. Standing in front of the statue, the lady said that she asked to protect them so that they could survive the wave of grief. If they needed any gifts, let them just say. The sword began to shake slightly. He rose abruptly from the ground. An inscription appeared in the air that using his blade, let him strike 10 times. Taking the weapon in her hands, Xiao asked what was it. She swung and said that she was starting. The lady struck. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that now he understood. You just need to match the statue, that's the whole point. The girl raised her weapon above her head. She made a sharp swing, and he added that the core of this test was the examinee's resonance test. The holy blade recording added 10 points of weapon resonance to her, so she needed a statue related to the sword. The sword resonance had surely exceeded a certain threshold, so he agreed to accompany her through difficulties and battles. Xiao looked at the weapon, and the thought arose in her mind that he knew that she was a true swordswoman. MC smiled when he heard that she had received the recognition of the spirit of the blade. He would help them during the wave of grief. Since he was a member of her team, they had some resonance, so the blade thanked him as well, to which he asked that he would also get something. A memory from the battle appeared. It was said that his sword was different from the others, more like a weapon for piercing blows. The spirit of the blade conveyed to him one very simple and extremely deadly technique of the great path of the sword. Shin looked at his sword in surprise. With his eyes wide open, he thought that lethal prowess was exactly what he needed, and compatibility with the piercing effect, just in time. Holding out her hand in front of her, the swordswoman said that this technique made it easier to handle the blade, but it took a lot of energy to master, so learning it was clearly not an option now. They looked away when they heard that there were 5 minutes left before the wave of tribulation began. An inscription appeared in the air saying that they must be saved, to which Xiao said that the spirit of the blade offered to find a place to hide. The hero frowned and said that it seemed that by finding the statue, he could not only get cover, but also rewards, such as techniques or artifacts. They would need them to confront Zhao. There were only 5 minutes left. The vision had improved. He thought that he would still be able to find the statue. Rushing forward, he added that he should look for shelter. They would meet in it. Looking to the side, he asked what she was doing. Shouldn't she run for cover? To which the girl replied that he could be in danger, so he would go with him. His resonance manifested itself in some aspects. She would help to find him. Looking at her, the MC replied that he didn't know if it was related to the moon. Raising his hands, the guy said that here he was. Rushing forward, he added that this time they would definitely finish him off. Suddenly, the disciples disappeared, to which Shin said that they did not follow the rules at all. Gritting his teeth, he said that damn, there was even less time left because of these scum, and then he wondered where was the statue associated with the moon. Suddenly the hero looked in surprise. Looking at the stream, he thought it was a stream of water. Standing in front of the stream, the protagonist added that it seemed that there was something in the water. Exactly. When he woke up, he would receive the technique of the flowing moon. The element of the moon must be just connected with water. There were only a few minutes left before the wave of morning. Lowering his head, he said that he did not see the statue associated with him. No leads. Turning around, the MC added that okay, there is no time, it's time to take cover. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that she should not lie to herself. Grinning, she said that his statue was definitely in the water. If he wanted to go, let him go. For the rest, let him rely on it. Shin smiled and thought that he had stared at the flow of water for a while. But she had already understood everything, and then said that he would try faster. He jumped into the water. The sword flew up in the air when it heard the command. Holding the weapon in her hands, Xiao said that they would buy time for him. She held out her sword to the side. Behind her, the sound of a monster was heard. Suddenly, the creature rushed forward sharply. The swordswoman struck. She cut the monster in half. The monsters ran swiftly forward. Standing among them, the lady shouted that they were going into the water. The blade rushed forward. He cut the monsters in half. Looking at him, Xiao said that what a power. A hand stretched out in front of her. She looked away in fright. The lady froze, thinking that she could not move. Standing in front of the creature, she added that it was a magic hand. His hand went straight into the water. Pursing her lips, the girl thought that things were bad. They were looking for Shin. She grabbed the blade. Waiting it, the lady thought that it was time to deal with her. His hand went up and made a sound. Frowning, the swordswoman thought that it took a lot of strength to remove his spell. Fortunately, the attack was repelled, but the hand was too huge. What kind of monster was hiding in this darkness? The hero abruptly emerged from the water. Smiling, he said that he had found it, and then offered to go for cover. A view of the forest opened up. A few minutes later, the blade floated in the air. Sitting by the fire, Xiao said that the spirit of the blade said that this hideout was very mediocre, but the mist outside had changed color from black to red, which meant that the wave of grief had accelerated while they were sitting here, and then asked that it was a wooden statue, indeed a statue of a deity. The wooden head was lying on the ground. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was asking to shelter them from the wave of grief, and then thought that it was strange why he did not react. With all the upgrades and the reward from the lunar system, he had as many as 29 resonance points. He crouched to the ground and asked what his head had taken root. MC held out his hand to her. An inscription appeared on the sheet that let them serve him with water, sunlight and fertilizer. Only there he could grow and protect them. Looking at the ring, Shin asked that he needed water. It wasn't a problem, and then thought that by the way, he had provisions in the ring that he had prepared for use in the nightmare world. Looking at him, the lady thought that although he was not from a noble family, he had supernatural abilities and artifacts with him. An inscription appeared on the sheet that this was not the right water. He needed holy water with rich nutrients. Putting her hand to her face, Xiao said that it was so difficult. Soda appeared in the hands of the hero. Pouring it, he asked that he just wanted cola. Let him drink as much as he wanted. To which the deity replied that the quality was even better than holy water, the best water he had drunk. A list was written on the sheet, and the hero said that there was water, sunlight and fertilizer remained. Sitting in front of him, the swordswoman said that there was no sunlight here. There was a dense fog outside. She could try to light a fire, to which he replied that it was an unusual plant, so the light was a little different. The protagonist raised his eyebrows when he saw that there was little sunlight. Putting his hand to his face, he said that exactly, if it were not enough for him, he would say not enough light. Why he says so, maybe. Bending over, the MC said that he worships him. He is his savior, the strongest tree. He is so charming, so elegant, so high quality. Even smells nice. What a fragrance. How he loves it. He is number one for him. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that he was going too far. 2 items were crossed out on the list, to which she asked what worked. Smirking, Shin said that it was fine, now the fertilizer, to which the swordswoman replied that the fertilizer would definitely not be ordinary. He opened his eyes wide when he heard that the only fertilizer was a poem about the moon, to which the hero replied that he could rely on him. Raising his hand up, the protagonist read the poem and then thought that the moon's style, drinks cola, loves praise and poetry, and Xiao thought that the poem is quite good. How does he know it? Smiling, the deity said that the beautiful lines, the offering was completed, let him take it with him, he would protect them. Taking his head in his hands, the MC said that his roots were hidden, that was it, and how he would protect them, to which the girl replied that if they took him with him, he would somehow help. Suddenly they looked away. Stones began to fall down. A huge creature stood in front of the cave. It waved its hand. The monster struck the ground. Rushing forward, Shin asked what kind of giant it was. The blade rushed towards the monster. He hit him on the head. Raising his hands up, the hero said that it was a good job. Xiao froze and shouted that she should be careful. The creature rushed towards the hero. It pierced him through. The protagonist was flying down. Looking at him, the swordswoman asked that he was intact, to which he replied that he was fine. The tree had switched places with him. While in the monster's mouth, the deity said that he had become its replacement. Suddenly, many holes appeared on the monster. Climbing out of the creature, the tree said that if they gave it a drop of blood, it could even turn into them at any exam. Standing in front of the monster's corpse, the MC heard that he should put his hand on the scorpion. He wanted to eat, to which he asked that the poisonous scorpion was also eating, and the skeleton said that he was eating. He needed to recuperate. It was too dangerous here, they could both die. Pointing to it, the girl asked that it was absorbing a scorpion. Rolling his eyes, Shin replied that in fact, he really liked collecting insects, and he loved scorpions the most. The blade flew around the giant. Suddenly, the monster struck back at him. The sword shattered into pieces. Looking at him, the hero shouted what the hell. Standing in front of the monster, he added that Brother Blade was gone. What to do now? The monster deals a powerful blow. The young man is swirling a magic funnel. He is trapped in the monster's paw and realizes that he cannot move. The main character tends to go down. The giant's paw is pierced by green needles, and the young man thanks his brother, the tree, for saving him. The girl leans forward. The magic blade lies on the ground. Xiao holds out his hand, and Shin yells at her to accept the tree sprout and that he should better protect her, because he still has 2 side skills left. The monster raises his paw up, and the young man exclaims that he is coming at him, and seems to understand that the protagonist is the easiest to attack. The sprout is rapidly approaching the young man, and the girl says that she is not afraid, it is better to keep it for herself. The giant turns his head. He moves his neck from side to side, and Shin shouts for Xiao to take the sprout, and that his technique will allow her to dodge the monster's attack. She replies that she has more combat experience, and the young man replies that he is a guy and cannot afford to risk her life, and she continues that the girl can survive the fall of heaven. The monster closes his eyes, and the protagonist continues to say that he lets the ladies go ahead, and Xiao replies that the girls help the guys. The flow of the moon surrounds the giant. He falls, and the young man says that he landed a double blow and says that the monster's blow is blocked. The girl is holding a magic blade in her hands. She deals a devastating blow to the monster. The flow of golden magic tends upward. Xiao lowers his blade, and Shin says that the slashing blow is so powerful. She shifts her gaze to the blade, and says that as soon as she grabbed it, she was immediately filled with courage, which seems to be the trick of the previous blade owner, and adds that it is most likely due to increased synchronization after several deadly fights, and that she has a couple of other ideas for attacks in her head, but they are active when energy is accumulated, and this does not suit her very well. The main character looks at the defeated monster, and Lu says that this is a large prey and he wants monster meat. The young man asked what he eats and the meat of the giant, and the skull replied that in the current conditions of danger, you need to eat everything, and that the guy has already fallen under the sight of that Ripper and his master, and he needs to prepare. The protagonist leaned forward and asked what Lu was going to do, and Lu replied that he needed to think everything over, and that Shin would not call him in case of anything. The guy shifted his gaze, and the girl asked that he was also taking the giant. The protagonist rolled his eyes and joked that in fact, he also likes to collect giants, as it has been since childhood, and adds that the giant looks special and he really likes it. The guy holds a card in his hand and says that new information has appeared on it and needs to be learned, and that it is quite important. A message appears on the map that a wave of grief is flaring up. All the students of the island have disappeared, a total of 163 people, and that they have defeated a strong enemy, so the monsters are afraid to approach them. Xiao looks ahead, and the young man says that they did it. She replies that there is no need to relax, and she thinks that it will not be easy to find a way out. The protagonist raises his hand, and the girl asks him if he hears a sound. The guy replies that he hears barking and screaming for help from the forest. Xiao warns him that it can be dangerous. A magic funnel circles 2 silhouettes. A young man and a dog are lying on the ground. The guy rises, and the protagonist asks what Zhao Xiao is, if he is him. The young man raises his head and says that they are saved, and adds that the heirs wanted to kill them. Shin turns his head and says that aren't there rules in the trial that you can't attack each other? The young man approaches the young man and asks that someone wants to kill him, and that the rules of the exam forbid attacks on each other, and adds where this wolf comes from. And the guy replies that it seems to him that it is a dog. Xiaoi puts his hand on the dog's head and says that it is Gui Yun who has transformed, and that his ability is to transform into dogs of different breeds, and adds that they are being chased by Hisishi, number 3 in the ranking. The protagonist shifts his gaze and says that those who attacked earlier were thrown aside because of the rules, and thinks that how can Hisishi ignore these rules. The dog bares his teeth, and the guy says that he himself does not understand how he attacked them so sharply. The guys look to the side and she says that Hisishi has come. A man in a cloak approaches. He looks forward. He holds the guy in his hand, and the main character asks how he managed to break the rules and not get punished. He lowers his head slightly and asks what anyone said that he broke the rules, and adds that this is a legal hunt, and turns to the girl that judging by her expression, she hasn't understood everything yet. Xiao shifted her gaze to the man. A fire burns in his eyes and he says that the rules have changed, and that during the wave of mourning, examinees can hunt each other, and that it is okay to kill. The blade hangs in midair. The main character releases a tree sprout from his hands. The blade lies on the ground. Hunting rules have been added to this part of the exam. Examinees can hunt each other, statues do not participate, all deaths are considered a normal part of the exam, after which, all traces will be removed, the winner of the hunt will receive a boost, and the young man asks that killing gives a boost. Xiao turns around and says that this is possible, but something is definitely wrong. The man looks at the girl and says that she is from a noble family, but behaves so stupidly, and adds that the law of the world is the law of division into strong and weak. The young man and the dog look ahead, and he continues to say that the cattle must rot in the sewers, and that he is quite stubborn, dreams of entering the best universities, and that he dreams of taking away resources. The man's hand is enveloped in streams of magic and he says that in the future he wants to take the places, take away the power, mix with the nobility and defile the blood, and continues that this is disgusting. He grabs the guy by the head and shouts that these are scum, and that they can only be stepping stones on the way to fame. The young man rolls his eyes and asks for help. Blood splatters fly to the sides. The protagonist looks at the man with fury and says that he has gone completely off the rails. He holds his head in his hand and turns to shout that she was lucky enough to get a divine blade, so she ended up on the leaderboard, and continued that earlier she had to return to her family and become an old man's servant, and that she was basically just scum, ruled by the family, and it was not surprising that she would hang around her own kind. He looks up and says that they are just playing a boring game called Fate in his hands. Xiaoi covers his mouth with his hand and says that the participants he killed are there. The man throws his head to the side and says that they have one end and they will be a bonus to increasing his strength. The girl pulls the blade aside and says that she will cut off his head. He spreads his hands and exclaims why she doesn't use the divine blade, and that she can't control it. The man is enveloped in purple magic and he says that without the blade, Xiao is nothing. There was a sword hanging on Zhao's back. The guy behind him noted that he had to be careful, such high agility. The girl held a weapon in her right hand. Behind her, the opponent's hand was striving for her. He swung his hand for a magical attack and thought to himself how she could dodge. She swung her sword. Zhao's opponent abruptly flew in the other direction. His eyes widened in surprise. The girl put out her hand with a sword in front of her. He added that she could see everything herself, so she was able to avoid the shadow's attack. But if she was unarmed, it would be much easier to figure it out. He stretched out his left hand. He grabbed the edge of Zhao's sword. The guy looked at her and claimed that he had grabbed her blade. The lady grabbed the hilt of her sword with both hands. She instantly attacked him. His eyes widened in shock. He fell to his knees behind Xiao. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye and explained that all she needed was a snow blade to kill him. Blood flowed from the guy's lips. He replied that a good reception, a snow cloud returning to the shadows, didn't think that her skill had grown so much, and thought to himself that he didn't expect her to have such strength. It would be worse if someone decided to help her, in such a case. He abruptly jumped to attack the blonde guy, and noted that he had to deal with him first. The girl held out her sword in front of him, and ordered him to rest. The young man grabbed the dog. He ran forward and finally said that she would be back soon. Let them prepare for a new fight with special fear. As soon as she gave up, the hour of her death would come. The girl followed him with her gaze and said that he could not be let go. He would continue to kill people. Shen, let him take Xiao and the others to cover, and she would follow him. She looked back out of the corner of her eye and added that he had heard. A blonde guy was sitting on the ground next to a dog. She asked where he was, where he went. He noted that, by the way, he had not seen him for a long time. His eyes widened in surprise. The guy looked at the arrows flying at him and shouted that he was careful. Arrows. The dog's ears pressed against her. He grabbed her on his shoulders. Xiao deflected every arrow that flew at her. Several people came out of the fog. One said that Xiao had finally found them, but she was nowhere to be seen. The guy held a huge sword on his shoulder and noted that it didn't matter. His friends had already been found, so it wouldn't be difficult to find him. They would deal with Xiao first. He protruded a finger on his right hand and added that although she was not one of the weakest ones, there were 4 or 5 stars among them, so it wouldn't be easy for her. Go ahead, they would take the Luo family's blade. He jumped away from the tree trunks. He landed on a rock and said that the blow was not bad, Next time he will definitely finish off. He poured pills out of a small vial and added that he would eat 2 of them. It should be enough. The main character looked at her out of the corner of his eye and asked what he was eating. Let him taste. He was holding gold pills in his hand. From a powerful blow, he flew to the side. He broke the trunk of a tree with his body. He was on his knees and noted that the attack of the elements. What level does such a technique have? A sword rushed at his body. The protagonist stabbed him. He was standing behind him. He said that it was he, Shin, who was hiding in the shadows. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He added that enough, he lost, he made a mistake. It was not worth killing those students. The young man looked at his back and replied that he was aware of his mistake. He just understood that he was going to die. He fell to the ground and said that Shin, they are the same, both heirs of a noble family. It is not worth feuding because of simpletons. He ranks 3rd in the ranking. He has great prospects. And he has a limitless future. They can unite. What he needs, elixirs, skills, artifacts. His clan has all this. He only needs to support him. Then, the guy looked at him. He took a sword from his enemy and replied that it was true. It was good. He looked at him out of the corner of his eye and noted that he had said that families should help each other. Their clan owed him to help him. A huge apparatus appeared in front of them, and the young man asked what it was. He replied that it was a life support device. Let him put it there. He rested his hands on his belt and said that it was an interesting thing. But he could have the same one. He said that as soon as he recovered, he could take it for himself. Shin pointed out that an apprentice from a noble family is great. Even with a serious wound, there is a way to escape. He stood behind him and clarified what it meant. He turned his head on him and replied that it was nothing. He wanted to ask, if the head and body of ordinary disciples were put in this car, they would also be able to escape. Sweat was dripping down the guy's forehead. He said what kind of jokes they had been for a long time. The head disappeared from his shoulders abruptly. Blood was dripping from the edge of Shin's sword. He averted his eyes to the side and noted that he knew about it. They were long dead. The guy's head flew into the river. He added that ordinary people are rarely born with special talents. These are children who are trying to become better. Their parents are probably saddened. In the clan they will arrange fireworks to honor their memory. His head slowly moved with the flow of the river, then asked that he had killed them. Could he forgive him? The information windows that appeared told about the results of this action. The guy looked at the screen. The voice reasoned that after 4 blows it turns into a corpse, and this they call a reward for killing other candidates. He put his hand out and added that by the way, he would take the car and medicines. He asked what treasures he had there. He would take it. The main character shoved the body into the river and replied that he would not take it. Noble families are very insidious. Perhaps there are means for tracking and positioning. They need to be more careful. And the crime scene also needs to be cleaned up. The voice noted that he did not expect that he was so perceptive. Still, he was not mistaken in his choice. It is a pity that these pills are different from those that he brought to him. And they work only on the living. The guy looked back out of the corner of his eye. He warned that someone was approaching him. Behind him, too, he had a red-hot ball flying. The young man jumped away from the place where the ball was hit. In front of him, a guy with a huge bat ran past and told him not to rush away. He threw the main character up and added that he would allow him to earn some extra money on him. He crossed his arms in front of him for defense, naked, and announced that there were crowds of people around again, 8 in total. The guy flew over the battlefield. Enemy shells rushed into it. He dodged them. There was an explosion of shells in the sky. The main character hid himself from him with his hands. He ran away instantly, the voice telling him to run to the east. There was a gap. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He thought that fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to take advantage of the frostbite. Otherwise he definitely wouldn't have had time. Shin's opponent made a gesture. The man standing next to him said that he had run to the east. Let them be careful. He was very fast. He added that he was wounded, so he would not run far. The protagonist ran through the forest. He returned from the swords that fell from the sky. Shin turned in the other direction, the voice noting that he was surrounded again, to the north. His enemies fled after him. He jumped on the branches of trees. He opened his mouth slightly. The voice said that no, not in the right direction. No matter how much he ran, these fires of life would always follow him. 2 girls ran after him. He added that they could get his coordinates in real time. A girl appeared in front of him. Several arrows pierced his hand. He fell off the branch. Downstairs, a standing guy folded his hands for a magical attack and said that his reward would be his. He slammed his fist into his back. The bones in the guy's body broke in several places. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He noted that the damn, too much, he had already flown up. A sword plunged into his chest. He looked after Shun flying away and said that Li's flying blade. The other noted that he had taken Shun and wanted to take the reward for himself. Li ran through the forest and said that he was idiots. He was 6th on the rookie list. He would not share the reward with them. He cupped his fingers into a gesture and added that the reward was given by a great family, so it would definitely be worthwhile. If he gave it to them, he would just squander the gifts of heaven. The protagonist touched his shoulder and thanked him for helping him break out of the encirclement. A sword plunged into Li's back. Blood gushed from his chest. He asked that he was still alive. How was it possible? The guy fell to the ground. He ordered him to get up and answer his question. Shin wondered what kind of bounty they were talking about, and how they determined his location. The guy's Chua opened his mouth and replied that the great family would give a bounty to whoever killed him. That was why the hunting rules had been changed. In addition to him and Xiao, All the descendants of the families could get his location in real time. The protagonist threw away the sword and clarified what a great family. He replied that he did not know. He asked how they would contact them after completing the task. Lee noted that one of the observers returned to check, and then gave out a reward. A fireball flew at the guy from above. The guy did not instantly dodge the explosion. He looked back. The enemy shouted what he found here. He clenched his hand into a fist and added that he was alive. They would continue the chase. They would not allow anyone else to deal with him. The other guy noted that Lee was also dead. The main character jumped on the trees. The voice said that a lot of lights were approaching him. It was too dangerous here. Let him return to the world of nightmares. He noted that no, if he left the test site, he would be immediately disqualified. No exam could be more important than life. The young man ran through the forest. Shao asked where he was. He replied that he was on the run. The scum of the great families were hunting him. The girl stood in the middle of the battlefield and clarified if they were hunting. He was also attacked. She asked where he was. He would help now. He ducked under a branch and replied that no, he was being pursued. He needed to separate. He was holding a card in his hand. She asked again that he was the only one who said that she should not worry. He had a plan. After he dealt with everything, he would immediately return. The moon shone high in the sky. The guy was standing in the middle of the forest. Information windows reported that the wave of grief had ended, and also informed about further events. He looked to the side. The voice noted that the wave of grief was over. He felt that the pursuers began to move faster. The main character ran forward. He added that he would not be able to hold out for 3 days. He needed to return to the world of nightmares. He needed to be careful. 2 were approaching, from below. Chains wrapped around the protagonist's body. He instantly broke free from the grip. A guy with a hammer swung at him from above and said that just like Brother Neo had said, his real talent leaves its shadows. The ground cracked under the onslaught of the hammer. The young man stopped the attack with his own hands. He noted that the strength was superior to an ordinary person. Shin waved his hand. A voice announced that several more people were approaching. The bald guy opened his eyes wide. He abruptly dodged the attack. The young man held a hammer on his shoulder and said that yes, a powerful electric shock, another effect from the card that helps to avoid death. Such effects have a limit on the number of uses. He thinks he has very little left. The main character looked at them. The other said that they had met. The entire company of opponents stood in front of him. The bald man noted that this time he would not have the opportunity to escape. The protagonist threw his gaze at them. He ran away from them with lightning speed. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's face. He asked why it was so fast. The black-haired youth looked up and said that he had escaped. The naive rat thought that he could escape from fate, but did not yet know that he had fallen into a trap long ago. Shin looked up. The girl abruptly demolished him with her kick. The second immediately jumped up to him. Blood gushed out of the guy's nose. She swung again to attack. She threw the guy with her powerful blow. With his body, he smashed through the table of wood. The main character was coughed up with blood. 3 girls jumped to him. One said that since he went against the great family, then there was only one outcome, death. The other noted that he would not leave anymore. Let him accept his fate. The voice ordered him to open the gate and run away. His hard skin is not enough. It will not dodge so much. He buried himself in the ground and told him to shut up. Everything was going according to plan. He looked up at them abruptly. 3 girls pounced on him at once. They watched him intently. 3 blades plunged into the trunk of the tree. One asked where it went. She turned around and said that carefully. The information turned out to be false. In addition to bodily skills, kicks and punches, Shinkan. Blood gushed from their necks. The main character swung his sword slightly. Behind him lay 3 corpses of girls. He stood in the middle of the forest and said that the moon was gradually sinking. The forest was the perfect place for shadows. The voice noticed that this was it. It turned out that he was going to use the shadow of the sky. The young man lowered his head and replied that yes, since new rules were introduced for the duration of the exam, he would play in a new way. A crowd of opponents came out of the trees. One said that Shin's coordinates had not changed for a long time, which meant that 3 sisters from the Shao family had detained him. The other added that he hoped they didn't kill him first. He must be killed by his own hands. The protagonist looked at them out of the corner of his eye and noted that now it was his turn to hunt. The gang went to the corpses of the girls. They looked at them and noted that the sisters from the Shao family were dead, as much as possible. The bald guy got down on one knee and said that one blow of the blade. When they were together, their strength increased at times. Let them be careful. Perhaps he decided to resort to some new skills. The black-haired youth furrowed his brows and replied that he only had 2 stars anyway. They must have inflicted a deep wound on him, but they hadn't calculated their capabilities. The whole group rushed forward abruptly. He added that 100% died due to his stupidity. Shin was injured and would not be able to run far. He was probably hiding somewhere nearby. He needed to split up. They ran away in different directions of the forest. The guy with the piercings ran through the bushes and told Shin not to let others find him. Let him get out better, and then he would grow a beard in his honor. Something stirred in the bushes. He pulled a sly grin on his face. He ran up to the bush abruptly. One shoe lay on the ground. Shin slid down on top of him and noted that he had found it. He narrowed his eyes. The opponent's eyes widened in shock, and the opponent ordered him to answer loudly if he had found him. The whole gang turned around at the cry that he had found Shin. They all ran sharply in that direction. The bald guy noted that the reward was already theirs. They moved forward to the tree from which the sound came. Blood gushed out of the mouth of the guy with the piercings. His head was hanging on a branch. He was shouting that he had really found Shinhir.